What is going on, everybody? Everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is in your time zone. It is, wow, the 23rd of June, Monday, 2026. We're about to jump into this right here as soon as I get myself back on script. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there rocking the late shift tonight. All my forest creatures and sea creatures rocking out to the realest of the reals. Synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of a ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt, student loans, and my debt to society. Hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. How are we, chat? I am feeling amazing. Yeah, sorry for the late start again, but I just had to. I saw some bad empanada shit go down this morning. Maybe we'll get into it later. Actually, it is on the bonus topics, and I had to show it to somebody else just to prove to myself I wasn't hallucinating, to prove to myself I wasn't crazy, because I feel like some of the defense I've played for this guy in recent streams, maybe I was wrong. I don't know. It's getting worse, Chad. It's getting worse. But it's gotta, get worse before it gets better, because we are accelerationists on Bad Empanada, just like he's an accelerationist on us. That's so wonderful when somebody supposedly, a comrade in the movement, views you as a fucking political football for their misguided notion of, I don't even know, chat. I don't even know. It's pretty brazen. This guy's just making money now. But anyway, we'll get to him later, maybe, or maybe not at all. We got a main topic here that is something that's been grinding my gears for months and months and months now, and I thought I was the only one to notice until I saw that Sean is also covering this. And look, this isn't me, shitting on Ryan Grimm and everything that he's ever done, or anybody that's friendly to him or anything like that. I'm just starting to notice some stuff that maybe should have been apparent earlier, but wasn't. And yeah, it's disturbing. It's disturbing what exactly is happening on breaking points, right? And yeah, I don't want to diminish, the stories that Ryan has broken along with Dropsite. A lot of those have been crucial. I love him as a reporter. But the more I start to get into him as a commentator, and the more he starts to get into commentary on breaking points, I don't know, it's just like the parallels to his political philosophy cut a little bit too close to the centrist Democrat line. And I think that's a problem for breaking points, right? I think that's a problem in the culture of breaking points. I think somehow, what they're trying to do is basically they wanted to break out The Rising. The Rising was a very popular, I don't know if people remember this, right? Show on the Hill, one of the only popular. Is my music way too loud? I'm sure it's way too loud. But yeah, The Rising, I think hosted by, what was it, Crystal Ball and, oh my god, I can't remember his name. Was it Sagar? Maybe it was Sagar. That way back in the day, it was Crystal and Sagar. And more recently, it was Brianna Joy Gray and Robbie Suave. And now it is Robbie Suave and I don't even know who, because it's dropped off the map, right? When Brianna Joy Gray left, the show kind of got broken. And what's taken its place is Breaking Points, which was basically designed for them to do an independent version of The Rising. In fact, taking Crystal and Sagar as their first as their main cast, they're bringing in Ryan and Emily and a cast of thousands. Crystal and Ryan rarely tell their counterparts What is wrong with you? So it seems very centrist. Well, here's what I think. I think that Emily and Sagar have given a lot of like they give ground on a lot of stuff, right? You know, Sagar is not defending Trump or really even Vance anymore. Vance is the guy that he actually knows JD Vance personally, and was really positive about him, I think, during the election. Not so positive these days. So I think what happens is that when like Emily and Sagar give ground, somehow Ryan, I don't know, chat. I feel like I'm just guessing here. This could just be Ryan's like actual point of view. Maybe he's just kind of a centrist type of dude when it comes to issues other than Israel-Palestine, and the only reason he's not considered centrist there is because the world has for the longest time has been out of whack. You know, seeing the Palestinians as terrorists, seeing Israel as the good guy, and just you know, the rational point of view, which is what Ryan and Crystal and most of the cast of Breaking Points offer on that issue, seems extreme far left, because you know it's the shit you weren't even allowed to say a few years ago. Too many crazy things to keep up with. I can barely keep up with fascism happening in Sweden. That is a scary thing. That is a scary thing. Yeah, all over Europe. I've, you know, had a viewer of mine from Germany the other day talking about running into AFD types in the real world over there. So yeah, scary stuff. And I probably don't know the half of it. South America, you know, being taken over by what looks like, I don't want to get over my skis, chat, but I gotta believe that some of these South American elections are rigged, are straight up stolen. All right. I certainly hope so, because if not, that's, you know, that's South America knows, you know, more about the dangers of letting the far right into power than most places, because that's happened in recent history to horrible effects. And the fact that, you know, voters would actually, you know, be like, hey, no, let's try the far right once again. It kind of blows my mind. But I have to think there's some kind of an interference. I mean, look, in Argentina, for instance, you know, there's a whole different type of interference, right? When Milei impoverishes the country, drives it into hyperinflation, makes it unlivable for people, and it looks like the shit is going to crash, and Trump comes in here with here's $50 billion that you'll only get if you vote for Milei, if you reelect. I think it was actually the midterm, so reelect, you know, allies of Milei, you know, and that's what happened, and Milei got that 50 billion. Sweden is deporting en masse children to 13-year-olds that have also only ever been to Sweden. Yeah, their whole lot. Wait, so born in Sweden, or because, you know, Trump is trying to broach that red line now too, in terms of what he's doing to, you know, try to denaturalize citizens at this point. To be fair, they probably have pulled their co-host left. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But yeah, they entertain far too much of the right wing BS. I'm going to show you, if we have time today, Ryan Grimm doing more than just entertaining far right-wing nonsense. I'm going to show you Ryan Grimm bowing down and kissing the ring of far-right nonsense, by which I mean anti-immigration sentiment, right? Like, he's in a debate where he's supposed to be debating this guy that is, you know, his position is, look, I'm not on board with what Trump is doing, but we need to take care of these immigrants. Or not take care of them, but you know what I mean? Take care of them, like, get them out. Like, right, he's basically endorsing he's like, we should do a mass deportation regiment without the, you know, without shooting white people in the face. I'm sure that'll go much better, right? And instead of, like, you know, actually clapping back like you'd expect, you know, like Ryan would do to a guy that he's debating, he tries to find some kind of middle ground, which is right in the territory of Kamala and Joe Biden's caving in to the right wing. There is no discussion whatsoever of the one thing that might fix our immigration system, which is a pathway to citizenship. You know why there's so many illegal immigrants? Because it's damn near impossible to get into the country otherwise. And there are companies that will hire you and exploit the fuck out of you if you come into the United States, and they'll, you know, sort of run cover for you as long as you don't try to make a union or demand that they actually pay you for what, you know, you're supposed to get paid for, or, you know, anything like that. As long as you allow them to exploit you, you know, like it is a pathway to something, which, you know, people are just trying to make their lives all right. And so many of these countries, the United States impoverishes, and then when there's a wave of immigration from that country, Trump is there to fucking be like, oh, it's Biden, he's letting them all in. Trump, you fucking impoverished Venezuela. No wonder there's so many people coming over from there. But yeah, you don't hear anything of that from Ryan Grimm. You don't hear any sort of a notion of anything. That the best you get is that, like, maybe we could put a little bit more pressure on the employers, right? Preventing the employers from hiring these people in the first place, rather than, you know, leaving the employers alone, which is what the United States has been doing, right? And only ever punishing immigrants. So yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. We also have, let's see, Ryan agreeing with Chris Rufo, thanking him for taking down DEI, because in Ryan's imagination, right, any of the stuff that's classified, and you know what gets classified under DEI, right? Everything from just simple education about the reality of slavery, reality of Jim Crow, the reality of the history of this country, the promises made, you know, in the wake of the Enlightenment that have still yet to be truly fulfilled. And Ryan is just kind of like, yeah, thanks for taking that all off the table. So now that we can get down to the important stuff, which sounds like a, you know, it sounds like a first-class ticket to class reductionism is what Ryan is looking for here. And so, yeah, that's my problem with Ryan, is his centrism.
Super chatted $9.99. New but Keir Starmer has shown US how to be successfully anti-immigration and small sensible government benefits that so popular billions of diet soda voters.
Nice. Yeah, Keir Starmer, good riddance. Although, from what I've heard, the person replacing Keir is, people are calling him, oh my god, wait, what am I trying to hit here? People are calling this guy like the Keir Starmer, but with a northern accent. The new guy that they're bringing in. Let's see, what do I need to do? I gotta pop this out. Take a sip here. Oh my god. We're on the snake juice again, chat. I you know, had some people speculate that maybe the snake juice is alcoholic. I don't think it is. Like, you know, it's not. It's like a stomach remedy. It is, you know, kind of what it's sold as. Yeah, I'm just talking about this pink drink I'm enjoying here. They have also cut almost all LGBTQIA funds for local government and pretty much stopped trans healthcare instead of telling people to seek private help abroad. Been waiting for years. Oh my gosh, that is not gonna be music that we can. Wait, what is that? What is going on here? Okay, it's okay. It's just SMT. I think we're okay. I think we're okay with SMT, aren't we? Shit's coming too fast and too furious, just like it does every morning. Whoa. Too loud. There we go. So yeah, I just gotta get this, get a handle on this, and, there it goes. What does it taste like? I don't know. It's hard to explain. It almost tastes like cough medicine. It is a syrup, right? My understanding is they like harvest the snake fruit while it's in season, because it doesn't, you know, have a super long season, and then they boil it down. They reduce it into like a syrup, and then people keep the syrup around because any kind of stomach issues that you have, the syrup will do a lot of good for. And it's so hard to describe the taste though. Snake fruit doesn't really taste like anything else. Yeah, some of the fruits over here you can compare to like a combination. Like jackfruit is almost like a combination of pineapple, mango, maybe durian. But jackfruit, you just say juicy fruit, right? I think Americans understand, like, because juicy fruit, the gum, was based on jackfruit, right? Somebody tried jackfruit and they couldn't bring the fruit itself back to the U.S., but they decided to turn it into a gum, and hence you get juicy fruit. Oh my god. There we go. Chat, I don't know why I'm so hot all of a sudden, but I am. Anyway, what am I trying to do? I am trying to thank some people for getting us started here, as they did. Morbius with the gifted membership. Wait, did I see who got that? Somebody got weaseled. I just have to scroll up to find out. Oh, it was Ringo Lotus. Ringo Lotus, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Yeah, Miku, thank you for the suggestion on, I think it's the Colleen Ballinger's husband story that we got today, thanks to, I would not have known this if it was not for Miku's headphones, so thank you. Yeah, so we got some bonus content too. Let me just thank, yeah, Morbius, thank you for the gifted membership, and also Davi. Thank you for the super chat. It's kind of crazy how willing the Democrats are to bend on this immigration issue. And it's a really bad look. Right? So if you don't know the history of this, there was a lot of anti-immigrant sentiment during maybe the Bush administration into the Obama administration, and Obama's solution was kind of a centrist solution to begin with, and that is like stuff like the DACA program for children who, you know, are in the United States and you know, have not even been to the country that they are from if their parents are undocumented, right? Instead of deporting them to a country where they don't even speak the language, right? The DACA program was at least a way, like a path for people like this to try to stay out of the ICE radar. So, you know, you had that, but then you had like this whole implication that that immigration was a Democratic plot, or if you're really hardcore right winger, a Jewish plot was what they would, you know, the Great Replacement people, the Jews will not replace us people, right? That's what they were on about in Charlottesville. America wholehandedly rejected those Nazis, right? And correctly identified, you know, a viewpoint of like the Jews were trying to replace us as being a Nazi viewpoint. And yet, you know, I don't know, 10 years later, less than 10 years, slightly less than 10 years later, we're in this place where both parties have basically come to this consensus of, yeah, we got to be tough on the border. We got to be tough on the border. But like, if you're a Democrat, you're going to do it in like a nice way. If you're a Republican, if you're Donald Trump, you're going to try to make a show out of it and a show of the cruelty and try to get clapback from the left. And then use this as like, see, they hate me because I am getting rid of these goddamn immigrants. But when Biden and Kamala just like cave on this issue, what it makes it look like is that the Republicans were right all along. Oh yeah, you got us. We were just trying to we were just trying to get more votes, right? And in doing that, you're also, it's the same thing with trans sports, right? That is the camel's nose that gets in the door that allows them to do so much more. It allows the horrible state that trans people have been forced into in states like Tennessee, in states like Texas, in states like Florida, would be undoable without the first, the first brick being knocked out, and that is the idea that trans women are women, trans men are men, the sports issue was a backdoor way of saying, no, they're not, you know? And from there, it's just gotten worse and worse. So Davi says, as an anchor baby who cannot speak Farsi, this plan is crazy. Like 90% of my friends and are children of immigrants who haven't been to their families. Yeah, this is, and the fact that there was no actual like moral investment from the Democrats, it says a lot. It says a lot. And here's the darkest part I'm gonna suspect, right? That could could the part of this be because Democrats have looked at like Latino voting patterns and, you know, anticipated their, you know, basically anticipating cornering the market on this demographic, and then they see that the, you know, rates are like 60-40 or, you know, or even worse, especially in this last election, and say, well, fine, what are we, you know, fuck you too, right? I guess, you know, so, because that's a vicious cycle, right? When Democrats throw a group under the bus, it breeds a lot of cynicism in that group, and you're gonna lose votes that way. But the fact that like some of these, you know, Democrats just thought that this is a strategy for winning elections, and now if it doesn't win elections, why am I doing the strategy, right? That's a bad look. And unfortunately, chat, I think that is a realistic look under the hood of the dark heart of the Democratic Party, and what's wrong and why we need to replace these people. These Democratic establishment people need to be replaced by actual progressives, or, you know, like hopefully eventually Democratic socialists, right? You would hope that you could have an actual left party in the United States to do things for people materially, as the Democratic Party has shown as it is unwilling and incapable of doing, in order to that this is how you get people's trust, right? This is how you build solidarity. You know, the movement can't thrive. And again, getting back to the bad empanada thing, the shit that they don't understand when they say we are, you know, first world genociders, you know, the working class of the US are our enemies. Actually, the capitalist class are our friends, because we want accelerationism there. We want shit to get so miserable that a revolt is basically forced. But you don't understand, if there's no trust built there, if there's no solidarity, and that's the state of things in the United States, absolutely no class consciousness, you know, let alone solidarity between different groups of people, then whatever revolution comes and unseats the, you know, hegemonic U.S. imperial consensus could just as easily, in fact, probably more easily, be far right than far left. And so, yeah, it all starts with material conditions. Surprise, surprise. We got to go back to basics, because some fuckers out there that should know better just do not understand. Thought of making a YouTube video on trans athletes, because if you look, historical sports representations have been almost one-to-one argument. Yeah, Ghost ATW, you're exactly right. Yeah, if you, they brought up bone density, Ghost, right? As a, you know how if you get deep into the anti-trans participation in sports stuff, or you know, trans women participating in sports, like they'll bring up stuff like bone density, as if like, well, bone density is like the magic hack that, you know, makes you just like universally better at all things, when in actuality, if you want to look at bone density, you usually don't just look at levels, you look at incidents of bone breakage, for instance, right? They're not looking at that stuff, they're just looking at anyway. But yeah, the same shit was brought up. They tried to like go after like physiological differences between like black people and white people as a justification for maintaining segregation there. So yeah, that'd be a good video to make. Bone density isn't a static number. Yeah, and people don't know, people, you know, don't even really know what it means. I forgot, someone said that to me in elementary school. I said I had high bone density. It did not end well. Jeez. Oh, well, anyway, chat, I'm feeling a lot better. A huge weight is off my shoulders. I'm not going to say, like, I don't want to, you know, jinx it, right? But I had a little problem with YouTube that was making me really concerned about, you know, whether I was going to get paid this month or not, right? and it turns out that everything has come up roses. Although I should probably check my bank account before I say that to make sure that there's no funny business going on, because I have heard they are going to start garnishment pretty soon here. Bone density does not help swimmers. Yeah, but they just act like it's this magic hack. It's like, oh yeah, no, everything, it comes down to bone density. They go after trans women swimmers on the reg. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, we're gonna talk about Sean's criticism of Ryan Grimm, and I've had trepidation about this guy for a while. Again, like I gotta make a like, this is not a statement without nuance. I'm aware of what Ryan and Dropsite News has done in terms of some of the crucial stories that they have broken, and I'm not criticizing that. I'm not saying, please don't overinterpret my critique or Sean's critique of Ryan Grimm, right? It's not so much about his reporting. It's not so much about, Dropsite as it is about breaking points and, his takes as they start to come out. And I've noticed something that just, he wasn't really open. Like you wouldn't hear, he would reserve his opinion earlier, right? There was a lot, he would kind of bite his tongue, right? It was only like, it wasn't like this affirmative support of trans people. It was this criticism. For instance, Matt Walsh might be something people would bring up. Ryan debated Matt Walsh. It was a criticism of Matt Walsh going too far and, making, I guess, maybe too big of a deal about trans people. That kind of like argument where, oh, it's only, a fraction of a percentage, so why are you even worried about this? Well, you gotta offer a better defense than that, or else I suspect maybe not even really on our sides. Yeah, bone density does sound like Danny Boy the Great is saying here, very skull measuring, very, oh my god, why am I having trouble coming up with this the skull measuring thing? My brain, why is it not thinking of things? Skull, what was this stuff called? Phrenology. There we go. Somebody probably said it in chat before I even got it out. Andy Burnham still too centrist. Unfortunately, Ryan has some swings and misses lately. Yeah. And again, I'm not trying to say like throw the guy away or throw the. I'm not saying anything to like discount the reporting that he's done, breaking stories with Dropsite. But the more and more we hear about Ryan's takes, that the I don't know. These warriors for keeping trans athletes out of sports have never paid a single red cent to watch women. Oh yeah, for sure. To watch women's sports, or frankly, ever even deliberately watched women's sports. Yeah, at home for free. Yeah, and if you ask them anything like, hey, do you think that revenue sharing between women's and men's teams in universities should be more equal? They will absolutely resist that, and basically offer you an idea that women's sports is just kind of a sideshow, and it has been treated that way, chat. I mean, like I remember, I think at my high school, I can't remember the mascot. Wait. Like, but the way that they'd talk about, like, the men's volleyball team would be the my school name mascots, the mascot of the school name, and the women's team was called the lady, whatever that was, right? It was always like the lady, we're not the same team, but the lady version of that team. So, oh look, the ladies are doing it too. Oh, they're so silly. Anyway, yeah, it really feels pretty pedantic, honestly. Keir Starmer has a prime minister replacement, 56-year-old former Manchester megacity, Andy Burnham. He was sworn in a week ago. Wait, what? I thought he just got sworn in. Former MP. Oh, as a MP, he just got sworn in as an MP weeks ago. Former MP Josh Simmons resigned so Burnham could win a special election. But again, chat, fernology. There we go. Yeah, the study of. Ferns are actually some ancient organisms, right? When you, like, evolutionarily speaking, it's pretty interesting. Lady ballers, yeah. Drop site Ryan is better than counterpoints Ryan. Yeah. Again, like, I don't have any problems with Ryan's takes on Israel-Palestine or the U.S. war on Iran, right? He's usually pretty good in terms of that stuff. Wait, was there something about Cuba, though? I feel like there... Oh, wait, Stream Elements is working. Stream Elements is working. Right? Can we confirm this, mods, in YouTube chat? We had a problem with this last time, right? But I'm seeing the, notifications for super chats and memberships and stuff like that is working, which was not happening yesterday. It does look like the Stream Element spot is in chat now. And most importantly, chat, I can see you in my multi-chat, right? If you were here 2 days ago, you might have felt like I wasn't paying very much attention to YouTube chat. That wasn't on purpose. That was it was a tech fuck up. Same with Aussie football rules. Women's version just has a W tacked onto it, and the AFL as an afterthought. Joel Siverud with 105 streams in a row. That is an accomplishment right there. That might be a record, actually. Wait, no, is it? Did somebody get 120? I can't remember. That's pretty. If it's not a record, it's pretty damn close to the record. But yeah, so happy to be able to see everyone's chat on one list. This makes it so much easier for me. But I'm gonna try to chill right now because like I said, chat. I just had a very close call about my ability to even pay rent, which is coming up soon. And YouTube was kind of jerking me around on a certain issue, and I wasn't sure if they were gonna, pay me late or withhold some of my money. It turns out they didn't, so we're good. I'm feeling a lot better. And as far as health-wise, that has improved greatly as well. I don't know what I'm doing differently. I mean, I guess I'm taking like vitamin B12 regularly. I mean, that's something that's good for your brain. So, but maybe not eating at that steam table restaurant, right? The really cheap. I used to go to this cheap place, chat, where they would just like, they'd give you, you'd get rice, and then you'd be like, I want, that curry and that, like they just kind of put a bunch of, like steam tray dishes, right? But you know what I mean? It's sitting there in the steam tray like all day, and also they used a lot of gluten. Maybe I think I really do have an issue with gluten, which sucks. I've been trying to see, because like it's so hard to avoid gluten, even in Asia. Probably easier in Asia than it is in the United States, to be honest, but it's still very hard. And especially when you are vegetarian, because a lot of that vegetarian protein is gluten. I mean, if you want to imitate what is it, like chicken, or there's just like certain things that they like, seitan, I think is what it's called. It's when you take the gluten out of the wheat and you turn it into a dough, and then you boil that dough, and it makes a nice like meaty, kind of substrate that absorbs whatever you cook it in, and so it's very very useful in that regard. But yeah, I can't eat gluten, I don't think, unfortunately. B12 is interesting. I take it too. From what I've read, as long as you got you can get a surplus, but then when you lose that surplus, like shit starts to go bad really quickly. All right, so yeah, like I said, we're gonna be talking about Ryan and Sean today. I should probably go over the bonus content as well. So the bonus content is determined by a poll. That's a poll that you can see right now on YouTube chat. 25 of you, in fact, already have seen that poll. Not only have you seen it, but you've also voted in that poll. And looks like 48% of people want to see that this is a Brandon. Does everybody know, one in chat if you know Brandon Sutton? Even if you don't think you know Brandon, you probably do, because he's been on the Majority Report forever. And recently he's kind of dipped his toe in the streamer space, and from what I've seen, he's doing some really good work. He's finding, like, I don't know. He's finding topics that I didn't know existed, like this Candace Owens thing. Candace Owens got a new theory about Charlie Kirk and how Trump had him killed, or Israel had him killed, right? And apparently there was no bullet. There was no, you know, the whole narrative that Trump had ready to go of like, oh, this person that is dating a trans furry got so mad about Charlie being anti-trans that he, you know, had to take him out, and Candace is just blowing the that whole narrative to shit with her conspiracy theories, which, you know, don't have a lot of, there's not a lot of evidence there, but there is a narrative, and apparently it's a more interesting narrative than the idea that that you know, the oh yeah, no, I know about that bad lefty. They I swear to God, they do that on purpose. Wait, they seriously, like, did they pay out eventually though? Because with mine, I was hoping, like, even if it took them a while, they would eventually pay out. But yeah, it's the whole thing of like they had a ID verification they wanted to run me through, and if I hadn't, you know, and then they have this really, like, this AI system that is like, all right, upload your ID and make sure it's like no sheen on it, no, it's got to be all in the square, like all this shit, and then type in your information exactly as it appears on your ID. And I did that, or I thought I did that, and then it turned out that I was, because they want your, you know, zip code as part of that information. So I put in my zip code, but on my ID, if you don't know, chat, Washington state IDs will put not just your 5-letter zip code, but they'll put the 4-number extension that, so it's like a nine numbers all together. And so I just put that in, and YouTube was like, kept on rejecting it, and it was only when I was like, all right, delete the last 4 numbers. They let you put it in there. They let you put as many numbers in that field as you want to. It's almost like they're trying to get you to fail so that they don't have to pay you your money. And that's what I think might have been going on in the situation you were talking about, Bad Lefty. I have a really beautiful blue light and the medium blue butterfly. I'm doing so well. I'm doing so much better, right? I had a, you know, health scare in the fall, and, you know, kind of because of that had a money scare more recently, and I'm still not out of the woods as far as that goes, because it's coming up the time that I gotta pay my school.
Super chatted $10. I know what happened. It was a 5 debate exploding neck technique. He debated one too many times.
That could be it. Yeah, there was something wrong. There was something really off about that debate, like that whole counting or not counting. Okay, I shouldn't even say that. I bet that's like on a list somewhere, Chad. I bet you get in. I bet you. I don't know why I think this, but I think if you repeat Charlie Kirk's last words, there's some fucking AI that like picks up on that and puts you on a list. Is that just me being, you know, paranoid? Look, after this YouTube shit, I am paranoid, right? Because look, here's my deal, chat. I like to live in a non-paranoid way. I like to live with assumptions that there are not, you know, demons under every rock and ghosts behind every bush just waiting to jump out and get you, because it's a scary, you know, way to live. And you know, even when things are scary, I try to like just keep myself, you know, on the positive side. I tell myself, let's positive thinking, and I do positive thinking. But this time, like, just something that I like, so I got like 2 brains, chat. I got the paranoid brain, and I got the healthy brain, right? And usually I'm trying to stay in the healthy brain because that's more adaptive, right? But the paranoid brain tells me stuff like, hey, if you open up a thing to verify your age for one little thing in YouTube and you back out of it, maybe YouTube has an AI that flags you and says, we got to check this motherfucker's ID. This person went into a screen where they would have had to, you know, put some identifying information in, and they backed out, right? That's a paranoid thought. That should not happen, right? My healthy brain thinks that's not real. That doesn't happen. That never happens. So I looked at, I sort of opened a screen up to see, like, I think I was on stream, in fact, right? So I wouldn't have, I'm not going to get out my ID and start like, hey, chat, just chill out for a second. I'm typing in, like, not that I think I'm going to show it accidentally like Vosh or anything like that, but just like, that's the kind of stuff that can wait for after stream. I should be entertaining you. I should be reacting to content. I shouldn't be like muted, like trying to frantically fill out a form on YouTube. Right? And so I backed out of it thinking, yeah, because of course you can back. They wouldn't do a thing where you get in trouble for like backing out. Or I'm not even backing out, but you know what I'm saying? You open up a screen, it says you got to do this, this, and this to verify your age, really. I think it's what they wanted to do, is make sure that I'm over 18. And when I, when I didn't complete that form, it triggered something on YouTube to like, be like, all right, let's see you prove who you are. And I swear, I feel like I have. I don't know. So yeah, anyway, that's been hanging over my head for like the last month. So I missed some streams. A lot of them were because of that anxiety. I'd go to get on stream and I'd be like, you haven't filled out your information for YouTube yet. Like, right? What are you doing trying to stream when you don't even know if you're going to get paid by YouTube? But yeah, all of that's good now and we should be okay. Anyway, so I was just about to get to the poll, and let's see if there is any update to that poll. And thank you, Narwhal, for the super chat. Exploding neck technique. Yeah, who could have anticipated the exploding neck technique, right? He debated. Well, imagine if that had, like, who his next debate was against Hassan. Hassan was scheduled to debate, and people always like approached Hassan with like the idea that you're you probably wanted Charlie, you probably liked what happened to Charlie Kirk, and Hassan is like, I want the guy that I'm supposed to debate to get like have an assassination attempt on his life? I don't think so. I'm gonna be on the screen, I'm gonna be on the stage with this guy. Yeah, got the weight off the mind for sure. New rules have been a pain in the anus. Wait, the new rules with what? Oh, the ID, the age verification and stuff. Yeah, for sure. You gotta keep the Eye of Sauron from noticing you, because as soon as it sees you, it can destroy you. Yeah, I don't know how to maintain that, Davi, but you're probably right about that. Interesting hearing you talk about your money troubles. They all seem to be centered around things humans need for life. This timeline is fucked up. Look, I'm doing what I love, and I'm very grateful for that. All right. The percentage of people that try to create content, the number of people that try to create content versus the number of people who are able to maintain some sort of financial stability. Doing so, it's a very low ratio, right? It's not a ratio that's in our favor. So I'm thankful every day for that. But yeah, I am not exactly living the supposed life of an influencer out here, which is all right, chat. Which is all right. We'll get there. All right. I have to like, yeah, health, I guess, comes first. We got that. That's looking better now. Stability, all that kind of stuff, right? The 5-clip death necktie. Was he even wearing a tie that day? I thought he was in a t-shirt. What I mean is that other humans predate on poorer ones with the necessity of life. Wait, what? Other humans predate on poorer ones. You mean capitalism? It sounds like you just described capitalism. The exploitation of the vulnerable by a class of people trying to recreate the nobility from the previous mode of production. Yeah. Okay, so I was gonna look and see where we're at with the poll. 26 votes so far. So if you haven't voted already, jump over to YouTube. Even if you're watching me on Twitch, right? Feel free to jump over onto YouTube, type in nocommentchick, one word, and then you'll be able to click on my channel, click on the stream, and you'll see a poll that comes up. I would do it on Twitch too, except for Twitch's polls last a maximum of 30 minutes, I think. So it's all, we gotta have one poll on YouTube. And what do we have today in the hopper? Let's check it out. Wait, is that the right one? Yeah. Oh, sort of. One minor thing I gotta fix right here. I think the other thing too that makes it so daunting, because again, if I had more energy, like none of this stuff would be a problem, right? I'd be able to do everything I need to do to keep, like I wouldn't have gotten into this. Oh my god, what am I fucking looking for? Is it this one? Yeah, it is. Okay. All right, there it is. There it is. So yeah, these are our items for the poll today. So yeah, go over there and vote on the bonus items. Now we will get bonus items if you give me enough time to work with. And how we manage that is I should set up a timer. I should set up a timer. Reset timer. All right, what do we have it on? 4:05. Let's start ourselves off with 4 hours. Right, that's just the base time that I allow myself to be on stream. Now this base time can expand, and in fact it does expand every time somebody supports the stream. Some of you should not be supporting the stream though, because you need to take care of yourself, you need to take care of your family, right? If you're in that situation, just like understand that you can also support the stream with just something as simple as liking the stream. Actually help it out a lot, and you are doing your part. I never want anybody to put themselves in a financially dangerous position in order to support the stream. But the Corporation for Public Bitching is brought to you by viewers like you, and in fact, every time a viewer like you supports the stream, whether it's through super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships on YouTube, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, which right now I am still trying to offset the immigration hit I took this month. I had an unexpected visit that I had to do to immigration, which set me back a ways. If you want to help offset that, you can do that there. I'm also trying to crowdfund my Vietnam trip, and I don't even know how expensive it's going to be, because obviously flights are more expensive now because of the Strait of Hormuz issue that is still ongoing. We should talk about that too, chat. So many things to talk about. But if you want to help me out over there, you can do it on throne.com/nocommentchick. It's probably the way that where your money goes the furthest, and as far as they take the least of a cut from it compared to all the other ones. But honestly, the best way to support me is the easiest way for you to support me. That's why I have so many different ways, right? So if you help me out on Throne, or you become a Patreon, which I'm going to read out my Patreons in just a second, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you got Prime and you've got Twitch, you can integrate your Amazon account into your Twitch account, and it gives you this thing called a Twitch Prime sub. It's basically a free sub that you get to use on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, well, thank you, because you only have one to give, so it means a lot that out of all the streamers on Twitch, you would choose me. So thank you, first of all. And also it gets you a sub, and it gets you the power to turn back time in your own way by rewinding the VOD. If you ever come in and I've already talked about the subject that you're interested in, and you're like, I would really like to watch that, you can with a sub. That's how Twitch does it right now. So you can get it for free in that way. It does cost $6 if you buy one outright for yourself. I get that that's a lot of money. It's like twice as much as the YouTube memberships. But if you can't afford that, just there is another possibility, right? If the people can and do sometimes gift subs to people in the chat, And your best bet on being the recipient of one of those, of that kind of generosity, is just to be active in chat. Because if people see you in chat, they'll be like, oh yeah, you don't have a sub, do you? Right? I will give one to you. Also hate the phrase cost of living. Yeah, I know, like, what, living should not cost anything. They put a container deposit scheme here recently. Now there's a bunch of people going through public bins and even curbside collections to make 10 cents a container. There's nothing productive about any of that. People are just so desperate for money that they'll degrade themselves and waste life potential for necessities. Yeah. I mean, they do like to keep us running, don't they? They really do. That way we're less likely to organize and form class consciousness and eventually revolt. It's counterproductive. A sick workforce is less productive, but here we are. There does seem to be a big strain of eugenics just embedded in modern capitalism, and especially in this new tech bro style version of it. If it makes you feel any better, I did an AI selfie verification for YouTube the other day. What? So I could watch a Northern Lion video? That is so crazy. Oh, because Australia, right? Australia's doing... Is it just like an age verification is what they wanted? Anyway, chat. But yeah, those are the ways that you can support the stream. And like I said, every time, well, let me show you exactly what happens when you support the stream, because we got 3 examples of that. So first of all, Morbius. Oh my God, chat, I meant to put on lipstick, but you know, like the whole thing is when I'm drinking, I know it's gonna come off anyway. I was kind of hoping maybe the snake juice would stain my lips, because you know then I don't have to. Like lip stain actually works really well when it does work. But yeah, Morbius with the oh yeah. So we start the timer at 4 hours. There we go. And then I am gonna just go here, sub add time, 3 minutes for Morbius. There we go, 3 minutes up. And then sub add time 10 minutes for Davi, and then 1 more. For Narwhal. And thank you all for getting us started here today and giving us more time to wait. I didn't hit enter on the right thing. Let's try this again. There we go, back to 420. Okay, so and then just know that every time you support the stream, you're gonna hear this sound. This is the sound of continuity. It means the stream will continue. So yeah, as you all know, I like to yap. I've got a lot of opinions. Look at that. Look at that temporal insanity. And it does it automatically for you over on Twitch. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, by the way. Wait, did it? Wait, did it add it? I feel like it didn't add shit for you. Am I wrong? It's supposed to add 3 minutes. I thought. I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't work. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's what I'm trying to see. That's what I'm trying to see here. It's her ex-husband. Okay. Yeah. I was trying to fit it all in the thing, but yeah, this is Colleen Ballinger's ex-husband. So yeah, I should talk a little bit about the topics we got for today. The latest bad impa nonsense, I guess we're gonna call it, that kind of segment. And there's more and more of this stuff coming up, chat, and it pains me to see, because like I said, I've been in the trenches with this guy fighting against Zionists when nobody even cared about Israel-Palestine, right? I've you know, defended him when he was accused of bullshit. He has defended me when I was accused of bullshit. So it's not somebody that I am like, you know, happy to have on my shit list, let's just say. But yeah, he's worked his way onto my shit list. He's earned it. So there we go. We got Candace Explosive Charlie Kirk Theory. That is a video by Brandon Sutton, who I mentioned earlier, doing good work over there. And yeah, I didn't even know about this this idea that she's got. Then we got Colleen Ballinger's husband, ex-husband, I suppose, is in a scandal. Yeah, it wouldn't even let me work in X, but you know the idea that this person was Colleen Ballinger's husband. I guess what is it, like he's, you know, part of an MCN or something like that, and they're just like jerking people around. You know, this is like a company, like an agency for content creators. I think it takes like 10% of your income, which is a lot. That's a big cut. That's a big percentage point. And you know, doesn't, in this case, is not giving back much of anything. So that's what's going on with Colleen Ballinger's husband. And then we got Dogtober 7th, but for VTubers. This is the scandal that has rocked the VTubing world. Is Demi having sex on stream, or is she just making normal ass noises that somebody makes when they play scary games? When you say YouTube manager, you don't mean he works for YouTube, do you? And the victim is Gavin Reads It All, a booktuber. Yeah, and they were trying to suggest like this weird shit, you know, like trying to give like Gavin like advice on how to, you know, how his channel could do better. And instead of it being useful advice, it's like Chat GPT advice, or at least that's what it seems like to Gavin. It seems like this could have just been written by Chat GPT. It feels like the advice is coming from somebody who's not even watching his channel, doesn't even, you know, care about who he is, what his brand is, what his channel is about. Yeah, MCN is a multi-channel network, but the cut is 10% of the AdSense, but they also get 100%. Ooh, that's rough. That's rough. And that's where the real fuckery comes with what Miko's saying right now. Let me put this up on screen. Oh, if I can get back to where we're at here. MCNs are so 2015. There's a while where Vosh's network felt a little bit like an MCN, or was operating sort of in a similar... Yeah, check this out, chat. The cut is a flat 10% of AdSense. So AdSense is actually all your revenue on YouTube, I think, comes through AdSense, right? The ad money, but also any sort of community support comes through AdSense, right? So yeah, it's bad enough they're taking 10%, right? You know, that's like a little much, but if you thought they were going to do something good for you, maybe you would, you know, sign up for this, only to find out that not only are they taking the 10 cents or the 10%, but that your 90% like comes through them now. So instead of getting paid like on time, which, you know, say what you will about YouTube, they generally pay me on time, right? If they're not trying to bounce people out of the creator, the partner program for no reason, as Bad Lefty was talking about earlier, you know, they generally pay you on time, but now there's this third party in there that is like taking all of your money, and then, you know, you're counting on them to get the rest of it. Doing those Machinima and Rooster Teeth. Wait, what? How is Rooster Teeth? Like, that's the company that did Ruby, right? Rooster Teeth? I don't know. I've literally never watched anything else from Rooster Teeth other than Ruby. They start an international transaction on or after. Okay, so normally, yeah, well, I don't know if it's the same for everyone, but you know, my paycheck usually comes around the it's like the third week of the month is when usually my paycheck hits. But I don't even know. I don't think Rooster Teeth was an MCN. Yeah, I didn't think so either. But maybe it's like related to one. I don't know. I don't know everything about Rooster Teeth. Other than I only know about Ruby. But anyway, what am I trying to say? Yeah, every time you support the channel, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you get yourself a membership, gift a membership, support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or patreon.com/nocommentchick, or even on Twitch. twitch.tv/nocommentchick cc. This number right here, it goes up. It gives me more time to work with, and with more time to work with, I can potentially cover more bonus content. Whatever, when we're done with the main topic, which today is SeanDaBlack versus Ryan Grimm, then we move on to the bonus content, and whatever is in first place, like, I'll go to first. So that presents an interesting thing, because yes, your votes are the main mover and shaker as far as what I cover in addition to the main topic of the stream. You can also leverage your support for the stream to push the content towards one subject or another. So say you really want to see that Brandon story, you could, when you donate, you could be like, that's for Candace's explosive new Charlie Kirk theory. Or if you want to see the Colleen Ballinger thing, say Colleen Ballinger, or Bad Empanada, or Dogtober 7th, but for VTubers, right? So you can also affect the poll. Now you can also counter that influence. If we scroll down a little bit by saying Vox Populi, that's a very powerful way to leverage your support, because what it does is it actually makes it harder for anybody else to interfere with the poll. It makes it more likely that what people are voting on will determine what I watch first, and less likely that people donating will determine what I watch first. So there's Vox Populi, and then there's also video game stream, which I sadly have to take down to 0, because we just did a video game stream on Friday. But yeah, if this gets filled up to 100 by the end of, or by the time that I get done with Friday's stream, then what I do is after Friday's stream, I stick around and I play some Persona 2. We're working through that game right now, chat, grinding the tarot cards necessary to summon our crack team of personas in order to take down not only this Joker character that seems to be behind this mask circle thing that's going on, this asshole King Leo, who is burning down apparently the whole city, but piece by piece, and we got to figure out which piece does he want to burn down first, right? It's a riddle, but also maybe even Hitler and his Nazis, who've been hiding out in Hollow Earth, waiting for their chance to come back and use some mech type tech to achieve their 1,000-year Reich. I don't know, chat. We got to fight Hitler in this one. We're gonna have to take down Hitler. I hope you're okay with that. But yeah, that's on Friday. All right, so that's for the gaming frogs out there that want to see that stuff. If you're a gaming frog, when you donate, you can say video game stream to make a video game stream come sooner. And yeah, we were gambling, chat. I've gotten into the gambling on Persona 2. It's crazy, right? Because most of the characters are like high school kids, I guess, with the exception of Maya and Yuki. We're everyone's in high school. But somehow we're able to sneak into the casino and play blackjack and win massive amounts anyway. So yeah, we got that coming up on Friday, right? I mentioned earlier that everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above gets a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. So let's go ahead and do that now. Shouts out go to Neopergos, JMB, Emily French, Big Al of the Cake Mix, Direful, Joel Siverud, Sarah Izimandius, Steven Sayers, Animus, Infallible Fowl, Oral Ellipsis, Nadia Yvette, Choki, Moe Noe, Temporal Insanity, Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out goes to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerix. All right, with that being said, chat, I think we're about ready to get going here. Gambling is haram. Well, it's fun. I almost thought you said gambling as a harem. Kind of almost what's going on here, because you get to gang up on the dealer at the blackjack tables. You get to play like 5 against 1. It's pretty good odds. I can't hear the Brandon without thinking of Joe, but I know, me neither. That's what's fucking me up when everybody whenever anybody's talking about Brandon. Without the any more video games, please. We must defend the honor of Featherman from Argentine citizens. What's your take, Davy, on all the elections in South America that seem to be going exactly the way that the far right wants them to? I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious of these elections. I mean, obviously, Trump is straight up interfering in Argentina, but I'm wondering if there's something going on. It seems like Bolivia is up in arms about the guy that they elected. Really giving a symposium on how to push back. Okay, we're gonna put this all in video games. So let me show you how this works. Look at that. Davy said video games, and so I will add. Is that right? I will add 15 to video games. Good morning, Vamps. Good to see you, and hope you're dealing with that new prime minister well. They made Red and Blue is a Halo story. I never knew that. I guess what is Ruby came from Monty who I guess is like an animator. He did this thing called Dead Fantasy, which was like a combination of the characters from Final Fantasy and Dead Souls fighting, and at the time in 2014 or whatever, it was really impressive. If you look back at it today, maybe not so much, but at the time it was cutting edge stuff, and so he created this series based on fairy tales, right? I guess everybody in the Ruby story is like they all symbolize a certain fairy tale, and but they're badass. They're badass bitches, and I'm not dealing. I am surviving. Time to work on that passport. Good luck with that. The El Salvador guy has been really popular in South America, mixed with social media manipulation. That's crazy. Dead Fantasy was Final Fantasy, and Dead or Alive? Wait, it's not Dead Souls then. Okay, sorry for giving you bad information. Gotta get started on my passport application in case things get even more accelerated with the midterms. Yeah, it's hard to tell, right? If the midterms are actually allowed to proceed, then you're gonna see more investigations of Trump, and the administration, with some exceptions, will kind of lose power at that point. But if you get something like Mike Johnson decides not to seat people, John Thune decides not to seat people, somebody wins, but they were behind on election night, and then with the more votes they turn out to be ahead, right? Then that's where some real fuckery. How do I participate in the poll? So you gotta go to youtube.com/nocommentchick, or just search nocommentchick on YouTube. You'll see my channel, and then when you click on the channel, you should see a live stream. You click on that too, and then once you've clicked on that, you'll see at the bottom of chat there's a poll, and that's where all of this stuff is that you can vote for. Dead or Alive is the boob bouncing fighting game that made by Harvey Weinstein of the Japanese game. Oh, the Harvey Weinstein of the Japanese game industry. I did not know that. I did not know that. All right, so what else? What other business do we need to? Okay, so we probably need to do a little bit of a gauntlet today. I'm gonna try to give you what I've been meaning to give you for the longest time, which is a gauntlet on the reflecting pool, right? The story of the reflecting pool, I think, has gotten pretty interesting now, and it's just illustrative. Somehow it encapsulates the Trump administration, right? The current state of that is that they're trying to basically drain the swamp. They've created the swamp by pumping in water from the Potomac and getting rid of Obama's filters, right? and also by painting the, it's like the painting the roses red thing, except instead we're painting the reflecting pool blue, and it turns out the dark colors attract heat. So with more heat and with plenty of phosphates in that Potomac water, you're getting a massive bloom of algae, right? So he's created the swamp. It looks like a swamp. It feels like a swamp. Probably smells like a swamp. And then like they tried to get rid of the algae by pouring in hydrogen peroxide and bleach. It turns out that only achieved that only stripped the paint off of it, right? And now Trump is trying to say that Antifa desecrated the reflecting pool, chat. It's pretty crazy stuff. Pretty crazy stuff going on here. Is this what I'm looking for? Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go. But I want to turn your attention really quick before we get started on the whatchamacallit, on the gauntlet. I want to turn your attention, well, to this is the blast off tweet, chat. So I know how Hassan does these, right? Somebody sends him a meme. He puts the meme up as the picture. Well, here I'm gonna have to use my thumbnail as the meme here. And you know, people people like, retweet, and comment on his thread in order to boost it in the Twitter algorithm, right? And his is really like a blast off, but ours is more like a jailbreak, right? What do I mean by that? I mean, Elon hates it when you put a link in your on your tweet, right? He hates anything that takes traffic off of Twitter, because if you're gonna watch my live stream, I guess you're not gonna be on Twitter, right? So for anybody to even see this in the first place, we gotta have like 10 likes on it. So if you use the Hell site, if you have a Twitter account, I would very much appreciate you clicking on this, the pinned. I will also put it in chat for those of you who can't find the pinned. There's the link that I'm talking about. That is the blast off tweet. And if you want to interact with that, it would be massively helpful. Let's, oh no, I gotta restore the chat here. I thought they caught the leader of Antifa letting anti-fascists use his shower. Oh yeah, that right. Antifa shouldn't be a thing anymore because they're no longer able to shower. This is Webmaster's talking about the Webmaster's talking about, I guess this was in Oregon. Somebody was letting people that were protesting the ICE facility shower at his house, and they like declared this guy to be the leader of Antifa. They're like, we got him, we got the leader of Antifa. Do you reckon Trump thinks it's a swimming pool? I don't know. I wouldn't want to swim in that thing. Be like, somehow that reminds me of an idea I had for alt universe Kingdom Hearts with Nickelodeon characters. Oh, instead of Disney and SMT characters and themes, instead of Final Fantasy. Wait, like a dead fantasy, but what would this be? Shin Megami Hearts or Kingdom Megami Tensei, something like that. Anyway, that is the blast off tweet. If you want to help me out with that, it is something that I very much appreciate, because the only way that anybody sees this is if this thing gets jailbroken, and I've gauged it to what I think it is if you get 10 likes on a thread, I think that's when people start to see it, right? I think that's when it gets jailbroken. So if you want to help me out with that, you can do that over there. Now, we don't have a lot of time, but I am going to try to do... We don't have a lot of time. Do we have a lot of time? I don't know. I always want to assume that we don't have a lot of time. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. I guess we gotta go through this bad empanada shit too. All right, what are we gonna do? We're gonna give me 17 minutes. There we go. We got 17 minutes for me to get through as much Twitter stuff as I possibly can. And then after that time expires, we will start the show for real. So yeah, I noticed this, right? Bad empanada getting called out by Emo Morales for going after Miss Rachel. Now, if you read the tweet itself, these fake anti-Zionists think that you will get to build up pro-Palestine points by doing good deeds, and then you get to spend them on doing bad ones as a treat. Fucking idiots. Does anybody know what the controversy with Miss Rachel is now? And then if we look back at this thread from Emo Morales, right? Bad Empanada, I think, is in the replies here. All right, so Bad Empanada says, this post literally doesn't mention her, but that you think it's about her proves that you yourself think she's doing bad deeds. Jesus Christ. You're going to see this kind of argument come up time and time again from Bad Empanada, and it just gets more disingenuous, right? Emo Morales says, you QT'd a post that was specifically about her, right? So you quote tweeted, let's see, Bad Empanada quote tweeted this post right here. If you're understanding their arguments correctly, they're saying that she's if she's anti-genocide and uses her platform to donate money to Gaza, and then she clears the bar to get a free pass to say whatever she wants, even if it goes against Palestinian red lines, right? And this is to remember that when motherfuckers on here got mad at Miss Rachel for not saying she supports Hamas. You gotta understand, chat. Miss Rachel is a children's entertainer. The fact that she is talking about, Palestine at all is a minor miracle, and has gotten her, targeted. I don't know. Like, you want the Blue's Clues guy to be like, I don't know. I feel like our expectations of children's hosts have gotten a little out of the way. So yeah, chat, this 100% is about Miss Rachel. What then is this? What then is Bad Empanada doing here? I'll tell you what he's doing. He's assuming that you aren't gonna click here and here and here to see what this post is actually about, and you're just gonna take him at his words. Oh, I guess he wasn't talking about Miss Rachel at all. But if you think that he was, then she must really be up to no good. So there we got that with the Bad Empanada Miss Rachel thing. I'm not sure. There was an old video where he went over, I think, Lindsay Ellis's defense of Miss Rachel, and it seems like he might have changed the title now to just like say that we no longer stand with Miss Rachel, in case you were wondering. All right, what is this? Is this real, chat? Is this AI? Laura Loomer's too big to be. This has got to be AI. I think it's AI. Oh yeah. Anyway, so we got the reflecting pool stuff. Can you hear what she's saying? Pedophile dictator. Team Algae is the shirt and the sign. Yeah, she doesn't want them to erase the algae, so. But yeah, no, at this point, they're just kind of shit posting here about Trump's ridiculous waste of American taxpayer money. I saw Sagar and Jetty on Breaking Points this morning talking about, like, look, I want the city to look nice. I want for our monuments and everything to be, that we can all agree in beautification of the. No, we can't, asshole. right? I don't want to hear about beautification. I don't want to hear about reflecting pools or fucking ballrooms or anything until people can eat, until the people that they cut off of food stamps like get their food security restored to them, until the people they cut off of Medicaid get their health care restored to them, right? Shit is about to get bad after these elections. They timed most of the harm from the big beautiful bill to occur after the midterm elections, because they knew that this shit wasn't going to be popular. And again, this is the point with the pool, right? Is that Trump doesn't give a fuck about the American people. It has always been a problem. It's never been like a pristine pool. It's leaked and it's had problems with the fountains, but yeah, no, we can all agree here that Trump made it worse, and he's gonna have to resurface it. More on that in a second. What is this? During the 2026 World Cup, authorities asked anti-ICE protesters to leave spaces outside of the Atlanta Stadium prior to the Spain-Saudi Arabia matchup. Okay, nope. We can't have the music. We can't have the music. That's a pretty decent puppet right there. It sucks that free speech isn't allowed in America anymore. All right, so now this is a little bit about the Bad Empanada story for today. At least some of the bullshit that Bad Empanada is on. Just to give you a little teaser here, a little appetizer. Can everybody see this right here? Do you see the also on Team Algae, because Trump ruined the national monument and lots of granite to make a hideous pool where he wanted, like a really ugly swimming pool. Can people see this okay? I don't know if it's big enough. Maybe it depends on whether you're on a phone or on a computer, whether or not you're seeing this, right? I'm talking specifically about the avatar on this Discord account, right? Thread is at 11 now. Wait, what is that? Oh, nice. We got 11 likes. Awesome. I'm not sure. I can't tell. Can people see this? Or is this too small? Can people make out this image? I'm guessing by the lack of reaction that the answer is no. This is what sucks about Twitter, right? Normally you can increase the size of an image, but wait, sorry, PC. I'm on a PC. The vertical thing is kind of small. Okay. You can zoom in on your tablet. Yeah, I guess maybe phone. It's easier for phone people because you can zoom in. I don't know how to make it bigger. Other than, wait a minute. Let's see if I can do this. All right, I'm gonna give you like a copy the link maybe. All right, let's see if we can computer enhance this. It's over. Okay, no, you should be able to see it now. All right, so this is I guess a user in Bad Empanada's Discord, and that became controversial. That some of the people over there in the Bad Empanada Discord, this was like 8 months ago, I think, maybe even more, maybe like 9 or 10 months ago. This was a while ago, right? But yeah, this account was on the Discord. Some of the users of of the Bad Empanada Discord were uncomfortable, sharing a space with this person. Now, if I was a Bad Empanada minion, I'd be like, oh, you're uncomfortable because you want to protect Jewish feelings. You want to protect Jewish feelings, don't you know? I don't want to hang out with Nazis, all right? It's not about anybody's feelings. It's not about philo-Semitism or whatever the fuck you want to make it about, right? That's a fucking Nazi. And anybody who's worth their salt in that space needs to learn to call that out, right? Anti-Semitism, like, I don't know, you make an argument that like Islamophobia is like a more like dangerous and motivating force, like, putting more people in danger overall in the world right now. Sure. Right. But you can make an argument that accusations of anti-Semitism have been weaponized to try to shut down the pro-Palestinian movement. That's true. But you can't make an argument that, like, you gotta see the telltale signs of fascism and understand that even if these people are saying the same shit or are like saying fuck Israel and you're saying fuck Israel, right? Their fuck Israel isn't to help Palestinians out. Their fuck Israel is for a completely unrelated thing. And yeah, anti-Semitism is a great marker for who is a fascist, right? And look, when you start talking about goys and you're saying the same kind of stuff that Nick Fuentes is saying, when you make a big deal about like not respecting Jewish feelings or whatever. And look, I'm somebody that has said, yeah, I do think that Jewish supremacism is a thing in Israel. Definitely, right? Israel's a, ethno-religious state. Israel is a, is doing an apartheid, right? Yeah, absolutely. That country runs, and the powers that be in Israel, the far right, even the not so far right, it does have, that kind of an outlook, right? So it's an appropriate thing to say there, but we got to be able to chew gum and walk at the same time. And when you're not noticing that the person like fist bumping you, or in this case, paying for your content, right? Because this is like a members Patreon type of Discord deal, is in fact a fascist, and wants you dead just as much as they want other marginalized groups dead, right? Remember, who did they come for first in the poem? Who did they come for first? The communists. Yeah. Anyway, it's a pretty bad thing to see. I'm spending too much time on this though, because again, this is just the bonus content. I don't know if we'll get there. I don't know if we'll end up voting for this, but just to give you, and yeah, there's been this sort of back and forth between Bad Empanada and Uma Palma. Do we all know Uma Palma? It's a Dutch Twitch streamer, and has kind of been leading the charge on this. Now, Bad Empanada's got a claim about what this was all about. So here's the deal. Sorry, I should like tell you the story. The story is that some people on Bad Empanada's server, like this Olivia person, saw this and they were uncomfortable sharing the space with this person. They said, hey, we got to do something. We got a Nazi in our midst, right? Bad Empanada has done a video now where he claims that, like, so when they all start like crowing about like, hey, this guy's a Nazi, like, can we get this guy banned, right? Bad Empanada comes in and says, actually, I'm gonna ban all of you that are complaining about him. I'm gonna keep the blocky soldier guy, the Minecraft gore Nazi, who says it's just Ethan Klein with no makeup, right? That's his like, somebody's, why do you have that in his? It's just Ethan Klein with no makeup. Okay. We see what you're doing, buddy. We see exactly what you're doing. Oh my God, chat. I was supposed to be talking about the pool, the reflecting pool. Oh, bookmarks. How much time do we have left? Any time? 2 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, let's do as much as we can. I just wanted to give you a preview of what the Bad Empanada story is about. I might try to talk to Uma sometime on stream. I would love to get the whole story of what went on here. I'm not sure. I think Uma might have been kicked out along with these people that were complaining. And Bad Empanada's trying to... There was one person that I guess had done like thirst emojis in chat. The Bad Empanada said he felt uncomfortable about that they were like sexually harassing him. So he's trying to make it a little... Oh, so I'm not allowed to kick out people who sexually harass me. So men can't be sexually harassed. Is that the deal? Anyway, this back and forth we'll have to get into later. Oh God, we gotta watch this though.
So this is originally an 18+ server that at some point they decided to open up to kids. I
Wow, that's not dangerous at all. It's like making Hooters for children.
don't know when exactly or why, and my obvious suggestion
Don't worry, Nux will provide you with some really beautiful
Nuxtaku Discord server.
Icon artwork, like, you know, like the connect the dots drawing stuff. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. You know what I'm saying?
is to go back to that. I don't think that's too crazy or evil
So I
or
know
unfair
why.
at all. People have
Leaflet told me. And I don't necessarily agree with this opinion. This is just what she told me the mindset was. They don't want kids to go to Discord servers that like would be full of trans individuals and trans ideologies, and they would like to educate kids better.
And
Educate kids better with Lolicon.
what a
So no, this is Papa Gut. I don't find myself agreeing with this guy a lot. You know, he's very like, I don't know, Vosh, I guess would be not even Vosh. I don't think he even like is pretending to be a leftist. I think he's just like a centrist normie type. But he has some pretty bad takes on a lot of different things from being in the commentary community. But look at, this is too much for Papa God even.
Sorry, I just want to get this one straight here. Maybe I'm wrong. You're telling me that they had an NSFW channel where they would exchange fucking weird and shit to each other, but they wanted to open it up to kids because they would rather have a kid see some kind of nasty or whatever other content or whatever the fuck else they were putting in there, because that would be safer than them going and hanging out with
There might be a trans person. If you go in a server that doesn't have a lolicon, there might be a trans person there, and you might see trans people and think they're normal and think that if you don't feel like your gender like lines up with your sex assigned at birth, that could be a possibility for you to pursue gender affirming care. And that's the real fear, chat, not kids looking at lolicon and shotacon. No, it's trans people.
Gay or trans
people being
Gay and
normalized.
trans people aren't groomers, but your logic is, hey, if they're gonna get groomed, let's do it ourselves.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, it's an inevitability that kids get groomed. We might as well groom ourselves. That's your argument? Like, what the fuck is that? That's insane. These people are freaks. These people...
Oh my god. What the fuck is this even from? Oh my god. Okay, so anyway, that's Nuxtaku's server that I think he's talking about there. Oh god, this is more of the... Here's what actually happened according to Bad Empanada. You tried to take over my Discord server with your loser friends. One of which is a sexual harasser. You got banned, so now you're obsessed with me. Uma Palma replies, this is purely fictional retelling of events. I witnessed anti-Semitism and commented on a subreddit. I have never interacted with a single one of those people. So yeah, the people that he's calling a clique, like they apparently don't know each other, right? I haven't seen the, you know, and I don't think he kept like I don't think he retained the stream where he says he was sexually harassed. But yeah, no, people shouldn't be doing thirst emojis, you know, or making a, you know, coming on to a streamer, male or female, right? And but it's usually like, I mean, I've dealt with that too, and you know, the thing is, you know, would time somebody out, and if they didn't take the hint, if they repeated the behavior, you would ban them. It's not a hard thing. Instead, Bad Empanada, I guess, cut stream. So I'm wondering what really happened there. Streamers don't cut stream because one chatter makes them uncomfortable. So there might be something else that was going on there. And the way that Bad Empanada is talking about it in this video, which I don't know, maybe we'll get to. Can I click this without it taking the... No,
Did you know
it'll
that
just do
men can
that.
be sexually-
It'll just... Did you know that men can... Yeah, I do. Actually, it's true. There we go. Okay, so we'll open that up maybe for later.
Place. I upload video.
But yeah, it's an 8-month-old video that this comes from, and he's citing it here as like, you know, here's how you know what the real story is. So we'll take a look at that if we end up choosing Bad Empanada. But chat, oh my god, this shit is fun though. I gotta show you this. God damn it. Someday, chat, someday I will show you the reflecting pool. I think the reflecting pool story is really interesting. I think it is like emblematic of you know, what is wrong with Trumpism, with MAGA, with the Trump administration. It's almost like a freaking, you know, God, that looks like fun. Chat, is this in China? Why does China have all the cool shit? I mean, this is a little bit dangerous, but it looks like fun. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Yeah, the vandals are the one. It's Antifa that's desecrating the reflecting pool. They have a luge in New Zealand. It's fun. I don't even know what this is, but it looks like so much fun. It's like almost like bumper cars, but you combine it with like an alpine slide a little bit. It looks in, you're right, Jess. It does look very dangerous, potentially. But it also looks like a hell of a lot of fun. I don't know. Wait, Vietnam. It's in Vietnam. Those are, I recognize that. You'll see those flags all over Vietnam. It's just the flag. Sometimes you see hammer and sickle too mixed in with it, but it's usually just the star. It's usually just the Vietnamese flag. Okay, chat, I gotta find out where this is. I don't know. Should I chat? No, it's probably too dangerous. Chat, save me from myself. Save me from myself. Anyway, we are done now with the, we are appropriately gauntleted, and I think we can, yeah, that's where it ends, right? So we can get into Sean and his coverage of Ryan Black. Let's take a look at this. Oh wait, should I look at the poll first and see if it's updated? I'm supposed to keep an eye on this. Last time, I didn't let you know when there was like the last 20 minutes. I got like immersed in something, and then when I came back, when I looked at the timer again, it was 0. So like I try to let you know, you know, where the poll is at, what we're likely to get for bonus content, where we're at in terms of the. It's the perfect metaphor, isn't it? Yeah, the perfect metaphor for the Trump administration. Just don't go bungee jumping in Brazil. I saw that shit. That's crazy. As long as you wear a helmet, yeah, definitely want to wear some protective gear. You could mount a camera on it. Oh, I would love to do that. That'd be so much fun. Have a luge like this in New Zealand. Is it safe? Anyway, let me click over here and... All right, 47 votes. So yeah, about twice as many votes as we had earlier. I'm glad I checked. Still, we have the Brandon Sutton video, Candace's explosive Charlie Kirk theory in first place. Second place, we got the latest Bad Impa nonsense. I gave you a little taste of that, so it looks like more people are voting for that now. Third place, we got Colleen Ballinger's husband, ex-husband, doing some maybe unethical stuff, definitely some weird stuff. With a book talker, a booktuber, that involves like keeping their money, right? You know, signing them up to a 10% you know, take, but then you have to get paid by them and not YouTube. So I guess your payment comes later. That sounds pretty scummy. And then last but not least, Dogtober 7th, the story of Dimmy, the VTuber who was just trying to do some fun video games and got accused of having sex, getting railed on stream because incels cannot handle their shit, chat. Incels famously cannot handle their shit, but we got to deal with that later, chat. First, we got this Sean talking about Ryan Grimm, talking about actually a lot of people on the left. So let us see. White leftists have a racism problem. Surprise, surprise.
Anti-black racism, but that doesn't exist, right? What really, that kind of feels like anti-black racism, but that doesn't exist, right? What really exists is anti-white racism. And I know that it exists because I heard it from my favorite journalist, Ryan Grimm.
against my white
I
comrades, to
stand
all of these reverse racists,
with
I
my
say,
Caucasian brethren.
enough.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I do. So many anti-white racists are just walking around here on the left, and it's unfair. Hashtag white lives do matter. Right? I throw up the W. Brave, thank you. Anyway, you might be wondering how we got here. You might be wondering, Sean, what are you talking about? And are you asking also, some of you also might be wondering, Sean, did you see what was posted in the Discord and then immediately decide to go live? And the answer is yes. Yes, I did. I wasn't really doing anything. I was watching Suits with my mom. Then my mom took the dogs out for a walk. And I was sorting my magic book. And I was like, all right, we're gonna do it. But for those of you who don't know, I see a clip in the Discord.
V says,
I want to show you this clip, and I'm going to show you timestamp that somebody else
V says the version of this in New Zealand is safe-ish.
showed me in the chat just now. I'm talking about this. I see this clip that said, Ryan Grimm says he's glad Platinum won because it's forced progressives to confront bigotry against white men, comparing it to people coming out of the closet.
Is it a bit? Yeah, no, Sean is making fun of Ryan Grimm and people that think he's cooking when he says that. What is this? Ryan Grimm says he's glad Plattner won because it's forcing progressives to confront the bigotry against white men. Yeah, it's definitely a bit from Sean here, comparing it to people coming out of the closet. That's crazy. Can you imagine that, chat? Like somebody takes you aside and it's like, listen, this is so hard for me to say, but I gotta live my truth. I'm a white man. Okay? Please don't discriminate. Please don't discriminate against me.
To address homophobia. If he said this while he worked at the Intercept, HR would have pushed him into lava.
And a lot of people were dunking all over Chris Rabb for it. I think this is an important and needed conversation to have. That's one reason that I'm glad that Plattner's in the race, because he's forcing this conversation. And you can't, I don't think you can kind of force people, you can't force it back in, but what you can do is have that conversation. Like, and talk to people like, why are people so passionately supportive of Plattner?
Tease it
now,
out.
look, when it comes to Plattner, or even somebody like Brad Landers, I guess Brad Landers is controversial now. Brad Landers is a liberal Zionist, right? But my understanding is the person that he's going up against is a straight up Zionist. And again, you got to understand like the nature and the composition of the Congress, right? Same thing with Graham Plattner. I'm a little bit nervous about people trying to make him the next like hero of the Democratic Party. I really think we need to rely less on heroes and more on solidarity, and realize that the real heroes out there are the people that, the volunteer in these races, the people that are in the trenches, fighting for these candidates, right? And that no candidate's going to be perfect. Graham Plattner's got a lot of fucked up shit in his background, but compare that to Janet Mills, compare that to Susan Collins, obviously, you're going to, and compare it to the rest of the Senate, right? So, I mean, I'm a little bit maybe hard to understand for people because I try to look at this in a nuanced way. I try to, not, kind of, like, I don't want to excuse things like re-enlisting in Blackwater. That's fucked up, and that's fairly recent. But I do want to make the composition of the Senate slightly better. And yes, Graham Plattner definitely would do that. And in fact, like when you're talking about like his political positions versus like 95% of the senators out there, he is better on almost every issue, and the issues that he's not, he's maybe pushable on. So, I mean, this is like, I'm going to make both sides unhappy with that, but I'm just trying to read this dispassionately. I'm just trying to look at this realistically, not get caught up in the, sort of Messiah complex, the need that people have for somebody to come in and save them. And for all that to be like, Graham Plattner, or for Ryan's nonsense about like, I think it's time for an agonizing reappraisal where the Democrats realize that they're horrible to white men, that they're just hating on Graham Plattner because he's white. No, there's there's problems with the, there's issues with Plattner. That being said, there's issues with every fucking senator out there. The Senate is a total compost heap out there, and yeah, electing Plattner will make it slightly better. So yeah.
Yeah. And then get from people like, why do you hate him so much? Like, what is it like? Because for Rab, and for I think a lot of others, it's just aesthetics. It's like that he looks like somebody they don't like.
I think that's correct. I mean,
that's why I want.
Bro, you dog, suck my nut. Genuinely, like what Chris Rab said.
Wait, let me just rewind that. Wait, I feel like we missed. I'm just trying to make sure that all of chat is caught up on this and is not like, I do not perceive these takes at all. I do not understand what people are saying. That makes me think that I haven't done enough, enough of a synopsis on the outset of this, and I don't want people to have to be confused.
I think that's correct.
Because for Rab, why are people so passionately supportive of Plattner?
Tease it out, yeah.
And then get from people like, why do you hate him so much? Like, what is it like? Because for Rab, and for I think a lot of others, it's just aesthetics. It's like that he looks like somebody they don't like.
Wait, is Rab critical of Plattner? I haven't heard of this.
I think that's correct. I mean,
yeah, that he looks like somebody they don't like, right? That's what Ryan is saying, right? Have we heard this before somewhere? Does anybody remember when Vosh used to talk like this? Because this is a Voshian line of thought here. That like the left is not your social club. We need to stop gatekeeping people. And his theory was that, like, I don't know, if you're trans, femme, and brown, like you're somehow that you are gatekeeping people who are white, straight, cis, or male out of the movement because you maybe, I don't know, got bullied by people like that. It was very confusing, but essentially, his whole thing was he wanted to take a leadership role in the left. He wanted, trans people themselves to kind of take a back seat on trans rights issues, to shut up and sit down and to not criticize him when he goes in and uses, I guess, tactical misogyny against J.K. Rowling, a TERF who has been trying for the longest time to support her nutty theory that trans advocates are misogynist, right? That's what she's been trying to prove, and you can't find any examples of it because it doesn't exist, right? But when Vosh shit posts like, hey, get back in the kitchen and make me a sandwich, bitch, then J.K. Rowling has everything she needs to be, how I was saying this guy's pro-trans, look, and he's telling me to make a sandwich, right? We all know that Vosh is not serious about that, but J.K. Rowling's, people seeing her tweets do not. So you give J.K. Rowling what she wants. Vosh gets what he wants. He gets quote retweeted, and now he's in a beef with the, Queen TERF, right? Which helps his career out. Who gets fucked over though? Trans people. The people Vosh was pretending to try to help. So yeah, similar kind of thing going on here, I think, with Ryan. And again, Chad, if you got here late, Ryan has done great work with Dropsite. Ryan is an amazing reporter. He's a part of a unprecedented organization that has been responsible for breaking some huge and important stories, right? I would not take that away from him, right? I do think he's doing good work in that sense. But what I'm talking about is breaking points, and his Ryan is a commentator, right? A little bit. I'm liking Ryan as a commentator a little bit less than I'm liking Ryan as a reporter, right? So, and a lot of times he does kind of sit back and stick in facts, the fact zone. People are transvestigating J.K. Rowling. I did not hear that. I feel like the Plattner criticism from the left is aesthetic. I mean, he did decide to do real work for a war crime company and call me a softie, but I do think cheating on your spouse is bad. Oh, it isn't aesthetic. Sorry, it was supposed to say isn't aesthetic. It's more than aesthetic. Yeah, I think there are problems with Plattner. You should be aware of them. The biggest problem, is that his crisis management, right? The management of the crisis of the revelation of the tattoo and a lot of the Reddit stuff, although that was Oppo research, it belies maybe a guy that knew about the tattoo sooner than he admitted to. And look, if you get caught with something in a campaign, right, and it's real, like the tattoo was real, it's an actual totem cough, right? Maybe you got to come out with the whole truth and nothing but the truth when that happens. And I know it's a cleaner thing to say, look, I never knew anything about this until somebody brought it up. Look at this. I would have had it lasered. I think at some point he must have figured it out, right? And my concern there was that somebody's going to show a screenshot of text where he talks about the totem cough and recognizes it as a totem cough. That cooks his candidacy, right? Because then Graham Plattner is a liar in front of the whole country, right? Graham Plattner, same thing with Tim Walz, right? Tim Walz's lies were pretty minor, but they hurt him. They compromised him. They allowed Trump to make a target of him, like they're still doing it in Minnesota. So yeah, my advice to a candidate would just be like, look, dude, just be like, if you realized what it was in 2019 and you just haven't gotten around to changing it, you just, I know that doesn't sound good, but you gotta come clean at that point, because this like drip drop of oh yeah, I didn't know that at all, and here's text messages proving that you did know it. You don't want to see a candidate get caught in 4K dead to right, especially when they're in the general election running against Susan Collins, who, if you want to have investigations of Trump, if you want to be able to block Supreme Court justices, you need that seat. It's got to be won. So that's my main concern. But yeah, there's a lot in the Blackwater stuff that is not still vote for him. Yeah, I'm on the same mindset, Mitty. He knew when he got it. That's possible too. I mean, I don't think he's a Nazi. So first of all, let me just say, because I have to say this, I don't think he's a Nazi. I don't think he got it because he's a Nazi. I think he got it because he was a machine gunner and thought it was some bad ass shit. Like, thought he looked really cool with it, right? But yeah, I do suspect at some point, he must have been made aware of what it actually was, if not there in Croatia.
And that's why one.
Bro, you dog, suck my nut. Genuinely, like what Chris Rabbit said. If you didn't see yesterday, watch the show yesterday. But what Chris Rabbit said basically
Vicliff
was
super chatted $9.99. I'm sorry, I don't care about the tattoo. What I care infinitely way more about working for the modern SS. I know plenty of people who served in the military and none of them became a merc.
Right. And let me just break some hard truth to you. The Senate is full of horrible fucking people. Not just on the Republican side, but on the Democratic side too. And people that would look at his, career both as a machine gunner in the Marines and his, his signups, his re-signups to do, Blackwater stuff, right? And the other thing too, he's like, oh, it wasn't Blackwater. Yeah, that's right, Graham. They changed their name by then, but we all know that it's Blackwater, right? That's another thing that worries me in terms of his electability. That being said, nobody arose to, kind of take his place and to be more electable, to be like a version of Graham Plattner, saying the things that he says without all the baggage. And so we kind of got to deal with what we've got. But no, I am absolutely, kind of horrified with, he still had a Blackwater sticker right on his fridge at some point, right? There's a lot of issues there, but I gotta just like do a reality check with who's in the Senate, what kind of scumbags are in the Senate, and what they think about the U.S. military and how it should be used. Here's the real issue. Here's the fear I have right now, chat, is that the Democrats are going to criticize Trump for not winning the war against Iran, for not holding the line and forcing them to, kneel in a way that he couldn't possibly do because Iran beat the United States, right? I'm worried that if Trump starts to move towards peace and the Democrats are attacking him over that and saying that Iran is an enemy and why is Trump treating them like a friend, right? He'll be able to offload all of the, the hit from the war that he started, the war that Obama didn't start, to Democrats, right? To make it the Democrats' war. Does he become this guy without his bat? Wait, what guy? Do you mean?
Like, when it comes to Graham Plattner, it's obvious that he's getting a lot of leeway for his behavior that I wouldn't get as a black person because he is white. That's what's the crux of the conversation, right? And this is Ryan Grimm's response. Ryan Grimm is like, well, I think Chris Rabb actually feels like that because it's completely about aesthetics, right? He looks at Graham Plattner and
anybody got the Chris Rabb quote of what did Chris Rabb say about Plattner? I guess I didn't see this.
He's a white man, and obviously that's wrong and unjust.
Want that conversation because I feel like we can maybe break through.
It's a great conversation.
I just want to know what this guy, what does he become this guy? In what sense, right? What part of this guy? The guy that makes speeches that resonate with people?
For you in particular to have, because we've been talking about this for a long time. And
it's a flip side of back in the early 2010s and 2000s when the gay rights movement was gaining steam. What
the Barney Frank argument?
What people discovered, is that you've got a gay uncle.
Listen, Chatter, you can call me a liberal, you can't call me a liar. Call me a liberal, you can't call me a liar.
You actually, once people started coming out of the closet,
the Andrew Sullivan argument.
Yeah, once people started coming out of the closet, like, oh, that guy's gay. I love that guy. He's great, and my life is fine around him. This is the reverse for liberals. It's like, this is a white guy, and he's actually.
I hate to break it to you, Ryan, but the Democratic Party has no problem electing white guys. What the fuck are you talking about? This is like a Voshian argument. This is the guy that hears people talk about white men and he takes it fucking personally, right? Like, I mean, luckily he's not the guy that, like, somebody talks about slavery and he takes that personally. Or is like, why are we talking about this still, right? Like he's not like, he's not MAGA, but the idea that he is, that he thinks that there's an issue of acceptance of white men, or even, I don't know what you want to say about Graham Plattner. Like, is he talking about how Graham's coded? That Graham is coded as like a guy that you wouldn't expect to be pro-trans rights? Is that what we're saying? Like that he vibes like a chud? And Ryan is like, this is a great, superpower that this man has. And I actually don't think he vibes like a chud. You know what he vibes as? Like a well-meaning, but a well-meaning SRA guy, the SRA, the Socialist Rifle Association, that has maybe some unpacking to do. That's what he reads like. And it's a little insulting to, I don't even know who the fuck he's trying to insult here. Women, trans people, black and brown people that we're like not accepting, that we will only like, what are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about? Right. A lot of the reason that Joe Biden was chosen, after they eliminated Bernie, or before they eliminated Bernie, they coalesced around Joe Biden, was because he is somebody they thought that that Hillary lost because she was a woman. So they were like, we got to get a white dude. But then we'll throw the white dude will throw a bone by saying, I will choose a black woman as my vice president. And maybe Ryan is just really, really into DEI and is a stickler for. Well, we'll see what he has to say about DEI in a second here. I think that comes up as well. He's the most New England guy ever.
Actually, pretty nice.
A big burly combat vet.
But it's not like we haven't had New England guys in the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, like John Kerry, Ted Kennedy, right? Fucking John like, right, there's no issue with like New England guys, even like, I don't know, New England like bros getting into the politics. A lot of white guys I know are just chuds who squandered their privilege, but don't think twice about it.
Big burly combat.
Also, you peeped that he called Chris Rabb a liberal here, by the way. Chris Rabb was actually a member of the DSA, right? Graham Plattner disavowed being like a socialist, disavowed being left wing. You are a liberal. You are a racist, chatter, and I don't take racist opinions seriously. And so is Ryan Grimm. I'll stop bearing the lead. So is Ryan Grimm. Ryan Grimm's a racist. Ryan Grimm is a racist. I had this inkling 8 months ago, a year ago, right? This qualifies it for. This verifies it. Right, Ryan Grimm. Ryan, thank you, Chris Rufo. Right, thanking a Nazi. Thank you, Chris Rufo, for killing affirmative action or DEI because it was impeding class consciousness. Like that is a racist sentiment, and this also is like we're not talking more about a white men. We need to be talking more about white men. Please, let's talk more about white men. We need to center white men's feelings. And why that chatter got so mad at me.
The thing that blows my mind is him comparing it. Does anybody want to steel man him comparing being a white man to, I don't know, being gay in the 80s, in the 70s or 80s? Like, I'm trying to understand where did he even get that? Like, what a weird connection to make, right? And you obviously don't come out as white. You don't come out as male. Like, right? You're you know, you're at the seat of privilege. And you're in here saying, like, implying that you are, you know, discriminated, like, minority group within. So what this ultimately boils down to, and what this boiled down to with Vosh, is like, hey, minorities, right? I know you've been discriminated against, but you need us to save you. This is the edgy boy messiah complex all over again, back in POG form, not in, you know, freaking bread tube as Vosh was, but in somebody who is a very important figure on the left. I would say mostly because of the reporting, the stories that he breaks, but has become increasingly influential as a Twitter account and you know, a commentator. And once we start to get into like what his commentary actually is, it's like it's not great.
It's because I'm not doing that, and I don't do that. Chatter is a white person. I guarantee it. That Chatter is a white person, right? Post your arm in your unban request if you're not, but she won't do that because you're bitch made. Chatter is a white person, right? And white people get mad when they are not the center of the conversation. White people, you know when people say like, it's not 2020 anymore. We moved past woke one. Woke one was so long ago. We're not doing it anymore. That's because they hated woke one because they were not the center of the conversation. There is not a single white person who says that, who is not resentful that black people had a little bit of attention during 2020. Not a single one. Anybody who looks back at woke one and is like, yeah, we're not in that anymore. We're in a different state. We're in woke 2.0. We're in dark woke. That is from resentment. They resent that they are not the center of the conversation. And they hate anybody who tells them this truth. So they push them out of the movement. That's it. They push them out of the movement. It's silly. It's silly. And Mons, you can check that chatter too. Probably a Hassan chatter. You cannot call me a liberal if you're a Hassan chatter. I'm more left-wing than Hassan is, bro.
Well, heteronormative white guys are not underrepresentative. Lol, I don't care about any of this. Then please explain to me what the fuck is going on with what was that brain fart of like it's like coming out as gay. Now more and more white men are gonna be coming out and saying, hey, I'm a white man, and that's okay. I've pride in my white. Oh shit. I'm proud. I'm a proud white man. I don't know what, I can't understand the parallel.
I am more leftist than dishonest.
No, look, what you're saying is that, like, look, we got to work together, Mitty. I 100% agree with you, and I'm trying to get back to that, right? But we got to understand that the only way that you can congeal class consciousness, solidarity, and all that stuff, because we do in fact have a world to win. The only way that we get there is with dudes like Ryan learning something, unpacking something, dealing with something, right? And no, this is not a humiliation ritual or anything. This is just, you know, this is the preconditions to any of that stuff, to actually being able to have that solidarity, right? You know, some sort of Proud Boys way. Yeah, they're proud of your boys. I am black and I hate woke one because it let a lot of black conservatives ride to power, different from black Republicans. For example,
I just want to point that out very clearly right now, right? And I like
Ryan is the foot and mouth guy, and like I said, he does good reporting, and I would, you know, I would love to see some kind of low stakes conversation, if not between Ryan and Sean, then between Ryan and somebody that's got the missing pieces that he does not have.
Hassan. No beef at Hassan. No beef. And that's fine. That is okay. But you cannot call me a liberal. You cannot. You cannot do it. Because that's racist. You are a racist. Like, this.
And what he's saying, okay, just to be, all right, because maybe it's not clear here. What he's saying is that if I'm not showing any signs of liberalism, and you know, you think that my you think that my concern about racism on the left makes me a liberal, right? Then that's racist. Like, people mix up being, so here we got to go back to Hillary Clinton, don't we, to really understand this? I think we do, right? Hillary Clinton utilized her identity and the idea that you know, that she represented black voters, and Bernie did not. She used that as a fucking fig leaf over her basically, you know, centrist, you know, her ultra conservative brand of democratic politics, right? She doesn't want to do shit for the working class. So what she'll do is like, I'm about the women, I'm about the gays, I'm about the black people, right? And Bernie over there is a bunch of fucking dude bro frat boys. Okay, that's the Bernie bros over there. Yeah, that was bullshit. And there's still scars on that. Richie Torres is an example. Yeah, I haven't really followed his career enough to be able to speak to that, Jeddah, but I'll take a look. Round 2 with Sam Cedar, but this time, wait, not MTG. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, Pokemon Go to the billionaire bunker. Yeah, to the secret cult that Peter Thiel's forming.
This is just true. Black people are liberals. White people who will disagree with Hassan are ultra. That's the divide. If you're black and you disagree with Hassan, you're a liberal. If you're black and you disagree with Ryan Grimm, you're a liberal. If you're white and you disagree with Ryan Grimm,
but see, do you see? And that's why I think people are reacting to, you know, what Sean says, or what this is why I think they're reacting with the, like, oh, you're a liberal, right? Because you've gotten used to seeing liberals use identity as a fig leaf, and that did happen in 2016 under Hillary Clinton, right? And anybody that was trying to, you know, burnish like Kamala's reputation in 2020, you know, and call you racist for calling her cop Mala, you know, was doing that too. So that's a real thing that did happen, right? But we cannot be like seeing that everywhere. Not everyone who cares about black people, trans people, women, etc. is doing a Hillary Clinton, right? Some of them are trying to do you know, they're trying to form Voltron with you, but you can't form Voltron when you're carrying this baggage, right? And in the best case scenario, you know, you're able to connect on that level. And 43% of New Zealand is up for private sale. Wait, what? What's going on in New Zealand? remember Ryan did this interview of Shame with Sam Cedar over the tweet? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, it's weird how didn't they just like keep their disagreement till the very end or something, and then they had a disagreement on what the origins of COVID. There's been a few things that the Majority Report has kind of given side eye of towards Ryan over, but they're still friends. They're still working together. Marjorie wasn't even all that concerned with the genocide. Oh no, yeah, absolutely. Supposed to take Too Raw, Too Real seriously. Wait, what is Too Raw, Too Real? Voltron was the king of the Birdmen. Wait, like the Feathermen in Flash. Oh, okay. In Flash, I've never seen that. Or wait, no, is that the one with the guy that's got the he's got the goatee like that, and he kind of looks like the guy from what the fuck is that show? Brock. So I can't remember what it's called. Chat. What is that show with like the muscular guy named Brock that has a murder face? Ryan thinks COVID was a Chi-Com lab leak. Wait. Oh, Brian Blessed. Wait, the guy from Flash Gordon had a bushy beard? I know who Brian Blessed is. Kind of. Thanks to the Yogscast.
Same metric.
Thank you. Yeah, it's the Venture Brothers mask off cash out art. And Davy, you got it at the same time. You got it. Yeah, chat is on. I just couldn't. It's been so long.
You are an ultra. Your differences with your Renaissance left-wing beliefs. I'm not going to get into it too much.
And that's kind of my problem also with Hassan calling Bad Empanada and his followers ultras, right? I get that he does sometimes get, what he views to be non-productive criticisms from, from time to time, but when he starts calling like Bad Empanada an ultra, you're kind of missing a really one of the most deleterious aspects of Bad Empanada. It's not that he is to the left of you or he's some kind of like, got some kind of I get why Hassan sees this as like a purity I hate the phrase purity test, right? But you're kind of giving something in to somebody that is actually more right-wing than you in some pretty important ways. And I wish that Hassan would recognize that. I think he does. I mean, like in his last, he did go over the FD signifier conversation. Confused about the Voltron reference because I'm old. Voltron was a robot. I don't think that this is, I thought this was a boomer reference though, wasn't it? The Voltron, that's like an 80s cartoon. Like, but it's like the Power Rangers. I should have said the Power Rangers, right? They do a Megazord, right? They all get together in the Megazord. But what if there was like a racist or like a Power Ranger that was like slightly racist but didn't realize it, and then they can't form Voltron because the racism is keeping the pink and the, I don't know. But yeah, it's a giant robot. It's slightly smaller lions. They form together into like that's what I mean. Chat is you don't beat capitalist as yourself. You beat capitalist as Voltron. You beat capitalist as the Megazord. You beat capitalist as Featherman. Yeah, there we go. There's a reference that chat may or may not know. Voltron Netflix series 2015 is really good. And it's a particular style of manga art too that the characters that I think is the other point of interest with Voltron. Like a racist Ratatouille, he's missing out on so many cuisines. There's another, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I want to do. I think he'd look at Ratatouille if I use that as a metaphor, some kind of a humiliation ritual of like the minority is the rat that's actual chef. Like making your mid recipes actually pop, right? I don't know if he'd be amenable to that metaphor, but I think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I'm not gonna get too deep into it, right? Because it's not like a huge gap or whatever. But I just the philosophy on electoralism. Hassan subscribes to Let's Read Voting. I don't. But because I talk about Black issues and I come from a Black perspective, because FD, I'm saying in terms of self-identification and advocacy, because I've never heard FD embrace socialism, just progressive policy. I think FD definitely was like more liberal than Hassan was 2 years ago.
So just to make it really clear, because I don't know if I said explained him saying, if you call me a liberal, you're a racist, right? Some people might see that as a thought terminating cliche, or definitely Sean trying to shut down discourse. I just want to point out that what he's saying is that if you treat any marginalized group standing up for their community within the left and not taking, the bullshit of people who still have stuff to unpack, if you call that a liberal, right? If you equate that with Hillary Clinton, then you are just going to be, I don't know, almost like functionally racist, even if it's not, what your intent is, or it's not in your heart, right? If you are not like, if you are just like, it's also putting people in the box, like we talk about, like the Innuendo Studios video of how conservatives are able to disregard people's opinions, because if you can, like, oh, you're just a feminist, oh, you're just a this, you're just a that, right? Same way with you're just all about the identity politics, becomes a similar kind of thought terminating cliche. I am named after, wait, Stavi? Remember when Grimes was like Elon? Wait. Oh yeah, it was like, Elon, I love you. This is not in your heart. They were lions. Oh yeah, the Voltron ones. Yeah, what were the Power Rangers? Weren't they like different animals and stuff? Is Voltron where all that shit comes from? Is that like Voltron is like is it Voltron like the original Super Sentai type deal? The problem is that the left, mostly the white side, believes that whenever minority communities try to advocate for their specific plight, they are immediately regarded as some kind of a op.
But, and this is a problem with people, and I'm talking about Black people, not you, obviously, T-Blaze. I know you're Black.
Oh,
right? But like,
Captain Planet. Yeah, they formed Captain Planet, right? It is kind of like a Voltron.
The problem is that like Black people's positions can never change, right? FD was more liberal than both me and Hassan at one point, and now, right, at his own admission, he's done more research, right? Time has passed since the election, and he's now more...
Super Sentai is the original... Wait, when was Super Sentai? What's the original Super Sentai? Or like, when was it?
More leftist, right?
Ooh.
He's...
Wait, it's Ultraman? That's the original origin of Sentai? Wait, wasn't Ultraman just one dude? Was there like more people that went together to form Ultraman? Gundam is the origin of the giant human piloted robots. The Spider-Man show from the 60s was the origin of Super Sentai? That's what became Super Sentai? I don't know, Chad. Apparently I don't know either. Like, right, I'm not... I thought I knew about this shit.
Changed his position. He's moved on his position. Right? Now he's also like against Let's Read Voting. Right? He's anti-Let's Read Voting. And that's where the difference lies. Right? So that's the issue. But in the minds of racists, right? Because I'm going to
Okay, so D-Boy says we're really talking about like the kaiju genre as the... Well, I mean, wait, it's the kaiju genre, which is like Godzilla. Is Godzilla the origin of kaiju? And then Ultraman was like, let's have a kaiju fight against like a super guy. Did Ultraman just become really big? Was it just like a dude that could like become tall like a monster and then fight the monsters? Because I think I've seen like a little bit of Ultraman, and I remember it wasn't like a team. It was just one dude, I think. I thought Sentai was just man in a leotard. Oh wait, so like Tuxedo Mask then from Sailor Moon would count as a Sentai in that sense?
It is. I'm not saying white.
Wait, no, he didn't have a leotard. He had a tuxedo. That's why he's called Tuxedo Mask. Oh.
In the mind of racists, right? Black people occupy a very specific role in the political class, right? It's, you know, you have white people who are allowed to be Nazis, white people who are allowed to be like moderate Republicans, white people who are allowed to be centrists, and then you have liberals who, some white people who just care too much about black issues are there, but then all black people are there. And then you have white people who are allowed to be socialists, and then white people who are allowed to be communists. You know
Wait,
what I mean?
it's that Japanese Spider-Man show that's the original Super Sentai. Ultraman is tokusatsu. They have overlap, but they're different. I need to like research this more. Ultraman started out as an alien hero that would grow to face off against a kaiju. Later in the series, he would do so at various sizes. So Sentai is like just a team. The genre tokusatsu is just, it means that guys in rubber suits, okay, like Ultraman, Godzilla, Kamen Rider, Super Sentai. Me too, Rave. My hungry ass is reading that as tonkatsu. Me too. Me too. I didn't ever try, like, right, because it's not generally tonkatsu is not vegan, but there is like a vegan place out here that does a vegan tonkatsu, and it's one of my favorite dishes they have.
And that's it. That is it. So if you are a black person and you disagree with a white person on anything, you are automatically reduced back into this box of being a liberal. And that is it. That is your only political ideology that you can exhibit. And that's the issue. That's the problem. But these people will just close their ears to it, and they'll be like, yeah, no, you're a liberal, you're a liberal, you're a liberal. When they are supporting liberal establishment candidates. Or not established. They're supporting liberal candidates, right? They're supporting progressive, which is still liberal candidates. They're supporting...
Tonkatsu just means pork in Japanese. Oh, I always thought it was like the dish where it's, I don't even know. Yeah, maybe pork. That makes sense.
Social Democrats, which are still liberals, right? They have historical...
But isn't it like cut in a certain way and like seasoned in a certain way? Or like whenever, like, I don't know, whenever I see it as a dish. But then again, I haven't been to Japan yet, so maybe it's maybe it does just mean pork. Super Sentai doesn't have to be a team like Kamen Rider usually does. Oh, Kamen Rider usually does not have a team. Oh yeah, I know, he's just like a dude on a motorcycle kind of. Nor does he grow huge, but he is a Super Sentai. So does he just fight normal sized dudes, or does he have to fight like the big dudes and somehow attack? Does he like Attack on Titan them? Oh yeah, isn't Attack on Titan kind of somehow linked to this? Or like Attack on Titan is basically Evangelion with giants, right? And but then the, like, if you're like a little dude fighting the big dudes, like that's kind of AOT coded, right? Ramen Rider, oh my god, I want some ramen. That sounds so good. He fights normal dudes. I mean, somebody's gotta fight the normal dudes. They're not all gonna be giant kaijus. Kamen Rider is the singular reason I get Super Sentai and Tokusatsu mixed up. Attack on Titan is the late stage flesh mecha anime. Yeah.
Historically supported the Social Democrats, who are liberals. They are supporting people who are aligned with the establishment, right? Or who will align with the establishment, right? They're engaged with an electoral framework, which is inherently neoliberal. Like, stuff like that. I don't do that, but I still get called a liberal because they are the bestest of boys because they are white.
Let's read this really quick. I just wanted to add that it's obvious to a lot of white leftists that leftism to them is not about a coherent political ideology, but centered around what they personally like. If they like something, then it must be leftist because they are leftists. And if they don't like it, it must be liberal because they are not liberal. This is why the phenomenon occurs. They view any critique they disagree with to either be liberal in nature when from a black person, or liberal in practice or / serving liberalism when it comes from a white person. Fire ant invasion? Wait, oh no, fire ants are scary. I have such a Ramen Rider Tonkatsu can be your drag name. I mean, I'm hungry now, legit. When I was a kid, right? my like I had a family member that lived in Florida, and we would always go down there to visit. And I remember seeing like these kind of what looked like sand dunes in his like really small sand dunes. And I always wanted to go up on a sand dune and see if I could like ski down it, because it kind of looks like a ski mountain sort of, but with sand. And so I got up on this mound, and guess what it was? It was a fire ant mound. And those fire ants were like all over me. And I guess that was pretty dangerous, right? Shouldn't have done that. I was a silly little kid.
That is it. Let's continue with this conversation.
The reverse for liberals, it's like, this is a white guy, and he's actually pretty nice.
A big burly combat vet.
Big burly combat vet.
Someone
and
you
he's
could
in
see
your
with
family.
Joe Rogan.
And he's fine. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. Like the current cultural divorce between kind of progressives and white men is so like stark.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember?
Those are right-wing talking points. And this is what I mean. I feel like, I don't know if it happens just culturally on the show. What I mean is like, it's the culture of the show, just the way that their group dynamic works. That when Sagar or Emily gives in on, yeah, I guess JD Vance isn't as good as I thought. Yeah, I guess like Trump, is not gonna, do shit for, people's the affordability of the country. When they grant a point on the left that somehow Ryan feels obliged to be like, yeah, and you're right. What'd you say, Sagar? That the left have an absolute allergy to white men, and we got to get over this. This is like, I don't know where, or if this is just like, these are really like his thoughts, and this is who he is, and you never really notice because most of the time he's breaking important stories, which we love, and or he's criticizing some very far right shit, which you gotta. Fire ants can suck. We have bull ants, calamine lotion. Yeah, I think that's what wait, did my uncle have that though? No, I think he only had aloe. If it had been my grandmom though, she would have had the calamine. My grandmom, I remember, was like always stocked full of calamine lotion from like 20 years ago. This is a great thing about my grandmother is she wants to spoil her grandkids, but her memory wasn't so great. And she would sometimes because my parents, if I asked them, can I get this sugary cereal? They'd be like, put that back. What are you thinking? No, of course you can't have the sugary cereal. Right. But my grandmom would be like, oh, you like the Cocoa Puffs, right? Yeah. And actually I've never had them before. Okay, well, I'll get you Cocoa Puffs. Right. But then if I got Cocoa Puffs when I was staying with my grandmother, then like 6 months later, when my cousins came to stay with the grandmother, the Cocoa Puffs will still be there, and they also are in the same situation where their parents don't allow Cocoa Puffs, so they're gonna try the Cocoa Puffs, not knowing that grandmom's had those around for 6 months, and they're nasty and stale and moldy, and you probably shouldn't eat them, just like the calamine lotion that she's got in a fucking literal container that is rusting, right? Because she just doesn't, it's hard for her to keep track of time. Right. He did get a go to bat for Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm trying to remember that. Oh, this is what this argument with Sam Cedar was about, right? Maybe we could take a look at that. Chickweed sounds like something a frat bro would decline to smoke. Yeah, he only smokes the Sigma weed, right? He's got to have the Sigma weed. Wait, I'm trying to remember now. Chickweed, is that the thing that grows, is a yummy microgreen? Okay, wait, no, so it's not what's the thing that grows like underwater in like rivers and stuff? There's like, I can't remember what it's called.
Literally yesterday.
But apparently it's like a really good protein or some, it's like a super high end protein. Duckweed, yes, thank you. Atomically powered. See if Quaximus was here, Quaximus probably would have mentioned that. Ryan agreed he was wrong. Oh, okay. In the debate with Sam over MTG. Kelp is great too. Yeah, especially it's got iodine. And yeah, it's very nutritionally dense.
Okay? People were yelling at me when I said the entirety of the political landscape is centered and catered around
Chickweed tastes like a mix between pea sprouts and corn. Oh, I gotta get me some of that.
the experiences of white men. Remember when I said that literally yesterday? And chatters who were like, that's not true. That's not the case. And this is Ryan Graham being like, yeah, I feel like we as progressives, we need to focus more on white men. There's a divorce between what progressives talk about and how they talk about white men. He's saying it, his own words, right now. This is Interpol, but for white men.
Wait, kelp is neither an animal, fungus, or a plant. We simply do not know how to classify it? Like bull kelp? I thought it was just an aquatic plant or like an oceanic plant.
Right? But it's not seen as that because white men are the default. Right? Right? But then like leftists, or I would say racists, get mad when they're like, when you try to correct that disparity, and they're like, well, why are you not thinking about the white man? Why do you want to seem to help out everybody except for strays?
Chat, do you know what I want to try out? And I promise I'll stop talking about food after this, okay? I know somebody in chat's probably getting annoyed by this. Yeah, Sean's right, and it's time we acknowledge him, right? Because he's like the old, like I've had similar criticisms about Ryan Graham for a long time now. I don't see anybody really bringing them up or even noticing them, and so it makes me feel a little bit less insane to see Sean noticing some of the same things. And but yeah, here's the one last thing I'm gonna say. All right, I just noticed that outside of my apartment, right, they have planted. Oh my God, chat! What is it called? It's like a ginger flower or something. Here, I'll show it to you. If I can find it. Ginger flower? No, it's not that one. The thing that's interesting about... Yeah. Zingiber Zerumbet? Whoa. Almost got scared by my own stream alert. That would be crazy. That's never happened before, has it? Also known as awapui or beehive ginger. Mature cone-shaped flowers can be squeezed directly to release a natural sudsy fragrant sap used to wash hair and skin. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. Oh my God, why is it always a tiny picture? Why does Google Images have so many like 168 by 200 pixels? Like it's like, seriously. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, chat. This plant right here is growing outside of my apartment. And it's not, I mean, it's obviously like the building is, they own it. It's not mine to do anything with, but apparently if you squeeze this thing, like if you kind of like milk this thing, it will produce a soapy, goopy goo, and you can wash your hair with this goo. And I very much want to try washing my hair with the goo inside the... Here, let's see if I can find it. That's not it. John Short says, my mom takes spirulina and chlorella, sorry, naturally, also naturally nutrient dense. What? I'm getting commercials now, chat. I'm getting advertised to here. What am I trying to find? Ginger soap. No. There we go.
If you come across this magical plant in the wild, you won't be able to resist squeezing it. This plant belongs to the ginger family and...
Okay, that's not copyrighted music. That's like YouTube music. But look at
It's
that.
called awapuhi. Just a gentle squeeze releases a large amount of juice from the awapuhi. Many people use the juice from this plant to wash their hair, referring to it as shampoo ginger. Some apply the juice directly to their hair, while others collect it in bottles to use later when they need to shower. This plant is widely cultivated in tropical regions like...
Anyway, this plant grows right outside of my house, and I know I shouldn't do it. I know I shouldn't squeeze it. It's not mine to squeeze, but I desperately want to squeeze it because I want to see if it works as shampoo.
Cis white men, able-bodied white men.
Sorry, chat. I'll shut up about food now.
Why do you want to help everybody else except for them? It's just like, but because they don't see the benefits that they get in society, and they resent Black people, right? For the fact.
D-Boy, honestly, I've noticed this dynamic across the progressive movement. The moment any minority foregrounds an issue that affects us, we are immediately regarded as libs. And yeah, this all goes back to Hillary Clinton and the quote-unquote Bernie bros, and actually kind of Chapo Trap House, I would say, is like patient zero of this whole anti-identity politics movement, which it breaks my heart to say because I am actually like a old school fan. Old school, I don't know. I appreciate Chapo. I appreciate their humor. I appreciate their commentary. And I even think that what they were saying at the time was right and appropriate towards the Clinton campaign. There was a famous moment where when it looked like Bernie might win, I think it was Matt Cushman that said something like, Chrisman? Wait, why do they call him Kush? Anyway, some Chapo head will explain it to me, but he said, look, we're not against like working together with the Democratic Party centrist liberal establishment, all right, to take down Trump, but first they got to bend the knee. And oh my God, did that ever get mischaracterized, right? Oh, so women and minorities need to bend the knee to the white Chapo, douchebag, hipsters, Brooklyn hipsters, right? It was just like, it got bad, but that they weren't actually trying to say all that. They were just saying like, look, obviously it's they're not even the progressive, but it is the, SOCDEM portion of the Democratic Party under Bernie that's got the motion. And, if you are down to clown, come on in, but we don't want to hear any more of this neoliberal nonsense that's produced multiple Republican presidents. You guys suck. You lost. You need to move on. You need to like, right. It's like, you need to let other players on the court, I think was what the point that they were trying to make. But yeah, because of that big battle and, how they were attacked and called racists and, mischaracterized, it is still like a sore spot. And you get a lot of people that will hear wait, somebody just said this, like D-Boy said, we'll hear a minority group foregrounding their issue and say, wait, what will they say, Chad? Well, I think we know exactly what they will say. It's going to take me a second to find it. All right, they'll say this.
Liberal, happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
Okay, maybe they won't say all of that, but they'll say at least part of that, and that is that's an impediment to solidarity, which is what we want to reach. We do want to be able to work together. We do want to be able to move as a unit, right? But a lot of what is required for that is, people that maybe have not understood, how something like racism, how something like white supremacy, how misogyny, actually works, to just take a moment, take a breath, and calm their egos down and actually listen to. And I know that people hate this too. It's like, oh my gosh, listen to minorities. No, we can't do that. Doesn't that mean I have to listen to Candace Owens too? No, it does. Well, I mean, listen to her and then notice that what she's saying is conspiracy minded bullshit and maybe reject it on that basis rather than, just this, because the the path of least resistance seems to be to ignore minorities. Yeah, even in the Democratic Party. So not only is Ryan, exhibiting some kind of weird persecution complex, but what he's saying in terms of, the tides, the structure, the hierarchy of democratic politics and of the left in general, it's actually backwards from what he thinks it is. It's a group of people that still have a lot to unpack, and the inability, like what he's feeling about that reservation that people might have, just on, I don't know how real this is, right? But that comes from something, right? There's a reason that minorities feel like that, and it's because even on the left, there's still a lot of people with a lot to unpack, even good intentioned people, before you can really they can really congeal the movement, right? And it's not going to come from minorities need to sit down and shut up. Come on, you should know better than that. That's not the answer. That's not the answer. You shut up about your identity. We're gonna pull the rising tide will lift all boats. People have heard that shit before, chat. That's a phrase that Booker T. Washington liked to use. Booker T. I don't want to get too much into this, but Booker T. Washington was kind of in some ways, the original black conservative.
La 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 la.
I'm sorry, the Alex Jones things.
Fact that they were
it cracks me up.
Attention for 2 years. That's it. That's literally what it is. That is literally what
is that?
There's a reason that they were the focus of the attention for 2 years.
A take from a dude who once earnestly tried to convince me that police brutality wasn't racialized in the US, our best and our brightest. This is Ryan Grimm's former employee.
That's it. That's literally what it is. That is literally what it is. There's a reason why when I say something, everybody gets all open arms about me being a liberal, but Hassan will echo that exact sentiment 3 months later. Then they're like, yeah, that's base. That's true. That's right. That's so correct.
With
Family.
Joe Rogan.
And he's fine. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. Like the current cultural divorce between kind of progressives and white men is so like stark that it's just culturally, morally, ethically wrong, but also just pragmatically from a political perspective, you can't build a national party.
Yeah.
If you
does he not understand that the backbone of the national party is black women in terms of who is there to to get people to the polls, in terms of who is oftentimes working at the polls? Does he not understand that? Like, I don't know. This is kind of crazy, even from a Democratic party politics perspective, let alone any kind of leftism that wants to actually forge bonds of solidarity, right? It's incumbent upon people with some access of privilege to recognize that their identity is not the default. It's as simple as that. It's not a humiliation ritual. It's not a knee-jerk reflex. It's not anything like that. It is just the basics of being able to be in community with people. Starts with understanding them, starts with listening to them. And there's still, not enough of that on the left. The backbone of both parties in general is women running the ground operations. True.
Assume every white guy, or every white guy with a deep voice as a combat vet or whatever, is like out to get you.
What the fuck? Is anybody put off by Graham Plattner because he's got a deep voice? Is that a thing?
About him in a way that implies he does have sort of built-in problems.
Nobody's telling like Graham Plattner to go to like voice lessons, to like feminize his voice. I don't fucking know. I hate his voice for real.
So
just inherent toxicity or something.
Yeah, whether
buddy, because
Legalized Ranch says no, it's more like the Nazi tattoo.
Plattner does. Like, this is not even a conversation about like you know, maybe the way that we talk about like white men being like calling them like colonizers or whatever, maybe that's unproductive. It's not even that conversation. Graham Platter is that guy. Graham Platter is a colonizer. He went to a like objectively speaking, he joined an occupying army multiple times, being fully aware that it was bad, went to other nations and did exactly violent colonialism.
There's a lot about Graham Plattner which is a little bit incomprehensible. Like, right, when you think about, he went to a anti-war protest, okay, after I think getting out of the Marines, and then did he re-enlist after that, or was it just Blackwater after that? Either way, it's kind of incoherent. Like, I would love to know more about what Plattner is actually about, you know, where he's coming from, but he's kind of trying to, you know, sweep this stuff up instead of, and there is, you know, I don't want to completely, I don't want to deny that there are, you know, instances where he did, you know, he talked to people, that, you know, that were harmed by stuff that is represented in the things that he said, right? And has apologized and listened and done that work, right? But, you know, I mean, like, if anything, he's kind of moving away from the left, right? Because they're in the midst of all that Oppo research, right? There's a lot of shit like you know, there's a lot of shit that sounds bad and it sounds right wing and it sounds like he hasn't learned anything. And then there's also some shit where, you know, he's, you know, he was part of the Socialist Rifleist Association. He was, you know, some of the things that he said in 2020 are being, you know, he's being attacked for being radical on, right? So that's what I mean about the incoherency. And I would just love it to kind of come into focus a little bit more for him. It seems like he just loves killing. Well, couldn't believe people were saying that's like a lot. You ever hear the song Alice's Restaurant? It's a Arlo Guthrie tune. They used to play it on my radio station every Thanksgiving, and it's a story about two kids getting drafted to go to Vietnam, and they're trying to get out of the like draft. So I think they like, you know, what do? They like sit in the same clothes for like months and months and months. They piss and shit in the clothes ostensibly, and like they try to get out of it by seeming crazy. And when, you know, like there's something, so like they're interviewing them for the army, and they're like, you know, well, what do you really like? And I was like, I like to kill. I see blood and guts and everything, and I would just want to. And it like they're thinking this is going to get them out of the army, but instead the military personnel that's there is like, yeah, kill, definitely, yeah, do that. Like this, you're the exact kind of guy that we're looking for. I think they eventually do get out of the draft. Oh yeah, they get out of the draft because they dumped a bunch of trash near Alice's restaurant, and they had that on their record, and that kept them from being drafted, something like that. He straight up said recently that he doesn't regret the cert. Yeah, there you go. And see, that plays well in, I guess, middle America. Like, that's what you're expected, and that's what anybody with military service in the U.S. Senate or Congress is saying. They're playing it up and like, oh, I was so proud to defend my country in halfway across the world. You're defending your country by murdering like women and children in Fallujah? Really? Is that what you think you were doing? He blames Susan Collins for sending him there. Sean has him figured out for the most part. Well, I mean, that there's a truth to that, right? That as bad as Graham Plattner is, and like I said, as incoherent as you know, his background seems to be, like comparing him to the rest of the Senate, the rest of the Congress, he actually, you know, he looks pretty good in comparison, right? It's a very low bar, I'll admit, but yeah, you know, electing him over a Susan Collins is going to, you know, make the situation better, not worse. But that's not to speak to the greatness of Graham Plattner. It's more about the, how bad centrists who wring their hands but then eventually vote with Trump are, right? And in general, the left and right. This was one thing that that's bipartisan, right? One thing that's truly uniparty is like, yeah, let's go to war and feed the beast of the military-industrial complex. Wait, Susan is a much better choice? Susan Collins didn't send him anywhere. He decided to join. But Susan Collins, not just Susan Collins, but like people far to the left of Susan Collins are sending soldiers time and time again in to do immoral things. But if you're saying that he cannot get out of his culpability for that, Javi, you're absolutely right. But let's not be, naive about the state of play. Like who is in the Congress? Who is in the Senate, right? People that fucking love wars. People that love the military-industrial complex. People who, have to have their arms twisted behind their back to get them to stop sending arms to Israel. People who right now are trying to triangulate on Donald Trump and cast him as some kind of peacenik when he started the Iran war by saying, he didn't finish what he started. You really should have gone harder on the IRGC and the negotiations, just like ignoring the fact that Iran beat the United States unambiguously. The military objective, control of the strait, is something that Iran imposed on the world, and something the United States could not take. Biden voted. Biden voted for wars too. Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying is that, like, as I have a lot of problems with Graham Plattner, but it's in comparison to the rest of the Senate, the rest of the Congress, he's kind of a breath of fresh air. And again, chat, that's showing that how low the bar really is. This is just wolves and foxes all over again. Wait, like, would you rather be eaten by a wolf or a fox? Kind of, like the thought experiment.
Colonialism. He was a guard under death camp, exactly. So this is not even a conversation about maybe the left is too meanie bobini to white men or whatever. Like, Graham Plattner is not that guy, bro. Graham Plattner is not that guy. People want people to move on from Totenkopf so fast? No, not even. Not even, because Ryan Grimm is out here defending the Totenkopf. They're like, Ryan Grimm is out here being like, I'll show you the tweet. Yada, 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 something about voters and tattoo, whatever. It's really as simple as this for the vast majority of voters. When you say Nazi tattoo, normal people think swastika, then people find out it's this, and the Republicans look silly. Not that's the only reason not to vote for him, but his excuse is laughable. This isn't just the swastika, it's a symbolism for a symbol specifically for the SS units. They were elite Nazis. Looks like something from Grateful Dead. Like, he's like the.
If he said show replies and scrolled down, you'd see my tweet in there, right? I responded to him on this, and I showed him the kind of skull, because I had I had an uncle who was super into the Grateful Dead, and yeah, I showed him the skull iconography from Grateful Dead is either a steal your face, which is kind of a skull from the top down with a top cut out, and then like a lightning bolt and a red and a blue, right? The other one is the dancing skeletons with a top hat and a cane, right? It's not this. It's not great. That's not Grateful Dead, right? That is the fucking SS. That is, and here's the problem is that the United States, did choose the right side of history in World War II, right? Did oppose did work with the communists to beat back the Nazis. But then afterwards, we let a lot of Nazis go unpunished at Nuremberg. We brought a lot of high-level Nazis into, our science programs and our military programs, and even into NATO. We established something called Operation Gladio, which was support of right-wing factions, right-wing partisans in countries in Europe, because we were afraid they might go communist, right? interfered in elections. The United States, in some ways, picked up where the Nazis left off. And so it's not even like I mean, look, there's a reason he's not the only, U.S. serviceman out there doing shit like this, right? Even if he didn't know what this was, I'll bet you some of his buddies that he got this tattoo with did know what it was, and maybe they're not Nazis, but they look at it as like edgy and like a killer, and maybe even have a little bit of like, oh well, they were fighting for their families, or at least they thought they were fighting, like that. It's the shit from JoJo where you got the they're crying over the dead Nazi because he had a family. Anyway. GP Plattner will lose to Susan. He has no shot. The Dems failed in Maine. I mean, it's possible beyond redemption. It's possible, right? And I've told you how it could happen, right? And it's from his unwillingness to just come clean with everything and to acknowledge and to do some kind of a like if he's still trying to kind of like hide, if he did know what this was and just was kind of slacking on getting it removed, right? He just needs to, he should have said that, right? Now, if it comes out, it's, it's going to make him a liar. And I do think that he sounded like a liar in his explanation for that. I think Plattner is a fox. He'll smile kindly before doing the exact same thing as the wolves. I don't think I'm being naive, just kind of overly. Well, when you say the wolves, do you mean like Fetterman? Do you mean, Nance, Chuck Schumer types? Do you mean, Susan Collins? Do you mean Lindsey Graham? Like which wolves exactly are we talking about? Because this is the whole thing. The whole fucking Senate is full up with like wolves and worse, right? Wolves is the moderate position in there, not even foxes. I don't like this hyperbole. He can represent Maine, and he's better than others, and he is not representative of progressives. That's what I'm going for, Chenter, is a little bit more of a nuanced, practical analysis and less of this hero worship. I know that people are, there's not a lot to look up to in American politics. There's a lot of, former heroes that, have really compromised themselves, especially in the wake of October 7th. But we got to get off of this, like expecting a savior to arise and fix everything, right? That's not realistic. That's great man of history brainworms. He's not worthy of our attention, whether praise or condemnation. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I would prefer him being elected to Susan Collins being elected. I would prefer him being elected to Janet Mills being elected, but I don't have, necessarily like great hopes for this guy to be like, Ryan is expecting him to be, I don't know, like a leftist Obama. The guy backed away from all the socialism shit. That's another red flag, right? There was some base shit that he said too, and he's apologizing for it. He's apologizing for every base thing that he ever said. I agree. I don't live in Maine, and I just don't really. Yeah. It's education in the United States does not necessarily include anything outside of the SWAT. True. I went through the. Well, I'm not saying that he should have known what a totem cough is, because you're right, Eternal Delta, that they don't emphasize anything other than the basics, right? You don't even know the Sonnenrad. You don't even see, right? Not 3 top like Nazi images. Yeah, swastika, or 4, I guess. Swastika, SS bolts, Sonnenrad, and then Totenkopf. Based on his Reddit history, he knew what the symbol was. He commented, "It's what I'm afraid of," commented under the photo of the Totenkopf. And again, chat, all it takes is somebody that's got texts with him to show those texts, and he's caught in 4K, and that might end his fucking campaign right there. Thing is that people who self-identify as leftists aren't even recognizing it, which is shocking. Yeah, we need to do more education. Anyway, let's get through this.
Defending Graham Platter having an actual Nazi tattoo. He's defending the Nazi tattoo itself. The Nazi tattoo itself. He's not just saying, oh, he didn't know. Nobody knows what it is. It's like, well, it just looks like a symbol from Grateful Dead. It just looks like a regular skull and crossbones, you know, it's whatever. Like, it's just insane.
Yeah, best case scenario, he got this because he's a machine gunner. His job is to kill people, and he's into his job. And he thinks it makes him look like a badass, right? That's the best case scenario. Now, you could say to me, that was 15 years ago, and you're right. It was. But again, you backing away from all the socialism and stuff, and you know, not really acknowledging or dealing with some of the other things. That's the one that anyone who's seen Inglourious Bastards knows that the Totenkopf is a Nazi symbol. I mean, it was pretty recognizable to me, but yeah, like Sam Cedar apparently didn't know what it was. Not that he's like the be all end all. I'm a pragmatist. I can acknowledge that Plattner is not perfect, nor does he need to. This is what I'm saying. Plattner's flawed, but holy shit, that Senate is full of people that are worse than flawed.
Say.
So
wait, those sorts of symbols are also illegal in Croatia? I thought Croatia had a Nazi problem, like similar to the Azov thing in Ukraine.
Inherent toxicity or something.
Yeah, whether
or really Banderous. What the fucking name? Bandera is the guy. What are they called? Supporters of Bandera. Are they just Banderists? Is that? Anyway.
Whether you're talking about racism or sexism, yes. And
if you believe that, you can point.
And he said both of those things. He's been racist and sexist on the timeline. People are not making this up. People are not making this up. He has been racist and sexist on the timeline. This idea that the left is like looking at a white man and there's like, oh, he must be racist because he's a white man, or he must be sexist because he's a white man. Like, this idea is laughably insane. He has said these things on the timeline.
I said earlier, like, that there's a particular problem that Democratic liberals kind of have with white guys. And it is particular to white guys. It's also all guys. Like,
yes. Black and Hispanic men went for Trump, and he made real inroads with Black and Hispanic men for a reason.
We need to kiss men's ass, apparently, right? We need to stop talking about sexism and acknowledge the male is the breadwinner, and like we just need to kiss the fucking asses of every misogynist out there because they're beating our asses because we care about that shit. Again, it's more of just minorities, women, shut the fuck up, know your place, right? Like you even acknowledge it. Like Ryan's like trying to say that almost that like white men are a minority within the left, and if that's the case, then why should people on the left be like, oh no, but we got to go with one of these guys, right? They don't represent the actual people that are voting left. They are easily distracted with like moral panics about trans people, about feminists, about birth rates, what have you. But we really got to win these guys back. We can't win without these guys. Like we can't do. We're weak. Like it's right there. It writes itself.
True, by the way. This is not true. Hispanic men, yes, maybe a little bit, right? This is not true for Black men. Is Ryan Grimm, respected journalist Ryan Grimm, going to call her out for this falsehood? This fact.
Yeah, good point, Davi. They do over exaggerate like the voting patterns of black men. It was 8% voting for Trump instead of 4%, which, you know, it is double, but it's still like a minority. And this is what's fucked up. I see people like using like black voting patterns and them shifting a little bit to the right. And you know, really we're talking about like black men voting a little bit more to the right as a, you know, as an excuse for racism, right? But they try to make it seem like black men voted for mostly for Trump, and that's just nowhere near true.
Policy. Black men
also understand like how entitled Democrats seem to feel to the black vote, right? That when it shifts from being what, like 92% to being 84%, then, or 92% to 88%, right? Then it's like, whoa, this is like,
went for Kamala Harris. And like
the sad thing is every single time it's been white people that put, every single time Trump has won, it's been white people that put him there. It's been white people that bring him up. There's never any, you know, association or blame like placed on white people or white men or anything. It's always like, oh gosh, you know, 4% less black men voted against Trump than did last time. You know, I guess black men are conservative now. They're all fresh and fit.
To the second highest degree after black women. It was black women and then black men and then everybody else. Everybody else.
Because the Democratic Party feels entitled to the black vote, right? And it's...
They did not lose black men. The black men did not vote for Kamala Harris, right? Because this is how she lost. She lost all demographics. They didn't vote. Trump did not see any meaningful change or a meaningful movement in regards to black men. 2% less black men voted for Kamala. Ring the alarms, it's our fault. And a lot more didn't vote at all. It's just, it's so silly. It's so silly.
And I also think people don't fully internalize. They hear him say that he did 4 combat tours. They hear him say that. I don't think they internalize what that means, and in particular, what it means to have been a Marine in Ramadi and Fallujah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were killing people. What do you...
Does he interpret that? Because what that says to me is that he, you know, signed up for the military, right? Which, you know, not great, but I guess you could say it's understandable that a lot of people don't see what's wrong with signing up for the military. Went there, did the shit, killed the people, and then re-enlisted 4 times. Why is Ryan like flexing this 4 tours? Wait, is that, no, sorry, is that how it works? We're not talking about re-enlistments, right? When he says 4 tours, these aren't like, you know, he goes and then they're like, do you want to go again? And he's like, yes. It's a re-enlistments that I would be more concerned with. But just in general, like, yeah, going and seeing what it's about, seeing what you're doing, and wanting to come back, right? So doesn't speak well. If anything, it's I'm a black progressive. I also know numbers. I'm aware that white folks are still the majority of the country. The Progressive Project needs white folks, but do need to accept those who didn't change. Wait, do need to accept those who didn't change? Was that attached to something else? Oh, okay, you were talking to somebody in chat.
What are you talking about? I don't think they're really centering Graham Plattner enough in this conversation. They don't think about what it's like to be him. Yeah, and I think a lot of people who have an issue with him, you know, are thinking about the people he was killing. Maybe. That's what I'm thinking about, personally.
You could just go Google, like, Ramadi Marines 2005.
But just to be clear, D-Boy, so that nobody misconstrues what you're saying, you're not saying that, you know, the Democratic Party or or black people or any minority group needs to like kiss the ass of I meant do we need to accept those that okay, good point. Do we need to accept those that didn't change? Yeah.
2006.
Yeah.
Google death count. Like, how many people did they murder? Yeah, do that, actually. They come back and inform us.
There's movies about it, but there's also lots of like real-time footage that has been captured of, and Ramadi in particular, at the time.
I'm sorry, I gotta say, this is hypocritical of Ryan Grimm, as somebody who reports on stuff the IDF does.
And somebody that reports on stuff the U.S. military does? Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm on board with Sean on this one.
That's immoral. It's hypocritical. Hypocritical. You can't do that.
Like, you don't understand how tough it was for the U.S. soldiers in Fallujah and Ramadi. You don't understand. It's like, bro, tough for the soldiers? How about tough for the people they were murdering?
You can't do this. I'm sorry, you can't.
And I'm somebody who is willing to look at, I mean, it doesn't apply to Graham Plattner, but the military in terms of the poverty draft and in terms of, the way that you're kind of like economically, and socially, right? In terms of all the propaganda in your video games, you're kind of like, you're kind of shepherded into the U.S. military. Well, holy shit, looking at like Fallujah and Ramadi as like, oh, the poor Graham Plattner, right? Oh my God, Ryan, open your eyes. You can't be, you're not going to say like, those poor U.S. Pilots that, or I don't know if those were missiles or bombs that killed the students in the girls' school. It would be counterproductive to have undercover racists and fascists in our midst. Yeah, I heard you like numbers. I'm a numbers girl.
Yeah.
Let's grok it. Let's chat GPT it.
This is hypocritical. Is Ryan Grimm in 20 years going to be like, I would just Google what happened on October 7th. Just Google it and see what the Israelis were dealing with. Just look it up. Just Google it. There are videos out there. There's actually this very good documentary that was done. It was very, very, very well received at the time, by the way. Very good documentary that talked about like 40 beheaded babies. It's very sad. A very sad thing. Do we not believe anything anymore?
What was that one? Screams Without Silence, or Screams Through the... I always get the name of this documentary wrong.
Do we not believe anything? Or do we not have any guiding principles? Like, literally at all? Genuinely, at all. This is identity politics. Ryan Grimm sees a white man be unjustly maligned, and he's like, no, I must defend him.
Yeah, what about Atlanta when it was being burned down, Ryan? Don't you have... Like, what the... This could go in some really bad... This could literally go in the whole... the Nazi soldiers had families and wives and stuff, too.
Because I need to defend him because I need to defend me. Because I'm a white man. So when we think about how white men are treated by the left sometimes, people are just so mean to white men. They're just like super meanie bo beanie to white men. And I don't really like that. White men are overrepresented in government still. In all levels of government, white men are overrepresented. White men are
in all levels of everything. Let's be real.
Overrepresented in leadership, right? Upper management in companies, in the C-suite, right? Black men are overrepresented in the prison system. Don't talk to me about the oppression that white men face. You're a journalist. I expect better from you. What are we talking about here? This idea that like, there's this like unfair, unjust malignment or malignance when it comes to the way that white men interact with society is laughable. You should be embarrassed of yourself, right? And it's not even just not white men. It's not even just Ryan Grimm. Right. It's Keith Edwards as well. Keith Edwards said a progressive presidential candidate.
Wait, Keith Edwards, why am I forgetting? No, I'm thinking of Keith Olbermann. This is the YouTube guy, right? That clickbaits all the time. That his thumbnails are like, is Trump gonna die in like 20 minutes? And then you watch it and it's like, well, Trump has got some concerning symptoms. Those cankles that we saw, the marks on his neck, his hands. I don't know. Like, it's, you know what I'm talking about? Anybody seen I used to watch Keith Edwards like videos, but he clickbaits the fuck out of those things, and it always makes you think that there's some revelation that you're gonna get by watching his video, and at the end of it, it's just like, oh, the thing that I already knew. Yeah, thanks for dressing that up like it was something new. That's very helpful.
La 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 la.
Oh my God. We're back to, how did we get back to Alex Jones? How did we get back to Alex Jones?
The candidate in 2020 told me that they wanted to hire, but
do I have time to pee?
On the campaign. Oh, you poor baby! You poor baby! Oh no! Oh no! You couldn't join the 80% of of white men? Yeah, 80%. Right, maybe 75% of white men on Capitol Hill, or in the staffers.
Rix, je comprends.
Sweet, as a white staffer. Oh, you couldn't join the. That's so sad. Is it so sad? This is the same thing. This is the same thing as conservatives crying about how they didn't get the job because they're a white man. This is Charlie Kirk. You are Charlie Kirk.
You carry the flame.
Carry the
flame. Oh my God, sorry, chat. I just got too excited when he said you carry the flame because I was thinking the same thing. What a cursed statement to walk into. How do we get back into Alex Jones? No, I was saying how did we get back to Alex Jones?
Bro.
All right, let me tell you exactly what I said,
Sure,
okay?
thank you.
So this was in response, first and foremost, to United Airlines saying that half of all their new pilots that they're going to hire are going to be women or people.
Okay, this isn't the game violence clip, right?
People of color. Currently, they're 15%.
Okay.
So they want to go from 15% to 50%. A conversation then ensued about how every time affirmative action is employed, standards have to be lowered. There's not a single instance where that does not occur. So then I said, boy, if I see a black pilot, I'm now going to wonder, is that individual qualified, or were they selected because of their race? But that's not who I am, but this makes me think.
Oh, it is very much who you were.
This way. And I stand completely by that statement.
You're doing turning point Charlie Kirk rhetoric right now.
I didn't want to say this earlier because I'm pausing it too much, but I gotta say it now, chat. There's a rehabilitation going on with the Iraq War and with George W. Bush. The George W. Bush thing is like, well, in comparison to Donald Trump, George Bush is a summer breeze, right? In comparison to there was at least a semblance of an attempt to try to get the American people on board and to justify, even though it was Colin Powell standing up and lying to the UN, the Iraq War, right? And it's disturbing. I saw a poll the other day that went over the approval ratings of former presidents, and I think Obama was the highest, but living former presidents like George W. Bush was number 2, then Bill Clinton, then Donald Trump, then Joe Biden. I think that's how it went.
What? To defend
the small beanification of George Bush. Yeah, it started with, oh, look, he's doing paintings now. Isn't that nice? And then Trump has really let him, in comparison to Trump, right? He's like that. That's the whole thing is they make him look good. That's why I don't trust the Lincoln Project. Those folks are just, rehabilitated old school Republicans, or the Bulwark for that matter, or the Bulwark.
Plattner? For Graham Plattner. You would debase yourself this far for Graham Plattner. Charlie Kirk literally said stuff like this. Conservatives still say stuff like
Okay, I will go piss girl. I'll be right back, Chad.
They say that
Wait,
I would have definitely been.
I gotta remind myself. I am supposed to take a look at the poll before I go pee. See where we're at. Looks, oh wow, it's tightened up. All right, so right now, Candace, we got 62 votes. This the poll. Where's it going on? It's going on YouTube. YouTube.com/nocommentchick. If you go to my channel, you'll see the live stream. You can click on that live stream. From the live stream, you can open up the chat, and from the chat, you can click on the poll. And what are we polling on? We're polling on what kind of bonus content do you want? If we have time left, when I'm done with the Sean tent, right? Because we got to do the Sean tent first. If we have time left, then I will cover one of these topics. Which topic will I cover first is dependent on your votes, right? So right now, Candace Owens' explosive theory on Charlie Kirk, how he really died, because I guess we haven't gotten the whole truth according to Candace. That is in first place. That's a Brandon Sutton video. Second place, we got the latest Bad Impa nonsense. Third place, Colleen Ballinger's husband is causing problems for content creators. Causing doing something that seems pretty scammy. I'm not calling it a scam, but it seems pretty scammy. And then in the last place, we got Dogtober 7th, but for VTubers, the story of Demi and how all of the incels in the VTube space think that Demi is having sex on stream because they can't see her body as a VTuber, and so therefore every little sound must be a sex noise. Every scream from a scary video game is I don't know, chat, some weird stuff. And you know how Dogtober 7th worked, right? You hear Kaya yelp, you see Hassan's hand reach up, and they just say, yeah, the hand was reaching up to shock her. That's what happened. You didn't see it, but we know what else could that be for? Why else would Hassan reach his hand like that right when Kaya is yelping? It must be that Kaya was zapped. I watched Niara vid on, oh good, Niara's done a video on this. That's probably the one to watch. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. What's up, Vadim? I'm a little behind on the stream, but I think that two persuasive things about the totem cough in Plattner's favor is that he went shirtless in the wedding. I mean, I don't think he's a Nazi, Vadim. I guess you won't be hearing this yet. I don't think he's a Nazi. I don't think he got it because he was a Nazi. I am just worried that that he was aware of that before. He said that he just became aware of it when it came out as Oppo research, and he didn't seem very convincing. If you go back to watching his kind of crisis management, right, you will see a lot of telltale signs of somebody that instead, when they is kind of like walking back partially instead of walking back totally. And what I'm saying is that when you get exposed for something that's actually fucked up, you got to come forward, come clean with everything right then, because otherwise all it takes is somebody being like, oh yeah, here's my text with Graham Plattner. He's acknowledging that he knows what it is. This was, I don't know, 3 years ago. This was 2 years ago. Anything other than this was after the revelation is going to have him dead to rights. It's going to have him caught in 4K. And I don't want that to happen, because that is, going to lead to a Susan Collins win. But yeah, I'm not anti, voting for Graham Plattner. I am just trying to be realistic about a guy that a lot of people are looking to as some kind of a messiah, and he's not that. He's not that by a long shot. That being said, he is a better person than most of the scumbags in the Senate or the House, and he will no doubt have a better voting pattern than those scumbags. So yeah, I mean, it's I'm not a Maine citizen of Maine, so it doesn't involve me, but oh, thank you, Inquisitor.
Hired for this job.
I gotta pee.
That guy.
But wait, did I explain everything? Yeah, so that's where we're at now. Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk theory in first place, Bad Impa nonsense in second place, Colleen Ballinger's husband in third place, and Dogtober 7th, the Deme story. Maybe we'll watch the Niara video if that one gets selected in fourth place. You can keep on voting on these. The voting is going on YouTube right now. You'll have to go over to No Comment Chick on YouTube and find my live stream there to place your vote. But when you do, make sure to like the stream a lot, chat. I cannot emphasize enough how much it helps me.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists.
We got communists invading radicals in chat. Who knew, chat? I'm gonna have to walk back all my communist takes from my Reddit days. No, that's Graham Plattner that's walking those back. But that's where we're at right now, and you can vote on the poll on YouTube. We got 2 hours and 9 minutes left. It seems like a lot of time, but I've got one more, Sean. Actually, not even a video. I think I've got a VOD for you after that. And so, you know, every time you support the stream, whether it's through if you get yourself, if you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, gift a membership, support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick, or even twitch.tv/nocommentchick. In other words, anytime you support the stream, this number goes up. We get more time to work with. We can cover more bonus content. We'll be more likely to get to the bonus content. And you can even play a little game that it sounds like Saw, doesn't it? You can play a game of which of these topics do you want to see. You can actually put your donation towards the topic of your choice. You can boost, in other words, the score of the Bad Imp Nonsense, if that's the segment that you want, or of Candace Owens, if that's the segment that you want, of Colleen Ballinger, if that's the segment that you want, of Dogtober 7th, but for VTubers, if that's the segment that you want, you can kind of put your thumb on the scale a little bit, or you can also do the exact opposite of that by saying Vox Populi, in which case your donation will actually go to, and I think I got to update this for Davy here. Are we at least at like 25 now, I think? You can, if you say Vox Populi, what you're doing is you're putting your thumb on the scale for the voters, right? So you're reinforcing the vote at the expense of anybody who's trying to, you know, use donos to manipulate the vote. Or you can say video game stream like Davy did if you want another video game stream. I usually do them every week. If there's 100 yen in the kitty, just like in Persona 2, you put 100 yen in the kitty. If we get 100 on this thing, then I will be playing some more Persona 2 this Friday. Yeah, Friday if you're in the US. Obviously, it's Saturday for me. Not against Mariners voting for... Wait, Mainers. Okay, sorry. I thought you were talking about the Seattle team. Mainers voting for Plattner. Either I do think that his rise is part of a pattern of behavior. Ryan Grimm is further proof of it. We don't have to be pure on the left, but we need to be so muddy. Well, yeah, some people think that we gotta, you know, if the, you know, men aren't voting for Democrats, then we gotta like placate them. We gotta talk more about men's mental health, because chat, as we all know, only men have mental health. If you're not a man, then facts don't care about your feelings, okay? And you should shut the fuck up and stop being a Karen, right? But if you're a man, you have mental health, and anything that somebody says that's like, you know, could be taken by you as misandrous could drive them to playing Sudoku or playing in the sewer, sliding down the sewer even, and we can't have that. But yeah, just remember, trans people don't have mental health. Women don't have mental health. They are all robots built for our pleasure by the Lord Jesus Christ, and only men have mental health, and we should be concerned about men's mental health more than we are. We gotta placate, and then I'm sure that, you know, the voting patterns will come back. Anyway, chat, it might just be that having more privilege makes you less likely to vote on the left. It might be something as simple as that, but no, let's like throw down our cloaks for the men to walk across. Like, let's do a new form of chivalry, but where women are kissing men's ass instead. I think that's what we need to really implement. Anyway, chat, like, I've been putting off peeing for the longest time. I'm gonna put that off no more. And yeah, you gotta brush off your mental health crisis. That's right. If you're only men are allowed to have them. Women are just histrionic, I guess. Anyway, chat, I will, I like big titties and feminism. Hell yeah. Obviously missing the context, but men's mental health is sort of problem. Well, yeah, it's the thing that there are always like there's always like this like, but what about men's mental health? But what about men's mental health? And they don't really mean mental health, which should get more money, right? It should be easier to see a mental health care professional if you need one, regardless of who you are. But they always like kind of deflect back to like it's men's mental health, and if you notice any misogyny, then you're basically kicking men down the sewer slide, the slide into the sewer. If you know what I'm saying by not saying, if you get what I'm saying. But anyway, do you feel vindicated about leaving the U.S.? I would be so scared if I was still in the U.S. I do need to pee for sure. But yeah, I just wanted to go over the poll where we're at, mention that you can make the stream last longer. Your support does make the stream last longer, both in the longer existential sense of supporting your streamer and keeping me at what I'm doing instead of doing something else, but also in the short term and very like material consideration of like how much time am I going to have to cover SeanDaBlack and what he is pointing out here, and then get on to some bonus content if you want. In other words, it helps me have more time to cover the bonus content. I really do need to tinkle. You're right. All right, let's make this happen. I'm gonna leave you in the capable hands of Irene. There we go, and SeanDaBlack.
I took it from me, bro. There are ongoing fights right now in universities where white and Asian kids are crying about how black people are stealing their spaces after affirmative action was killed. There's no more affirmative action, and they're still doing that. Black representation at Harvard still has not changed. It still has not improved. It's still in the gutters. And yes, Ryan Grimm cheered. Ryan Grimm literally cheered the death of affirmative action in DEI. Ryan Grimm thanked the Nazis who got rid of DEI because he felt it was an impediment to class consciousness. His words, not mine. Ryan Grimm is a racist. He's racist. This is what racists do. These are the things that racists say. Bar none. If Charlie Kirk was alive, sorry, bro, my bad. If Charlie Kirk was alive and he said this, we would all understand. We would all understand that it's racist. We would get it. But when it's Keith Edwards, Ryan Grimm, supposed leftists, saying that they got their job stolen by like a black, trans, disabled, non-binary person or whatever, and that they didn't get the job because they were a white man, it's like, oh, poor baby, the left is not doing a good enough job of attracting white men. The left has a problem with pushing away white men. Sad face, sad face, sad face. Not even including the fact that white home ownership, like white household wealth is still 10 times black median household wealth. These disparities are still there. They are currently ripping and peeling the Voting Rights Act and consolidating the black vote so that they don't have any power in politics. And you're worried about how white men are being treated in the political system? And you expect me to take that seriously? You're a journalist, bro. You're a journalist. And you're doing all of this for Graham Latner. And I have to show you the Ryan Grimm thing, just so that you see it right here. Christopher Rufo, the Nazi, says, this is personal. For 5 years, this was in 2025, this is last year. This is personal. For 5 years, left us a dock to my home, tried to get me and my wife fired, threatened my children, targeted my reputation, spread lies about my work, dragged me into lawsuits, and prosecuted my sources. We're going to abolish DEI everywhere, then solve the earth. Ryan Grimm says DEI was an active impediment to building to the project of building a multiracial working class movement capable of taking on corporate and oligarchical power, Rufo did the left a favor by nuking it. Like, he's like cheering on the death of DEI, right? That again, Black people still have not recovered from. These disparities are still there, and DEI was a band-aid solution to trying to fix these disparities. And Ryan Grim was like, just rip it up. Who cares what happens afterward? Crying about white men being treated poorly on the left. These are racist. This is racist. This is racist behavior from a racist person. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. And people got mad at me when literally yesterday I said the entirety of the political landscape, the entirety, all of it, from the far right Nazis to the far left Revcoms, the entirety of the political landscape is centered around white men. It's how do we attract white men? How do we save white men? How do we get white men? How do we pull white men? Thank you, white men, for winning the election. Curse you, white men, for losing us the election. We need to get white men. We need the Joe Rogan to the left. They have a Joe Rogan. We need our own Joe Rogan. That is the entirety of the political landscape. All of it. And people tried to say that it was just liberals. And I've been trying to tell people for months and months and months that it's not just liberals, that leftists were doing this too. And they called me a liar. They called me a liar. And you have Ryan Grim right here saying exactly that. Saying that the left is being too meanie-bo-beating to white men, left is doing reverse racism to white men, and we're losing white men, and it's the problem that needs to be fixed because white men are super nice and cool and stuff. So he's totally fine with ripping up the few band-aid solutions to fixing these hundreds of year disparity when it comes to hiring practices, when it comes to the universities, when it comes to Black people in layers of education, in levels of leadership, in jobs, and in politics. He's totally fine with ripping all that up with no plan on how he's going to fix these disparities. But don't let you say that white men are bad and then Ryan Grim is going to come for you. And he will pour all of his effort into defending a white man, maligning Black people to do so. He's calling a Black socialist, an actual socialist, who was a member of the DSA who just won his election a liberal. Because he did not defend Graham Plattner hard enough for him. You cannot call that anything else but racism. You can't. You cannot call that anything else but racism. And it's not just Ryan Grim. It's not just Keith Edwards. It's Crystal Ball. It's Kyle Kulinski. And I'm sorry, this extends to Emma and to Mike and to Hassan as well. Because white people ignore this like it's happening, bro. You ignore this like it's not happening. And it is happening. And when I speak on it, nobody says anything about it, bro. I get harassed. I get attacked. I lose my audience. I have no one listening to me when I say this. And you say nothing about it. Nothing at all. Black people continually leave this organization. They leave this movement and they do their own stuff. And they're not a part of this movement. But the white people who are in this movement get the central focus of it. They get the viewership. They get the eyes. They get the attention, they get the positions, they get the elected official offices, and that is it. That is all. That is all that happened. And white people are allowed to ignore it like it's not happening. But this is the life of Black people. This is our life. We can't just ignore it like it's not happening. We can't. And you saw with FD, you saw it with me as well. You have Black people who are literally saying, I am leaving the movement and nobody cares. You have the few Black leftists that actually want to engage with you saying, I'm leaving the movement and you do not care. They're saying, I cannot be in community with you because of how we're treated here and you do not care. What you care about is the dark woke commander. You care about attracting white men. You care about the optics of how it attracts white men. You care about the white people who are a part of the movement because that is the political project that you're building. And you made that loud and clear. You made that loud and clear. And this is just the last example of that. I don't expect anything from Bad Abadal. Bad Abadal has been a racist. So that's not a surprise. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's frustrating, right? Because come the election cycle, when Black people are either not voting or they vote for the Democratic Party, right? Because at the very least, the Democratic Party will elevate Black people to optical positions of power. It sucks, it's bad, and that's not liberation. But at the very least, the Democratic Party would be like, here, have a position of power. Here, take this one position. Here, take this, take this. And so Black people will look at the progressive movement and they'll see policies that affect them. And they're like, and you tell them, literally, you look them in the face and tell them, we don't want to build a movement with you. You're not white men. You look them in the face and say, I don't want to build a movement with you because you're not white men. And then you're mad at those same Black people for going somewhere else and doing something else. You get mad that there's no Black people in the DSA. You get mad there's no Black people who are self-identifying as a socialist online or whatever. You get mad when Black people are building their own organizations and building their own movement. And then you get mad when those same Black people who you've thrown out of the movement consistently don't want to endorse your stupid candidates. Council hasn't even openly embraced socialism, as he 2 years ago saying that he's a progressive lib. I never got people calling him a liberal. Yeah, like Kyle Kulinski is a liberal. Kyle Kulinski is objectively a liberal. Objectively a liberal. Objectively. He's not a leftist. He's a liberal. He tells people to join ICE because we need more good people in ICE. He is a liberal. He is objectively a liberal. He is not a socialist. He is not a communist, right? He's barely a progressive. But because he's white and he says slurs, you're like, that's what I need. I need that for me because the movement you're building is a white movement. And I want you to be honest with this. This is an uncomfortable truth that a lot of you don't want to engage with. This is the truth. You are building a white movement. You are building a white movement. You're not building a multiracial movement. You're building a white movement. Look at all the voices who have prominence in this movement. Just look at it. Just peer into it. This is a white movement. And I've said it all the time. The reason why they're building a white movement is because they only care about themselves. It is inherently selfish. They want their free healthcare. They don't care about liberation, right? This is why they have zero issues with Bernie Sanders, right? Bernie Sanders could have done no wrong, did no wrong. And Bernie has these same issues. Bernie Sanders and his reaction to the reparations question is exactly this. But you can't criticize Bernie Sanders in the way that he engaged with the conversation of reparations because then you're a wrecker, right? And you're ruining the movement because it's not our movement. It's their movement. It's a white movement. And that is all it is. If it does not center whiteness, they do not care. And that is why they love Graham Plattner. They don't love Graham Plattner because he says Israel shouldn't get weapons. They don't love Graham Plattner because he says universal health care. There are other people who say these things that don't get the attention that Graham Plattner is getting now. They love Graham Plattner, and they say this specifically. They love Graham Plattner because Graham Plattner is a white man, and Graham Plattner is useful to them. Stop me if you've heard me say this before. Graham Plattner is useful to them to attracting other white men because Graham Plattner is helping them build a white movement. That's it. It's purely numerical. They look at the demographics of society and they say, well, white people are still one of the biggest demographics and white men are still also one of the biggest demographics. So why are we not attracting them? Because they don't care about intersectionality. They don't care about building an intersectional movement. They don't care about marginalized people. I say this all the time. My focus by being a leftist, right, is centering marginalized people. And I know that frustrates some people, but I will always go back to my framework. I wrote it in my personal statement to get into grad school. I care about protecting marginalized people. My advocacy is centered around protecting marginalized people. And that is it. That is it. That is what I do. Before I do anything or say anything in this movement, I stop and I think, does this further the goal of protecting marginalized people? And white leftists or white racists don't think like that. They think, how can this benefit me? Why does nobody care about me? They are frustrated because they are not the centering of the movement, right? Which is why if you look at any of these white leftists / racists, right? They will always say it's not 2020 anymore. This isn't woke one. This is why you look out for anybody who talks about dark woke positively. This is why you look at anybody who talks about woke 2.0 positively, right? And act like woke one is a problem. Woke was a term that came from the Black community about being socially aware. That is it, and that is all. There is no woke 2.0. There's not. The woke 2.0, right, is the reverse woke. It's becoming less socially aware. It's becoming more reactionary. It's centering white voices again. They hated that white voices was not the center point of the woke conversation, and they want to change it back to the status quo. They are no different than the right-wingers. No different. They are white supremacists. They are racist. This is racism. It is. This is racism. This is white supremacy. This is white identitarianism. This is no different than Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk said the same thing as this, verbatim. You can find clips of Charlie Kirk saying the same thing as this, right? That white men en masse are losing their jobs to unqualified Black people. Exact same thing. And they are comfortable saying it now because they realize other white people are with them, right? They look to their left and they see Kyle Klinsky dropping slurs. They look to their right and they see Ryan Graham and they're saying, I'm in good company now. I can finally say this because I couldn't say this before. We can finally talk about how I'm being maligned as a white man because we couldn't talk about that before. And that's it.
We have one more clip about Iran, and this is important to understand behind the scenes what the plan was for Iran. And it is hard to assess whether the Trump administration is completely insane or whether Patrick Bet-David is completely insane.
Does it have to be either or?
But then there's a third option where both can coexist. And here is Patrick Bet-David on with Jack Neal. I'm not sure what the show is, the Jack Neal podcast.
12-year-old.
And I don't know, Jack Neal, I don't know if he seems too fazed by this, but this is the road not taken.
And Israel bombed Tehran. The Times of Israel ran a piece. It said, why Patrick Bet-David is the leader Iran needs. Did you see this?
Mm-hmm.
It said, not the Shah's son, but you are actually the man who fits in this moment. I'm sure this is mostly just noise, but have those ideas been entertained by any serious players in your life?
Entertained meaning brought up to me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. We had extensive conversation about this last, I've never talked about this. We had extensive conversation about this last July when we were in the Hamptons. I got calls saying, do you have any interest?
I said, let's grok it. Let's chat GPT it. I'm a numbers guy. Hi, chat. I realized, I left again. I have this curse that every time I get up to pee, it is like the important part of the stream, the important part of the react, whatnot. But actually, I think it kind of worked out. I kind of like how it worked out this time, because now instead of what I normally do is I'm like listening, and I was this time on my phone. Let me turn my phone off so it doesn't die too quickly. But I'm listening on my phone and then noticing, oh shit, I should have been there to talk about this. And then I have to come back and be like, okay, so what he said here, this is my thoughts on that. What he said here, this is, it's a whole mess. It's a whole mess. But this time I think the thing to do is actually ask chat, what do you think about the spicy part of the video? Because I knew that, this is the one that's going to get people arguing, right? This is the part of the video that's going to have people arguing. So I'm just wondering, what did you notice? What do you want me to speak to? Do Do you agree with Sean? Do you disagree with him? Do you think he went too far? Yeah, he mentions Kyle Kalinske and Crystal and Emma. I know that's gonna get. So before I tell you like what parts I agreed with or disagreed with, I'm curious to hear from you. He needs to tighten up on who is in or out. Is that what it feels like? Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying there, right? If we're gonna put, it's one thing to point out like what some of Ryan Grimm's, I guess, beliefs. I guess I'll take him at face value and say, these are his beliefs, not some little tit for tat trading that he's doing with Sagar and Emily. That this is just really what I mean, I guess it's respectful to just take that as this is what Ryan Grimm believes, right? But kind of, I'm sure there's people that are uncomfortable with some of the people that he, I don't know if intentionally or unintentionally sort of put in that same category. Anytime anyone generalizes, it's a problem. Yeah, that's generally true. Oh my God, I just generalized. Damn. Let's go to this. He's right about Ryan. Yeah. I mean, I wanted to concentrate on the Ryan part, but I guess, since he brought up a bunch of other people too, I understand his frustration, but I don't. Yeah, there were things that and then stuff that I'm kind of like, wait, does Ryan what is the slurs thing with Ryan? Or sorry, yeah, wait, did I say Ryan? No, sorry, I meant with Kyle. I know that I've seen some tweets of Kyle's that were like pretty yikes, especially some older tweets. But I hadn't heard that he says. So did he used to say the R slur? Is that it? You did a 3-month sub. Let's add some time. Unless it auto added. Did it auto add? Oh my God, chat! I wasn't paying attention. Was anybody else paying attention? But thank you for the 3-month resubscribe. Ryan Grimm has some strange takes from time to time, to say the least. Yeah, and like I said, I appreciate him. I appreciate the journalism that he does. I appreciate the stories that he breaks. But I get really uncomfortable because I watch a lot of breaking points. What does that say about me? Hope I'm not due for a centrist arc. That would be cringe. That would be so cringe. I don't think I could do it even if like somebody came up to me and was like, hey, here's $1 billion. Time to sell your soul for the, highest price. I don't know if I could manage that kind of. Kyle does use the R slur still? I think I've seen that he did that. You're sub to SeanDaBlack? Oh, did you not know that? Did you get a gift sub or something? Sometimes that. I am heated because I've got Alice's Restaurant lodged in my ear. It really is like an earworm. And I somehow, like, chat, isn't there like a movie with, not Arlo Guthrie, right? Is the guy that sings Alice's Restaurant, and he is what, like the nephew of Woody Guthrie? I can't remember which. But there's like a movie about him like going to music school. I think it's called Alex's Restaurant. You thought it was cool that I was I'm reacting to your streamer. Well, your streamer's got some important takes that I wish would receive greater circulation, and in general is a insightful streamer. I understand Sean's take. He's not way off the mark. He may have expressed it with a little bit too much passion, but the trend he discusses feels too real. Yeah, you can get anything you want. That's what I heard at Alice's Restaurant. But I think I remember watching like a biopic, like or it felt like a biopic of Arlo Guthrie, who I know nothing about him. I know precious little about Woody Guthrie other than some of the songs that he sang and in general some of the songs about him actually. Oh, tips to escape America. So for me, I don't know. Let me just tell you a little bit about my experience, right? Because this all started for me, right? The whole idea, the whole thought of even moving from as you might suspect, on the night that Trump was elected, I was covering that election and monitoring the situation, monitoring the numbers. I believe was Steve Kornacki, which we switched to Harry Empton after that, right? We found out Steve Kornacki's got some bad takes, worse than Ryan Graham's takes, I'm sure. And we switched. We became and now I'm not so sure about freaking Harry Empton either, because he's always pushing Kalshi on me, and B, he's always making me thirsty for a soda. But I got a soda, chat. It's coconut water with a little bit of lime, and I think there's still some snake fruit at the bottom. The snake syrup is still going semi-strong, so it's gonna have that flavor to it too. The CNN guy, yeah, he always gets like thirsty in the middle of his bit, and somebody brings him out like a different soda, and he's like, that's so good. Oh, that really refreshes me. That God, when I'm looking for a root beer, that's the one that I want to have on hand. He just does a commercial for a different soda. I mean, it feels like a commercial. God, if it's not a soda, then excuse me, snake fruit? Yeah, snake fruit. It's like the fruit provided by the snake in the Garden of Eden. I forgot to say cheers. But no, it's a fruit native to Southeast Asia. Where I am, where I moved to. So just to go back to like my the most I guess like the most difficult thing for me about moving, right? So the night of the election, I was like, I need to get out of here. But every time I looked at my finances, I found reason to put it off. And I actually had to like crowdfund in this case to get, because the passport is will be more expensive if you have to get it expedited, and that's the situation that I ended up in, right? Because even though I knew like this is bad, I don't want to be here for Trump, like I could not get it together, right? I could not even imagine, right? Because it does feel like a little bit like the way that capitalist realism is the difficulty imagining a world beyond capitalism, imagining what comes next, right? Even imagining a world without capitalism, as Mark Fisher said. And this is a little bit like imagining a world without America. I don't know. Imagining a country that is not familiar to me at all, because I've been to Europe, I've not been to Asia, and I just really didn't know what to expect. And that kind of kept me in this like holding pattern for a long time. But then, I did get the passport, and I did have to get it expedited, because what lit a fire under my ass for me was this friend of mine from college at the same time as I was thinking about doing this. He just randomly chatted me up and said, oh yeah, is it because I enabled? Okay. Anyway, I'm figuring out how this all worked. Wow, it's like a weird series of events. You know that show, Unfortunate Series of Events, or what is it called? The one with Jim Carrey, Lemony Snicket's. What is it called? Something set of events. Is it an unfortunate set? I feel like I'm saying the wrong thing. I should just look it up. yeah, Lemony Snicket. It's a children's book that got turned into a movie in the 2000s, I guess. And Jim Carrey was the bad guy. The unfortunate series of events, a series of unfortunate events. That's it. I was getting it the order of the words wrong. But it was a series of very fortunate events for me that my friend from college found me. He was also going to Thailand and he had a business proposal. And I was the perfect partner for this proposal because I am a YouTuber. And that is what he wanted to be, more of like the travel variety. But, you know, in terms of the basics, it's, you know, very, you know, the basics of YouTubing are the same. And so, yeah, I was, you know, kind of volunteered to come over and help him start up this project that he wanted to do. But he got, you know, had like a emergency back home that he had to take care of. And I think also like a health, I don't want to get too into like my friend's like, you know, personal stuff, but he had a health issue that was like made worse by being in Thailand. So he left and I was kind of, you know, stuck out here alone. But I gotta say, I don't know if I would have gotten off my ass if it wasn't for him. Right? I don't know if I would have, like, it was almost like, you know, so I guess that is to say, if you can, if you know anybody else who is also trying to get out of the United States, maybe try to link up with them. I mean, obviously, if you're gonna, you know, because like, I mean, one of the things you can do is reduce costs by being roommates out here. But you know, you also gotta probably check on, make sure that not everybody gets along. Not everybody's a good roommate. So, you know, definitely make sure it's somebody that you can get along with. But that was the secret for me, is that I, you know, feeling that I'm not alone, like having other people. And as I'm thinking of this, I'm thinking that there should be some sort of a forum, a platform, if you will, for just this sort of thing. A thing where people that are wanting to, you know, go to XYZ country, wanting to leave the United States, especially if you got something in common, like being trans, or you know, there actually there's a lot of people. There's a lot of different marginalized groups represented in the American expats that I meet that literally did get out, you know, kind of for the same reason. It was like Trump was the deciding factor, and also like a lot of stuff like the unaffordability of life, and so yeah, and then like choosing the country, I guess, which, you know, I did give other countries some thought. Like I said, I've been to Europe before, but I remember how expensive it was. And I'm sure there's parts, what, like Albania, I guess, is less expensive. Although I don't know if you want to be an American in Albania right now, right? Jared and Ivanka tried to buy an island, like I think a strategically important island off of the coast of Albania. And the people of Albania are just not having it. There are a lot of American expats in Albania, and I don't know if that is a good situation, right? So, but yeah, there wasn't really anything in Europe that was like on the map for me, just because of how expensive it is to even travel there, let alone to, you know, try to pursue like a residency. I don't know. Maybe, I mean, I could have looked into that more, but yeah, somehow Europe was just like off the map for me. So what was left on the map was South America and Southeast Asia, I guess. And I did really consider, like, I know a little bit of Spanish, and I'm pretty good at understanding. Entiendo mucho, pero no. No habla bien. No habla bien. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, I did look into a number of places in South America. I mean, given the like overall tide of elections in South America, maybe not the best place to be right now. Which parts of South America would you have considered? Well, at the time, I did consider Argentina. Wait, did I consider Argentina? sort of, but not really, because obviously Melee was there by that time. Uruguay seemed really doable and really affordable. I thought about Ecuador. I don't remember what I heard in the news, but I feel like that wouldn't have been a good place to go. I can't remember if it's like a right wing government coming in. Brazil a little bit, but holy shit, I don't know if I could handle Portuguese. Like Portuguese sounds magical, and I mean Thai is also magical in its own way. Yeah, bad empanada. Costa Rica, yeah, I thought about that, and Panama, as well. And just so you know, chat, these are not like my suggestions of good places to go necessarily. It is just the places at the time that I was considering. There's some of these places that now there's like a really good reason not to. Must have been a massive trip to figure out some whole other country to get to. Yeah, and for me, like I think it was probably and I know like expats are annoyingly always talk about how cheap everything is over here. I'm not trying to be that person, but the cost of living in Thailand versus those places is a lot lower. And I think I don't know, I think Uruguay might be easier to like become a resident of. If I remember correctly, like that was the kind of thing that Uruguay had going in its direction. But yeah, no, because I have studied Muay Thai, because I like Thai food, because I have, I guess, like watched YouTube videos. Like there were these vegans that used to go to do videos about going to Thailand, and so I kind of knew that like I could there, if I like, it was a little hard to find vegan food, and yeah, there's like sometimes like normal restaurants you just like don't get like a meatless option, but there are plenty of places to eat. In fact, I'm about to dig into glass noodles. These are like mung bean noodles with in a tom yum soup. So tom yum tofu, I think, is how you would say this, because you usually say the kind of meat or protein that's in it too. But yeah, so I obviously decided on Thailand. I'm pretty happy with that. There's a lot about Thai culture that I like and appreciate, and surprisingly, I've been able to learn a decent amount and can do some very basic communication with Thai people, especially if they know a little bit of English too, right? If because there will be places where I'm like, I can't think of the word, and I say it in English, and they're like, oh, this is the word, right? And I'm like, oh, I'm learning. So, but anyway, yeah, I did end up in Thailand, and it has been pretty nice. The one thing that I wish I had done maybe would be to look at Vietnam, because Vietnam is even more affordable than Thailand. Has some great food. In fact, it was easier to find vegan stuff, or if you're looking for the word, if you're ever in Vietnam, the word is chai, not chai like Thai chai, like CHAI, which means like okay, I understand, or to use, but the Vietnamese CHAY, I think is usually how they spell it, and it's like J in Thai. Wait, is it Che? Maybe it's Che. Oh my God, I'm so bad at pronouncing Vietnamese, and so yeah, there's maybe the reason that I still am favoring Thailand is that the Vietnamese language is very hard to learn. Also, for some reason, I couldn't use Twitch in Vietnam, and I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't want to take a break from Twitch just because I'm in another country, but I'm hoping that whatever issue like there was between Twitch and the country of Thailand, I hope whatever that is like worked out. Because yeah, Vietnam is awesome too. It's hard for me to say like which like Thailand probably works better for me, but Vietnam is amazing. And I only barely got to see it because I was there to get my visa for Thailand. So me and tonal language, we don't get along. It's so hard because I understand now like the concept of the tones, but it's like keeping that in mind while I'm talking, because I'm so used to using tone to express emotion. And there's like some of that in Thai too, but if I intonate my voice in the way that I normally do when I speak English, it makes it really hard to understand me in Thai. So I'm trying to get a more like flat like bass line and then be able to hit the down the up downs, the down ups, the ups and the downs and the long vowels. That's a thing here, right? That people will usually understand you if you pronounce a long vowel as a short vowel or a short vowel as a long vowel. But it is a little bit confused. It does make it a little bit more confusing to understand you. Yo, Petfuls. So it did add 6 minutes for you, right? Because somebody subscribed earlier, and yeah, Rainbow subscribed earlier, and I wanted to make sure that got auto added as well. Like it's supposed to be for Twitch, but this software is a little bit inconsistent. Leaves a little bit to be desired, but I guess it's free software, so what can I expect? I know a while ago Twitch pulled services from some countries because it wasn't economically viable. Maybe it was something to do with that. Well, that would suck. That's like a hard I didn't do anything like this, but I thought about maybe trying a VPN and seeing if it worked. But yeah, if anybody has any information about that, like, is there a Vietnam Twitch? Are there like Vietnamese channels here? Are people able to use Twitch in Vietnam, or is it one of the like chat was saying, economically unviable countries? Yeah, happy early birthday, Athena Investments. Huh, interesting. Okay, well, I hope that we covered everything that people had questions, concerns, thoughts about for SeanDaBlack. We do have for that first video that we watched, we do have, I think, another video. It's Patrick Bet David. He's a numbers guy. No, what am I trying to do?
That kind of feels like anti-black.
I am trying to find. I think it would be in a live. I don't know if how much he keeps his lives. Okay, so this is, I think, the one that we watched. YouTube left comes at Rab on Platner. Wait, maybe we didn't see this. I think it's this one. All right, so this is gonna be a little bit harder. Let me check in on Twitch really quickly to see if I've got any sort of timestamps for this. I doubt I do. And it didn't look like Sean has put this out yet as like a standalone video. Yeah, I don't think I have, I think we're gonna have to find it ourselves. Okay, so how does this work? Well, usually what I do is Find the transcript. How often do you think that Sean says the word grim, meaning like the adjective grim, versus how many times Grim Plattner? Oh no, it's subtitling him as saying Grim Plattner. That's a scary, like a Grim Plattner, Grim Reaper, with a Chapo, like the, what the fuck even is that thing? You know, like the Chapo, it's like a police badge or something that they wear on their shoulder for like the cocaine unit or something. I don't know. Really? I've got one okay, that's crazy. Ryan, let's try Ryan. Well, I guess we'll see really quickly. How the fuck is there one? No, really? That's crazy. Okay, this is making me think that it's not the video that I'm looking for. These are not the droids. This is the 19th. Okay, this was on Juneteenth. Maybe it is this one. I thought for sure it was this one. Anybody know on YouTube, does Sean change his titles like while he's going? No Ryans, no Grims. That's freaking crazy. Let's use like the YouTube. Oh, I see what I gotta do. I see why this didn't work. Grim. Type in Grim. Oh my god, what's going on? No results found. That's crazy. Type in Ryan. You cannot tell me there's no results for free. Okay, maybe unless he just like really didn't. Okay, let me look. So it looks like there's a search transcript function on YouTube, and I don't know if that's crazy. Grim Plattner is all I get. What the fuck, chat? Okay, I mean, we could just like, there's him talking about Kyle talking about Joe Rogan. Was it? Because I saw a little bit of this live. Like I don't usually catch Sean's stream, but I did on this day, and so I know this exists. I'm not making this up.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Markopologist just subscribed. Happy Juneteenth. Happy Pride Month. Also happy birthday to me, my B-day on the 25th.
Zoran, Kyle
I will find
Kalinske.
it. Hold on.
Wait, there's breaking points. There's
Zero.
breaking points.
There's a
Wait, did I see
0%
it?
chance Kamala Harris would have done a crypto scam coin rug pull on her own fucking supporters. 0% chance. Don't give me this false equivalence bullshit. And in this case, it's not even false equivalence. He's flat out saying Trump might still have been the better option. There's no fucking planet where Donald Trump was the better option over Kamala Harris. If you believe that, you're...
Here, I'll show you this too. I mean, obviously, like, I agree with this part. Like, he's not like Donald Trump is not better than Kamala Harris.
Brain is motherfucking figgy pudding. Let's be serious. A little bit too much TRT, a little bit too many.
Yeah, I don't think this is it. Like, I know he was talking about Graham Plattner. I cannot find neither. Or sorry, not Graham Plattner. I know he was talking about Ryan Grimm. I can find neither Ryan nor Grimm on the transcript, but sometimes the transcript marks, misunderstands words. So if it consistently misunderstood his name, then it might have spelled it in any number of ways. Yeah, so this is a lot of this is like the conversation with Boots Riley and Carolyn Kwan. So I don't think that's it. All right, seriously. Was it this one?
Gonna need a degree. $3 million that it made.
Markiplier.
Right? Subtracting the budget. Here, we'll do a little bit of math.
I saw it on Charlemagne.
You made $3 million. You subtract the $750,000 that costs for the budget of the film. Right? So this is the money you made in profit. Let's just say you take 1 million of those dollars for yourself. Oh, sorry, not 300. $300 million.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be. Okay, the next. Address progressive bigotry against white men. Wait, this is the original one, right? This is the one that we watched.
Test. Hello. Why can I barely hear myself, Ron? Test. Okay, that's better, actually. What's up, chat?
Oh, it looks like he watches more of...
Or if you talk about him in a way that implies he does have sort of built-in problems.
Right. They're describing the very basics behind talking about whiteness as a concept. Whiteness as a concept does have inherent implication.
Okay, so this is I think the VOD that got edited down into that video that we watched, and he does indeed talk more about Ryan Graham. I still want to find you that I think there's one more there's one stream where he talks about other aspects of Ryan Graham, and I was wondering on that one because I only caught part of it, whether maybe he talks the thing that I'm interested in is this debate that Ryan did on immigration. And it's not good content, right? In other words, I think it was hard for me to watch. It was a chore for me to watch. But it was very, I kept watching it because it was showing me something. And what it was showing me is Ryan Graham kissing there's some kind of anti-immigration guru guy. They brought him in and Ryan's like kissing his ass. And the dude is like, no, you're not kissing my ass good enough. Kiss it better, Ryan. No, Ryan, you're wrong. You're still, captured by the woke mind virus. And Ryan's like, no, really, wokeness sucks. I hate it. I hate wokeness. Can't stand it. This was a while ago. It was a debate. It was called a debate. It really wasn't. It was Ryan just getting cowed by this asshole, anti-immigrant piece of shit, and just being like, "Thank you, sir. May I have another?" That was the one that blew my mind. I mean, not that this other stuff isn't. Oh my God, we're doing a bit of a goose hunt here. We're gonna get the goose, or the goose. They're gonna. Is there a quicker way that I could narrow this down? Debate. Let's try that. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. Michael Knowles. Oh my God. Okay, see, they do a lot of debates. This one would be on immigration, and I think they said something about the detention center that was being protested. Huh. I thought that would narrow it down. Debate immigration. Debate Trump tariff immigration plan. No, this isn't it. It's one with Ryan and Emily and this douchebag. And that is, you know, compared to Ryan and Emily. Clashes with right winger on immigration. Is that it? Is this it? 2 years ago. Fuck. I almost think it was this Oren Cass guy, but he wasn't clashing very much. Saga and Ryan debate, border crisis. Nope. 3 years ago. Ryan and Emily. Oh, is this it? 1 year ago. No, it wasn't 1 year ago. It was like recent. It was this year. Fuck. I may have to do more research. I don't want to. Oh, this is it. 2 weeks ago.
We're joined now by Oren Cass. He's the founder and chief economist over at American Compass. Oren, thanks for coming back on the show.
Anybody know this piece of shit? They love him. They are eating out of his hand, right? They are kissing. Like, there's supposed to be a debate, and Ryan's like, "Can't we just agree to, you know, end like illegal immigration, but do it from the like employer side, like, you know, make the employers not hire these people rather than, you know, going around like Nazi stormtroopers." And the dude is, I guess, not in favor of Trump's ICE, but wants like a kinder, generaler ICE, I guess, but still wants mass deportations.
Thank you guys for having me.
Fresh off an interview with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent last night at an American Compass event. In disclosure, I'm an American Compass member and a big fan of American Compass, of course. What does it mean, Oren? I go to events.
It means we
get a free dinner every once in a while.
No, it's there's no financial relationship. We are trying to support a network of policy professionals, journalists, lawyers, folks in government who are nerds. What?
Yeah.
It would say like,
usually member, it means like you get an AMA for free or something.
No.
We should have something like that.
Yeah.
But no, it means we're hopefully working together on improving the policy environment in this town.
Got it.
Right. And now you are out with a new initiative on American citizenship. We can put this up on the screen. American Compass has this new Reclaiming American Citizenship initiative announced last night. And we might have to add this in post, but just announced. And Oren, we're going to ask you all about what you're trying to do on the right to build a sort of initiative, or to build a framework for how the right should be thinking about citizenship right now, especially as, let's put F1 on the screen. This is protests erupting outside of Delaney Hall in New Jersey. And Ryan, you could probably tell us more about the left's mobilization here. Obviously, this is over the treatment of people detained, which, again, it gets us back to this conversation about what it means to be a citizen and the like. But the left is outside of Delaney Hall. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
If I remember correctly, Ryan just describing this like pisses this guy off. Ryan's trying to like meet this guy halfway or agree with him. Like, he's not even, again, like talking about anything like a pathway to citizenship. He's not, that side is just like not something that Ryan wants to push. And he's supposed to be the debate partner, right? This is the, like, you know, and Ryan, the only debate is like Ryan trying to say, I agree with you. I think you are a great man, and I bow down to you, and him saying, no, you don't, you don't agree with me enough. I'm going to berate you more. It's really cringe and really sad, and really reminds me of how I feel when I see Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the rest of the feckless Democrats just absolutely cave to Trump on this subject because they feel like it's unpopular, right? That shows marginalized people that you will throw any and all of them under the bus if it seems like that's a good idea. Anyway, let's watch more of this, Sean. I will see if the video that I saw, I don't know, even exists, because I swear to God, there was one other time that he was talking about Ryan Grimm. I just haven't been able to find it on a quick scroll through. So, because we only got like the very beginning of this, I think. Wait, is it really? This was just like the first 30 minutes of this, maybe? Yeah, because I don't remember getting here. Right, we weren't... Okay, this is him responding to Chris Rufo. Somewhere around here, maybe?
focus of it. They get the viewership, they get the eyes, they get the attention, they get the positions, they get the
Okay, we definitely saw that.
Right? Is censoring marginalized people. And I know that frustrates some people, but I will always go back to my framework. I wrote it in my. We're surprised when Black people no longer want to engage with the movement. What Ryan Grimm said during this segment, and I will play it again. Right, we're gonna back it up a little bit as well. He talks about Chris Rabb a little bit.
Oh, the video's not visible. Oh my God, the whole time.
And see how close this is.
That Crystal did with Chris Rabb.
Yeah, but you got to watch me eat. Isn't that all what you came for? Is that not what? Are you not value-tained by my Tom Yum consumption? Yeah. You got to enjoy that as a podcast. Don't worry. The what was his name again? Norm Oren? No, not Norm Orenstein. No, Oren Cass, was that his name? Yeah, he wasn't much to look at anyway. Do we not like Ryan Grimm anymore? I like Ryan Grimm's reporting. I like what we get from Drop Site. I think they've broken a lot of important stories. And I don't think that I disagree with Ryan on everything. I think that on Israel's issues like Israel-Palestine and certainly the United States war in Iran, I don't have a lot of disagreement with him on stuff like that. I mean, he went on the Cuba trip. I'm not sure. Weed chat? Wait, what does that even mean? Oh, how illegal is that? It's medicinally allowed, right? It's what they're moving to. It was kind of the Wild West here for a while with the Sebe days and the THCs, but they have rustled. They have what does a cowboy do when they like the lasso? They lassoed the weed leaf, and they are making it so that you have to talk to a doctor and say, "I have insomnia, I have nausea, I have glaucoma." It's like but thank you for letting me know that you can't see the video. I'm just sitting here going through shit. I forgot that I put myself on the big screen because I wanted to go and wait, we got one. Okay, I gotta hurry. We got 1 hour and 14 minutes left. I also want to do some bonus content, but I might need your help in that. Anytime that you support the stream in any way you choose to do, this number goes up. And it gives me more time to work with, and it'll give us more time for the bonus content. It also gives you the opportunity to decide what the bonus content is when you let me know in chat where you want your donation going, and I will put it behind the topic of your choice, or behind Vox Populi, which is you saying, I want what the chat is voting for. Speaking of it, what is the chat voting for? Sorry, chat. I just went in I don't know how to explain it. A rabbit hole. I got all tunnel visioned and rabbit holed. And it just got really focused on one thing. They tie the hog with a lasso. Okay. Do they rustle it? Is that the word? No, it's rustling like stealing. Cattle rustlers, do they steal cattle, or are they just like making the cattle do things? Medicinal here too, says Rave. Yeah, you caught it too, Mitz, but it's not the right scene. Oh my god. No, I just got so focused on that and I didn't click back to the to OBS because I was trying to find this one thing, but yeah, I don't know. Ryan seems like he belongs on TYT. I don't know if he'd get along with TYT. Like I said, there's some real things that I disagree with Ryan Grimm on. It's obviously not everything, and he is part of Drop Site News, which I don't know what we do without drop site news. There's a lot less we know about Epstein, about Iran, about so many things, and so like I'm kind of saying I like appreciate him, I guess, as a reporter, but as a commentator, I'm just like hard disagree on a lot of what we've heard. But yeah, now that we got the video back on the screen, no, I wasn't really going into content. Like I was still sort of looking for stuff, but yeah, it would have been better if you had seen me looking for stuff.
The DSA Justice Democrats backed Democrat who's going to represent Philadelphia. If people haven't watched that, they should go watch it. We don't like our candidate interviews. If you go to YouTube in particular, interviews with candidates will get like 70% less.
Yeah, because it feels
audience
localized, right?
Than typical. So the algorithm probably didn't show that one to you. So go find it. It's a really interesting, and a lot of people were dunking all over Chris Rabb for it. I think this is an important and needed conversation to have. That's one reason that I'm glad that Plattner's in the race, because he's forcing this conversation. And you can't, I don't think you can kind of force people.
I still don't know what Rabb said about Plattner.
You can't force it back in, but what you can do is have that conversation. Like, and talk to people like, why are people so passionately supportive of Plattner?
Tease it out, yeah.
And then get from people like, why do you hate him so much? Like, what is it? Like, because for Rabb, and for I think a lot of others, it's just aesthetics. It's like that he looks like somebody they don't like.
I think that's correct. I mean,
and that's why I want that conversation, because I feel like we can maybe break through.
It's a great conversation for you in particular to have, because we've been talking about this for a long time. And
it's a flip side of back in the early 2010s,
yeah,
and 2000s, when the gay rights movement was gaining steam. What
the Barney Frank argument?
What people discovered.
Is he like showing this again for people that just got here? Because it seems like it's like, right, it's not like we're not watching the same video.
Yeah, is that you've got a gay uncle. You actually, once people started coming out of the closet.
The Andrew Sullivan argument.
Yeah, once people started coming out of the closet, like, oh, that guy's gay. I love that guy. He's
wait. Oh, wait, that guy's male? Oh, I didn't know you were a guy. Damn. Yeah, I guess guys are okay sometimes. Wow. What is the peril? I literally do not understand. Rob was kind of skeptical about Graham Plattner.
To remind you, by the way, he's equating like white people to queer people. He's equating whiteness on the left to queerness. Just for context, by the way, right? Because he couldn't make that comparison to black people because it would obviously sound silly and stupid. Don't you have a Plattner uncle?
And my life is fine around him. This is the reverse for liberals. It's like, this is a white guy, and he's actually pretty nice.
Like, he even dropped reverse on the timeline. He's talking about reverse racism.
He's acting also like we've never had a white guy before. What the fuck? Joe, were you asleep through the Biden administration? No, I'm sorry, Biden was asleep through the Biden administration.
He's doing reverse racism discourse, right? He basically said it. He almost said
straight up.
He said,
straight up, this is why I said he sounds like Vosh to me now.
He's literally like, to break it down, his analogy, he's like, people were homophobic, then they realized that they had gay people in their lives that were like chill, and they were like, oh, well, I'm not homophobic anymore. That's basically like white people. So he's saying that like people have white people in their lives. They're like, oh, I don't really like white people like that. They're white phobic, right? They're like reverse racist. They're anti-white racist. And then they realize that a white person is chill. And they're like, oh, I guess some white people are okay now. That's what he's saying. That is literally what he is saying. He is equating whiteness to queerness. He's saying that, and on the left specifically, on the left, he's saying that being white is akin to being in the closet around your queer family.
Wait,
he's saying it seriously.
I'm trying to understand. Maybe like this is the problem with Ryan Grimm. Also, is that you got to interpret, you got to tease out what he's actually saying, right? Is he saying maybe that white men feel like they can't be themselves in like a left space, and that the difference is Graham Plattner's being himself, and it's like being, I don't know, like the white, is he saying white men, they like raise their vocal register when they are in left-wing spaces? They talk high. They don't want to offend anyone with their low voice, like Graham Plattner. They shave their scraggly hair. No, that like mostly like, you know, guys on the left have some scraggly hair that they're not shaving. Giving diet Tucker Carlson here. It's one of Ryan's takes that I was talking about before. I don't know how many people can be good in so many topics and so tone deaf in others. Yeah, and even like issues on the military, right, that he gets when it comes to Iran, he seems to not get when it comes to Graham Plattner. And so I'm wondering, you know, what is the deal here? Is Graham Plattner his great white hope?
This is a serious thing that he is saying. This is genuine, serious analysis from a respected journalist. From a respected journalist. He's doing Charlie Kirk style reverse racism. In complete sincerity.
Usually I think my food doesn't pick up on the mic, but I'm like worried that this soup is like extra loud for some reason, chat. Is there something about soup that makes it loud on a microphone?
I have no words. I have no words.
A big burly combat vet.
Big burly combat vet. Reverse for liberals. It's like, this is a white guy, and he's actually pretty nice.
A big burly combat vet.
This is the perfect example, right? And I'll let it finish, I promise. But this is the perfect example of leftists were only on board with, like white leftists were only on board with BLM to help further their movement, right? They saw BLM and they were like, oh, this could help build our movement. And then they hopped on board at that point. They don't care about black people. They don't care about black people being killed by the police. There's a reason, right? There's a reason why leftism has completely abandoned the police reform, right, and criminal justice reform movement. There's a reason why they completely abandoned that. Nothing changed. There was no meaningful change that happened with police reform. Nothing changed. Defund the police didn't happen. Abolish the police didn't happen. And white leftists moved on. They moved on to their next hot button issue that they can hijack to get what they actually want. They didn't just move on to actually on abolition. Well, yeah, it's silly. It's a silly thing from back then. From all back then, a while ago. That's woke 1. What's woke 1.0? We're not on woke 1.0 anymore. We're doing woke 2.0. Woke 2.0 stuff now.
Big burly combat vet.
Someone you could see with
family.
Joe Rogan.
And he's fine. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. Like the
I don't even know if they're recognizing the irony of what they're saying, right? Don't be scared with a combat vet. It's not like the job that they were given in the military industrial complex. It's not like that job like made them dangerous for life or anything. It's not like they were put, it's not like they went through shit that is like near impossible for a human being to process in the role of a machine gunner, right? I mean, like, I wasn't even thinking of it, but now I am. Now I am, right? And before I get Frogand here, I'm gonna say no more, chat. I will say no more.
The current cultural
other than Sabra Hummus's ass
divorce between kind of progressives and white men is so like stark that it's just culturally, morally, ethically wrong, but also just pragmatically.
It's ethically wrong. Oh my goodness. Stop the presses, everybody. We've been doing things that are immoral. Unlike Graham Plattner, by the way. No, it's us. Being too mean to white men, that's the immoral stuff. Nah. Unlike Graham Plattner, who is completely morally righteous. Completely morally righteous and on the up and up.
It's just culturally, morally, ethically wrong, but also just pragmatically from a political perspective. You can't build a national party.
Yeah.
If you assume every white guy, or every white guy with a deep voice as a combat vet or whatever, is like out to get you.
Or if you talk about him in a way that implies he does have sort of built-in problems.
I'm sorry, but name... Oh my god, what the fuck? There's a lot of other guys with big husky voices, right? That are not having people project any kind of like, original sin onto them, right? And that is not what's happening to Graham Plattner. People are understandably concerned by some understandably concerning shit in his background, but I think most of them are like me, where we're being realistic, we're concerned about something that is actually concerning, but if it's down to Collins or Plattner, we hope Plattner wins. Is that somebody that you think is just like knee-jerk reacting to every like white guy with a deep voice? I don't think I react to this like to other candidates. If somebody had his takes, his politics, and like none of this baggage, I wouldn't have a problem.
They're describing the very basics behind talking about whiteness as a concept. Whiteness as a concept does have inherent implications. Whiteness was built on a supremacist mindset. Whiteness and Zionism is like very closely intertwined in that regard. Like, it's inherently exclusionary. It was built to be exclusionary. So, like, what are we talking about? So when in 2020 or whatever, during Woke 1, when people were like, oh, white person, you might be racist, or I'm going to pretend like every white person is racist until they prove otherwise, right? If you're not, if you can't just not be racist, you have to be an anti-racist or whatever. Like, that came from somewhere. It didn't just come out of nowhere. People didn't just make that up to be anti-white. I don't have any words here.
I gotta be real. I think this take on Graham Plattner has more to do with Ryan Grimm and his insecurities than it does with Graham Plattner. I think that we're just seeing it like it's on display. He's triggered, and this is the time that he's going to be able to, all right, here's the time that I can finally say what I've been meaning to say, how I've been feeling like everybody thinks I'm lesser just because I'm a white guy. I'm for the same things that you're for. He's just projecting his own insecurities on to Graham Plattner here. I am afraid. I also hate Tom Steyer's voice. Well, you won't have to deal with it anymore. I just don't like voice unless he does a recall. Unless he recalls Becerra. I just don't like voices that sound like a fart truck crashed into a sewage treat. Wait, is that what Plattner sounds like, or you're just saying Tom Steyer? Maine is 98% white. Literally, all the voters are white. You can't claim Maine voters are racist towards their. Wait, is he talking about the Maine voters being? Oh wait, sorry. Yeah, Maine. Okay, I see what you're saying. Ryan. Well, I mean, I think he's like he's having like a thing where he's like, you know, those far left people over there, they're kind of crazy. I think they kind of hate white people. I mean, it's just he's having like a Vosh moment. I don't know how else to describe it. And look, I don't think that all white men are like, you know, people that you should be scared of or people that you can't count on. But Ryan has just shown why he is a person that you can't count on, right? Right here.
If Plattner killed Americans, nobody would support him. It's because he killed non-Americans. No, that's not even it. Plattner could have killed Americans too, and at this point, they still would have supported him. It's because he's a white person. It is because he is a white man. I'm giving you the answer to the test. This is me giving you the answer key before we even start the test. I've been saying this consistently. It is because he is a white man. He is white. That is it. He is useful to building a white political project. That is it. It is literally nothing else. Right? There's a reason for why they're writing for Graham Plattner this way and not like James Tallarico, right? James Tallarico is too much of a soft boy, right? They look at James Tallarico and aesthetically, they're like, this doesn't really fit. They look at Graham Plattner, who was a deep voice, you know, combat veteran with facial hair, right? And they're like, that's what we need. Because their goal is to build a white project.
No, wait, this is Joe Rogan of the left, like brain rot, isn't it? I didn't even notice it until just now, but that's what Ryan's doing. I mean, and he's like not one of these like Joe Rogan of the, like he's one of these people that when you bring that up, Joe Rogan to the left, he'll point out that, well, you know, it's not about that it's a little bit misguided, right? That like he doesn't usually go along with the whole, yeah, Joe Rogan to the left, we need that, right? Does he? But that's the kind of argument that we got here is basically, you know, yeah, Sean's frustrations are valid, yeah.
Right? That is it. There's the exact reason why, and this is a great thing bringing this up. This is the exact reason why these same exact people rode for John Fetterman, right? They wanted this 2 years ago with John Fetterman. They really wanted it with John Fetterman. They ignored all the red flags for John Fetterman. All of these same people rode for John Fetterman. All of them. All of them. Ignored all of the red flags. Because they thought John Fetterman could be that guy for them. And they're so mad at John Fetterman, right? Because he ended up not being that guy. And they've been on the hunt and on the prowl for years. And they finally found another person, right? They finally found another person. I have to remind you, Graham Plattner was literally scouted. Graham Plattner was literally scouted by former Bernie staffers. If you don't think that this is
we're talking about fight organization now.
Part of building a type of project, a very specific type of project, I don't know what to tell you. He was literally scouted to be their white man speaker. This is optics politics. Anybody telling you anything else is a bold
fight agency
face liar. This is 100% optics-based politics. This is about one thing and one thing only, and kind of all politics has been about since the inception of this country, and that is, how do you move and shake white men? Yes, like model scouting. Yes, I'm not even joking, by the way. I'm not even joking. They scouted him like model.
Yeah, good point, Patfuls. Fight Agency also supported Zoran, so it has not all been, failures like Fetterman, and it hasn't all been white people.
Talent. And politics is entirely about optics. It's not, though. It's about material. It's not. It's not at all about optics. It's about material. Optics literally don't matter. Leftists will try to tell you they believe this, and it's not true. Ryan Graham will also try to tell you he believes this, and it's not true. Because he goes back and he also does identity politics. It's about the material. It's literally about material. That is it, and that is all. It's about the material. But there's a reason why white leftists aren't going to talk about the material in Black communities. There's a reason why they're not going to speak to Black people, right? There's a reason why they always are in the same communities, in the same spaces. There's a reason why the DSA is overwhelmingly white, because they are optics focused. They are exactly what they're criticizing. But they don't see that because they're racist. Because whiteness is the default. Whiteness is the default. That's it. Morris Katz, who worked on Fetterman's campaign, also scouted Plattner. And I need a source on that. My point still stands without it, but I am curious. I want to see the source behind that. And that's the issue. It's optics. It's optics. Literally, it's optics. It's completely about optics. Right? They're just upset that the optics weren't on them in 2020. White people are just mad that the optics were not on them in 2020. Right? From 2019 to 2021. Right? From 2019 to 2021, it's on Wikipedia. Send it to me. The optics just were not on them. New York Times article around Morris Katz described that they are literally scouting brilliant white men around the country. Send it to me, please. Please. Where? Joe Madani and Graham Plattner's share a strategist who wants to overhaul Democrats with beer, Zen, and true belief. Yeah, this is it exactly. I don't even have to say it. They're saying it for me.
Okay.
They're literally saying it for me. I don't have the New York Times description, so I can't even read this.
Not subtweeting any particular streamer here. Does anyone else think the Zen thing is cringe? I'm literally not talking about Hassan here, but I have seen so many right-wingers try to signal like the younger male audience, or try to make themselves look cool with the younger male audience, that like people that like probably don't use tobacco that will, pop a Zen pouch in. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, there's like this whole group of like boomer dudes that are obsessed with looking cool to, I don't know, Gen Z or so. I don't even know if they know who they think they're being cool to, but like they're like, yeah, I got the Zen. Yeah, no, this is great. Little lip pillow here. Yeah, no, it's very much giving, hello fellow young. Wait, what is that whole thing? Hello fellow kids. Yeah.
Paragraph. Morris Katz is an American political strategist known for working on campaigns of Armandani in 2025 mayor election. He's deputy media consultant for.
We're down to 47 minutes. Remember, chat, it is your donations that keep us going, both in the long-term existential sense, and also in the short-term being able to cover more bonus material. Which I should check on that, shouldn't I? It seems like something you should check on. No comment check. You ever think of that? Actually checking on the poll? No, of course not. Does she even carry the flame? Does she even carry the flame? 77 votes. 39% for Candace Explosive Charlie Kirk Theory. That is in the lead, I would say. 30% for the latest on Bad Impa Nonsense. We got that going on at 30%. In third place, we have Colleen Ballinger's husband and the scandal about that. Colleen Ballinger's husband fucking over some YouTuber ostensibly. And then in last place at 14%, we have Dogtober 7th, but for VTubers. Yes, this is the Dogtober 7th of sex, right? A bunch of incels out there think that a VTuber is having sex on stream. In reality, she is just reacting to scary games and being normal, but they are sure that because they can't see her body and they could imagine maybe she's getting fucked while she's on stream, that she is and therefore should be banned, right? This crazy, incels I will never understand. I will from freaking Homath to all the rest. Wait, is Rudyard an incel? I can't remember. Or did he have some weird sexual experience that he talks about to no end? Ryan isn't racist. He's just obfuscating legit criticism about Plattner's background to help boost Plattner's numbers. Criticism of Plattner has to be malevolent, anti-white, right? Yeah, I mean, that's the part that blows my mind, is that, we got to talk about the real, uphill battle that men face on the left, right? How unfairly we're treated, and no wonder men are voting for Republicans. And then Ryan pops in a zen. He's like, lip pillow. There we go.
Senate election campaign, and also worked on Dan Osborne's campaign in 2024 Senate election in Nebraska. He's a close advisor to Mamdani and Graham Plattner. It's completely optics focused. Completely optics focused. Also, Somber, thank you for the 5 with the subs. And that's it. Right? But if you even suggest talking to Black people and speaking to the Black communities, you are met with such vitriol. Such vitriol. Because they don't care about actually building inroads with the Black community. They don't care. Black people are only 32% of the population, so why should we cater to them? White people are most of the population, so it kind of makes sense to talk to white people, don't you think? Because that's what they care about, right? And the biggest problem with all of this is that it won't work. It will not work. It won't work. You're not going to hand a beer to a racist and then expect them to vote against the racist party. You're not going to do that. You're not. You're not. The same conversation.
Oh, I love it when she makes that face.
You're not going to convert white men optically. Optics focus. And doing so is inherently racist. Right?
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Vilmoriga.
It is.
This is their first gift.
This is no different than there's a church in North Carolina called Freedom House Church. They said that they didn't want any Black greeters. They wanted.
I want to see
because I feel like we can.
I want to see what if Sean picks up on some of the stuff that I had criticisms on Ryan for, because I haven't seen anybody find that immigration debate. But yeah, Sean is talking about a number of the things that I thought only I noticed.
can maybe break through.
It's a great conversation for you in particular to have, because we've been talking about this for a long time. And
it's a flip side of back in the early 2010s.
Yeah.
And
do other streamers like rewatch content more than I do? I think I hit it once and once only, but I mean, I could see the advantage in like certainly some of the takes, like the oppression of white men and on the left, like is one that that's worth going back over. I want to make sure we have some time for the bonus content, chat. Hopefully, a lot of time, but what is the first one? It looks like it's, so yeah, this is the time that, if you, I'm adding up the numbers here. Nobody has like said, hey, I want to hear this, or I want to hear, oh, except for Joel, no, it was Davy. Davy, did say video games, but nobody else has said any of these topics. So if you've donated and you want to put your money where your mouth is, tip the scale a little bit in the favor of your favorite thing, or even if you haven't donated yet and you do so now, this is the time to do it, because I'm about to add shit up and go into the bonus content. We'll have a time, it looks like, for at least one bonus topic. And it looks like it's going to be Candace Explosive Charlie Kirk theory, unless anything happens in the time that it takes me to get to that. That's what we're going to watch. So there's the bad empanada thing. And I don't know if I want to subject you to this horrible debate. Let me just, did I bookmark? I'm sure I bookmarked it. What do I always forget what Brandon's channel is called? Or if I just type his name, it'll, Discourse. Okay. The Discourse with a 3 instead of a E. So let us find this video.
You know, I do like to keep up with like the current state of Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories as they
I'm glad somebody is, right? I didn't have my eye on this.
Relate to his death. I'm not so interested in the, you know, I don't know what you'd call it, like the big cork board with the string where like one thing leads to another and like, oh, this guy was here. That part is boring to me. I like the more eccentric parts. I like the time travel stuff. I like the you know, I like the time travel stuff. I like the psychic stuff. You know, call me a dilettante. Call me.
I wish there was more cryptid stuff, chat. Anybody, one in chat, if you wish there was more cryptid stuff when it comes to conspiracies, right? How come, do people just not believe in cryptids, right? Everything else, Jewish space lasers, like underground satanic pedophile cults operating out of pizza restaurants in Washington, D.C., Hillary Clinton, like chopping up children's faces like it was prosciutto, you know, all kinds of, we don't have any cryptids. There's never like, and then a cryptid was involved somehow, because it just like people are like, no, of course not. The cryptids aren't real, but the rest of the shit is. Anyway, like Dr. Fauci trying to do gain of function research to get like the most virulent human killing, you know, disease out there he possibly can. Like there's all kinds of wacky conspiracy theories, like Nazis on the moon, Nazis in Hollow Earth, but we don't have any cryptids. We can't believe in cryptids. Cryptids stopped being trendy since when everybody has a high-res camera in their pocket, just like ghosts. Wait, so you're saying we don't see cryptids anymore because the phones are too good? You only see Bigfoot on a shitty, like old, what is it called? What are the cameras? Polaroid. Yeah, that makes the big thing and you have to shake it like that and you, oh, I took a picture of Bigfoot. Look at this. Oh, Occam's razor strong. Oh, come on. You don't believe in cryptids? Didn't they just discover that giant squid are real? So that was a cryptid until it wasn't.
Bit of a dabbler, but I like, you know, I like the things that are interesting. So let's see what Candace has to say about this exploding mic theory. When was the last time we talked about the exploding mic? Was it with that Alex Jones clip? Was he getting into exploding mic theory? Well, yeah, let's let Candace explain.
I haven't come across that exploding mic theory. I had like theory that the wound came from behind because of the way that people said that the wound opened up. It opened up more like an exit wound than an entrance wound, but I didn't know what the implication was. There like some dude standing behind him shooting him? But I never heard of this. Why has nobody catched a cryptid in full HD? Maybe they have maybe because cryptids, they fuck up the electromagnetic spectrum. I watched Valhalla VTF mostly.
Explain it. It's been a while.
Oh, during the Charlie Kirk stuff.
Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going.
Well, no. According to Brandon, this stuff has just been going on, right? Do you we left it with the Egyptian planes? Do you remember that? The Egyptian planes. I don't remember what the fuck they were doing, but they were like everywhere where Charlie and Erica were, and so Candace was saying they were like stalking them. That's where I left it, though. We didn't really get any closure either. I don't think she wants you to have closure.
On a journey, which actually begins.
But I mean, are cryptids that are they that hard to exist, chat? Because like, what if the backrooms is real, right? Then isn't it more likely that cryptids exist than that they don't exist? Because like, if there's the backrooms, it doesn't really make much sense without cryptids. Or like, do you know what I mean? Liminal spaces in general, right? Once liminal spaces open up, we recognize that actually it's a more, strange to believe in a world without cryptids than like that there's like what's in those liminal spaces? Aliens built the pyramids there. I said it, cancel me. I don't know. That might be a racist take. I believe in lizard people. Look at Kenneth Copeland and Erica Kirk. Oh no.
August 23rd, 2022.
Okay.
There was a man named Mark A. Leety, and he died in a rather bizarre accident. The initial story is that he was in
kind of a weird looking guy, or maybe just a weird facial expression he's making right there.
His backyard, messing around with his burn barrel when something suddenly exploded.
As one does. Can somebody explain to me what the fuck a burn barrel is while I see how long this video is? I would love to watch this whole video. 35 minutes. Ooh, it's going to be close, chat. Oh my God. We got slightly less time.
And they don't know what exactly it is that exploded in that burn barrel, but something did and caused...
Could it be a cryptid?
A piece of shrapnel to hit his neck and end his life. Mark Leety was just 48 years young. Take a listen to local news coverage of the event.
Okay.
It's being called a freak accident. A healthy, active 48-year-old killed when something inside the burn barrel he was using.
What is a burn barrel? Wait, it's something used instead of going to the dumping yard? But like you just like put stuff in a barrel and burn it? Is that all it is? Or is a burn barrel like a technical thing? A burn barrel is where you dispose of your excess plastic and foam in the least environmentally friendly. Is that what they do? Like, are you saying like styrofoam? They like burn styrofoam? Just realized that cryptids got replaced by SCPs? Yeah, I mean, it's a 55-gallon drum. So it's like one of those it's like an oil drum.
Ignited, causing an explosion, sending shrapnel flying through the air.
I will say I like the way this is going already because like I said, I hate when the conspiracy theories are about Egyptian planes and forts and stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
Okay. I will say the Egyptian planes were a little bit dry. They're kind of boring.
It's when we get into the final destination stuff.
That's why I want cryptids.
That I really feel like Candace like grabs my attention. And this is exactly the final destination stuff that I like. And so like a burn barrel, like a freaky explosion, someone getting like a piece of shrapnel in the neck. What's more Final Fantasy? What's more Final Destination than that?
ignited, causing an explosion, sending shrapnel flying through the air.
No, if it was a Final Fantasy, then Tyler Robinson and Charlie Kirk would have gone to the same orphanage as kids, and they only remember when the shooting happens, right? Their memories come flooding back. They're like, oh my gosh, we were the same orphanage.
It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. Chris Leedy is still trying to process the death of his younger brother, Mark.
He was burning papers or whatever. This was the story that I got. And
or whatever the problem.
Something was in there. Something exploded and a piece had come up and, you know, that was it. I'm still in shock. At some point, I will try to put my arms around it, but at this point now, I can't.
The Leedy family still doesn't know what ignited inside the barrel that caused that explosion.
How curious. Okay. His neck hit with a piece of shrapnel from an explosive. You can obviously tell that his brother has questions about that narrative. And he wasn't the only one, by the way. Mark Leedy's best friends had questions as well.
They should have avoided Sephiroth's burn barrel in Final Fantasy VII. I still haven't played that one. I need to get around to it.
One of his friends in particular.
That's the one that people talk about.
Who he had known since high school did not fully accept the burn barrel narrative. The first reason was due to what
a disposable cigarette lighter? Wait, what do those do if they get burned? I mean, I would assume that there's like some explosion, but is it like a big one?
Leedy did for a living. Mark Leedy, not mentioned here in that news clip, was a supervisor for a company called Surefire Wireline LLC.
Okay.
That is in Kittanning, Pennsylvania. Okay.
Aerosol cans explode.
Surefire Wireline works with oil and gas companies, and they specialize in what's known as pump down perforating for oil and gas wells. Don't worry, I'll explain it to you. You don't need to know much. Essentially, what it means is that they punch.
I feel totally comfortable with somebody like Candace Owens explaining a concept that I know nothing about to me, and I feel totally comfortable accepting her framing on this. Yes, I will go into this conspiracy theory with great credulity. It's not as big as if. Wait, it's not a big, but if a metal bit hits your jugulars, god damn. Not a big, but the lighter becomes a projectile? That's not good.
So that oil and gas can flow through horizontally. Okay, now why am I telling you that? Why do we need to know about that? Because that technique requires the use of a very specific explosive known as PETN. Think back to when you used to watch like Bugs Bunny, the Road Runner. They always had the TNT explosive. Well, things have been updated since. And now the favorite explosive that is used is PETN. Okay. So Mark Leedy's high school friend, one of his best friends, did not believe that he had died because he just burned some random stuff in a barrel, because he knew that Mark had access to very dangerous explosives. And also that Mark knew how.
Well, okay, so Mark is Wile E. Coyote in this particular analogy. I'm sorry. No.
Access to very dangerous explosives. And also that Mark knew how to deal with them, right? He was particularly careful with those explosives. He knew how to handle them, rather.
Well, people who work with explosives all the time get blown up.
Allegedly, Mark A. Leedy had confessed to his longtime high school friend just a week before he died that he had illegally taken some explosives from his job. The ATF was apparently investigating him for this. At least that's what was told to what Courtney Fief, who was a former ATF agent, confided to somebody that he had this confession a week before he died. By the way, just as a general question, why would any person want to steal explosives from work, right? To be clear, just a tiny bit, a couple of grams of PETN causes a massive explosion. I'm going to demonstrate for you guys in a little bit.
Wait, no, don't do that. No, Candace, do not explode things, please. Do not explode things.
It begs the question: what could a person do with large?
I hate that there's a chance she could not be full. She could be not full of shit. Yeah,
amounts of it. Is there like a black market for those types of explosive? Otherwise, why risk?
Probably.
Well, the thing that people are talking about now that are maybe coming around to her way, well, I don't even know what she's like. It's hard to know what she's implying. She throws out all this shit, and it's kind of like you draw your own conclusion, you choose your own adventure. But what people are like locking into now is the idea that Trump had Charlie Kirk unalived, and I guess she was the first one to kind of. Although it's like right because she never finishes the thought. She always just draws the implication, but she never is like, and so therefore Donald Trump killed Charlie Kirk in the parlor with a wrench, or yeah, I don't know. It's the the clue thing, right? But yeah, I feel like she never comes out and actually says it, but I think she implied that Trump or is it Netanyahu is like more. I think she leaning towards Netanyahu rather than Trump. But there is a story now that confirms the idea that Trump bitched out Charlie Kirk for talking about the Epstein stuff before he was killed.
Blowing yourself up, taking it from work, getting into trouble, being investigated by the feds. Was there somebody on the outside that was seeking to buy it in larger quantities on the side? The answer is I don't know. What I do know is what happened on July 13th, 2024.
He had a side explosion hustle
from Kittanning, Pennsylvania. And this happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. Trump survived an assassination attempt while on
how is that gonna
rally.
How is that gonna tie in?
Allegedly.
The sad part is that Mark Lee.
Allegedly, some people think he died that day, and that the person that they're currently wheeling around is an imposter or an animatronic of some type.
Longtime high school friend who didn't exactly buy the narrative of the barrel. He did not survive.
Chat. What if they scooped Trump and entered into the Donald, and that's why he looks like shit. He's turning into the purple guy. I think I just solved the puzzle. I'd like to buy a vowel.
Name was Corey Comparator. Yes, it was Corey.
Wait, what? Wait.
Yeah.
Was like worried about. Wait.
His secret to.
Yeah.
He had done something
Oh, this is the one guy that he told this to, that he stole the explosive stuff to Corey Comparator.
He wasn't supposed to. But again, I'll ask the question: to what end? Did he tell Corey more about what he was doing with those explosives?
Thank you.
Sadly, neither man is alive today, as we know.
Woo! I like this. Now this is pod racing. Thank you, Candace. Both dead. Mystery explosion. False flag Patsy. Nice. Let's back this up. Now this is what I like. This is good. Woo! Now we're cooking.
By the narrative of the barrel, he did not survive. Mark Lee's friend's name was Corey Comparator. Yes, it was Corey Comparator who Mark Lee had confided his secret to, that he had done something that he wasn't supposed to. But again, I'll ask the question: to what end? Did he tell Corey more about what he was doing with those explosives? Sadly, neither man is alive today. As we know, Corey and his family had quite an odd evening the night of the Butler rally in Pennsylvania, because they weren't supposed to be in the front of the audience to see President Trump speak.
Oh, I thought she was referring to the fact that he got assassinated. I was like, that's a really understated way to say it. They had more than an odd evening. He got shot. Right?
In fact, Corey had grabbed regular.
That's a real how was the play otherwise, Mrs. Lincoln way of putting it, right?
In the front of the audience to see President Trump speak. In fact, Corey had
I'm trying to understand this. So is the idea that the Thomas Matthew Crooks guy wasn't really there to shoot Trump? He was there to silence the one witness from this theft of what was it? PETN that is like the new TNT. It's explosive, chat, whatever this theory is. I had a simulation moment when Hassan explained the story of the first white Chinese man whose name was Israel Epstein. What? Oh, wait. I think I do remember, were they like refugees or something? But yeah, there was like a group of Jewish people that came to China at some point. I don't really remember much of the story.
Regular tickets for he and his family. They were amongst the crowd. So they were quite surprised when, while waiting in a large crowd, an unknown woman asked them if they'd like to be escorted to the very front. Who was this woman? Surely, with so many cameras reporting live from the rally, someone must have captured this moment. Who was it that had the authority to make such a move happen? That's a big authority, right?
God, if she said it was Erica, I will lose my mind.
No.
Like, gosh.
She's looking like she's going to
hard and just like straight up falsify hard evidence and pull up like an AI generated image of like Erica showing them to their scenes. Like, I want this to be like a proper fiction, right?
Who was it that had the authority to make such a move happen? That's a big authority, right? Corey Comparator then is shot in the head. It's worth noting that Mark A. Leedy is also friends with various members of the Crooks family on Facebook. That, of course, could just be a small town coincidence. We can't really extrapolate anything from that. I'm just mentioning it as a fact because it is one.
I'm just mentioning it to go into the back of your subconscious and frame this whole, narrative that I'm about to give you.
Anyway, let's hit fast forward again. Just 2 months after the Butler shooting, Corey Comparator loses his life. And then a never-before-seen terror attack is executed with precision, which involves PETN explosives. On September 17th and on September 18th of 2024, there was a massive series of pager explosions across Lebanon and Syria, wounding more than 3,000 people and killing 12 people, including 2 children. I'm going to allow you to listen to these survivor stories of people who were not the intended targets. Take a listen.
On a normal day in September 2024, Hussein Taini was playing at home in southern Lebanon when an unfamiliar noise rang out from his dad's pager.
بس هيدا الرن كانت كتير غريبة ولما جيت إنه حملتها قربتها كتير على عيوني. يعني عطتني كلمة ايرور وسهم عشان اكبس اوكي. إذا بدي اكبس اوكي انفجرت.
In another home in southern Lebanon, Sarah Jafal had no time to respond after picking up a family member's pager. She has undergone 45 surgeries in 9 months, with additional procedures to come, including reconstructive surgery on her face and fingers. She has lost 4 fingers in the attack, 2 of which are now fused together, and is waiting to receive a prosthetic right eye. While Hezbollah has admitted...
Yeah, so like when John Fetterman is like laughing about his golden pager in that sort of deep baritone that giants and ogres are given in fantasy settings, remember...
Deep baritone like Graham Plattner's?
For that, like, this is the human cost of that, like, joke. This is the human cost of, like, what he is actually championing, the terrorist attack committed on the people of Lebanon by, the Israeli IDF forces. Like, disgusting. And, it does give rise. It causes people to have questions like this about, like, things that they don't understand. They think to themselves, like, that's crazy. Was that, like... explosion Israeli? Like every time they see an explosion, they go, "Is that an Israeli explosion?"
Together, and is waiting to receive a prosthetic right eye. While Hezbollah has admitted that most of the dead and wounded were its fighters or staff, the explosions also seriously injured many civilians.
Okay. So you should know that the pagers were rigged, as I told you, with PETN explosive. The intended target were Hezbollah operatives. But what I want to draw your attention to is just the trajectory of their injuries, right? So these people, they heard the pager go off, whether it was their dad's pager or their uncle's pager. They went to go grab the pager. They held it in their hands. And to get it to go off, you had to hit the OK button. Hit the OK button and it subsequently exploded. This is why it took off their fingers. In one case, it took off a person's nose because it means its trajectory is going from here to here. And in many cases, it took out their eye because they were looking at it. Okay. PETN, exploding, shrapnel. And of course, because of the shrapnel, they have cuts all over their faces. So we know who did this, obviously, because they were very proud that they did this. It was Israel. How did they do it? Well, they interrupted the supply chain of pagers by creating a bunch of fake shell companies and selling the rigged pagers to people who were affiliated with Hezbollah. Admittedly, by the way, kind of genius. The thought of how they infiltrated was, well, pagers are a very dated technology, and there are only so many people who are mass buying pagers, right? Not many people are bulk purchasing them, so to speak. But the exact details of where they interrupted the supply chain, how they manufactured these pagers, how they amassed the PE-10, or where they amassed the PE-10 explosive
Oh, it was from the guy that knew Corey Compartore.
Where that assembly took place of the rig tech, all that information remains unknown. What is known is how proud the Mossad was and is of their ability to infiltrate specifically companies and organizations. And I'm just going to let you listen to one of the Mossad agents applauding their abilities to do just that following the pager attack, of how they did it. Take a listen.
We have an incredible array of
they delocated him.
Of creating foreign companies that have no way being traced back to Israel. Shell companies over shell companies who affect the supply chain to our favor. We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the direct.
Honestly, the reason they're probably hiding his identity is because he's probably infiltrating like American institutions. Like, not to allege anything, but they hide his identity because he probably like is just a dude who works at Google who they know is Israeli, but they don't know is Mossad. Or like he's a dude who works at like IBM who they know is Israeli and probably got a cushy job there because of like those exchange programs that they have for jobs and stuff like that, but doesn't know is Mossad. Like, this guy's probably not infiltrating Hezbollah.
His chat is saying it is Fetterman shape.
Or infiltrating like the IRGC. He's probably a spy working within the United States in roles that they don't want you to like recognize him in. Like, I would put money on that, and that's why they have to like delocate him so much, because we see what they do to you when they don't care. Like, when you're just like reporting about how the United States didn't defend any of the bases that you were stationed at, and then you don't want to, and got you all blowed up. They just like kind of put a little like filter over you. This guy is proper delocated, and it's because he probably works somewhere that you might recognize him from.
Are a global production company. We write the script.
Like the Department of Health and Human Services, perhaps. Chat, we got 15 minutes left. Okay. If we get to another bonus item, it's gonna be that bad empanada, the bad empa nonsense, right? But right now, we're not even gonna be able to completely finish this video without help, right? And that help can come in the form of super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or Patreon, or if you support me on twitch.tv, it will make that time go up. It'll give me a little longer to work with. Hell, even if you follow me on Twitch, it'll give me an extra minute. So, hoping for a little extra time, but I don't know if we'll get to the bad and nonsense. This is pretty cool, though, is it not? Are you not value-tained? I think Brandon is like onto some stories that I would never. I just don't see him other places. He's tapped in on a level that I'm trying to understand.
Screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
So, the company in Taiwan, Gold Apollo, did they know that they were working with people from Mossad?
Gold Apollo had zero clue that they are working with the Mossad.
And neither did Hezbollah.
Wait, do they just give him a different accent, a different voice every time he talks? Is that the idea?
They are buying from us.
Is he also in blackface, though,
they are
too?
buying from the Mossad.
Or is this
is
this another guy? Is this like another person?
Like, is he also in blackface though too? Because like under the balaclava, you can see the sunglasses, but like it seems as though he's been painted black. So unless this agent
No, but they're planning on blaming it on a black guy, so that's why they
Assad just happens to have the exact same skin tone as Grace Jones. I think they also gave him like blackface. They also blacked him up a la Justin Trudeau, or maybe this is Justin Trudeau.
Everything is controlled by us behind the scene. In their experience, everything is normal. Everything was 100% kosher, including businessmen, marketing, engineers, showroom, everything.
It's just amazing. We create a Truman Show. We are the directors, the actors, the performers. Everything in your life will be fake, and we will be pressing play. It's just incredible that when I say it, it sounds like an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. When they say it, it's just like, we're taking credit for what we do. We're the best at this and we're sophisticated. And we'd like to tell you here on 60 Minutes. Anyway, I want to also show you a graphic which demonstrates exactly.
Well, I mean, it's because like a lot of countries are doing this. It's not as though the United States deep state, the United States intelligence agencies, the United States ABC agencies aren't also waging unrestricted psychological warfare on the population for really reasons unrelated to Israel. Israel just happens to also be empowered by our government to do that against our people. But so is, so are a bunch of private companies. So are a bunch of like private actors too. So is like Mark Zuckerberg. So is like Elon Musk. So is Uber. So is what.
Do you know who was at the G7 besides the G7? Do you know who was sitting there at the table of just like representatives of the 7 nations, right? There were tech CEOs sitting there as if they were the heads of sovereign states. And it just brings me back to the whole network state.
Whatever store wants to do dynamic.
Like why are they destroying the US government right now, Chad? Is it so that like they'll have a situation where only the network state can come in, only the corporations can come in and provide some semblance of continuity
pricing
without the actual democracy that you're used to, and just like make it official the corporate state.
You like in America,
Make
it's a
literal
free for all for the attention span, for the brain cells, for the brain cells, for like the moral landscape, for like the last few dollars of the bloated American consumer class, or what's left of it, right? So it's not really anti-Semitic to acknowledge that Israel and their like intelligence arm are trying to run psyops to control the American government. A lot of governments are trying to do that because America is like a very powerful actor in the global scale, but they also have like an
oh my god, chat, am I remembering correctly? Have I seen polls that that test Candace as a political candidate and show her running ahead of a bunch of people? Is that real, or am I thinking of somebody else? 10 minutes left, chat. 10 minutes. We're down to the last 10 minutes. I'm going to have to rush to even cover all of this Brandon video.
Corrupt government. And so like you can just buy it, and that can help you influence like the world in such a way that you like. It's anti-Semitic to imply that Israel is the only one doing that, or that Israel is more successful at it for reasons that have nothing to do with like this kind of cycle of American capital that works to like funnel money to Israel, back to the United States, from military industrial contractors, from surveillance state tech companies, to keep money flowing. So everyone gets paid in both countries, and the only people who like, ultimately have their human rights violated in an incredibly public way.
Mental disciple flip. We generally don't encourage under 18 to, we're not like I mean, I'm not going to say anything too offensive, that I'm sure that you've never seen in a Netflix movie, but yeah, just in general, that 14-year-old energy in here, it feels kind of weird. It feels kind of weird, but maybe you'll get a better job than me when you grow up.
Are like Muslims who people don't care about until obviously until then gets imported back home in the form of like anti-protester tactics, anti-protester tools, drones over protesters, like AI being used to like track people's conversations online, maybe even capture criminals. Like we still don't really know how they found all of these like shooters, right? Like Luigi Mangione, they said that it was just in Altoona, but a lot of people were like, what are using AI to scan photos? Flock, who knows
how they were able to rig the pagers with the explosive. This graphic was provided by Reuters, who estimated that they used just 6 grams of PETN explosive to accomplish this far-reaching attack. Just 6 grams put inside of a functional pager. That's important too, because they actually had to make sure that.
Wait, is it just me or have BE's fans disappeared? I don't know. They're in my mentions. I'm starting to think his defenders were fake BE accounts.
They didn't put enough as to render the pager ineffective. They had to just put enough that it would explode. Here you go. On that left-hand side, you can see where it's pointing to the detonation material. Tiny, tiny. You got the battery cell and the detonation material right there on the bottom, the PETN explosive. It's a very, very thin amount. It's incredible, 6 grams.
Running out of time here. If anybody is interested in further continuity of this video to the end, or starting off the bad empanada video, this is the time to say something. This is the time to...
Why am I telling?
This is your time to shine. This is the time that you can become a hero. Just like Mitsunagi just did. Look at that. It gives us an extra minute. I'll work with it, right?
That now, assuming that Reuters is accurate, we can then reasonably assert
even following
6 grams of
the stream on Twitch
enough to confidently kill someone, right? They only killed 12 out of 3,000 people. You can also confidently assess.
Okay, where's she going? She's cooking something, chat. What is she cooking?
More if they wanted to guarantee more fatalities, right? I mean, in that regard, I would say
this ties into Charlie Kirk. Come on, get to the Charlie Kirk.
Kind of a failure because
get to the Charlie Kirk of it all. We want to carry the flame.
It demonstrated without question their precision, and it was psychologically damaging, no doubt. But in terms of real world consequences, you don't want to just take off the fingers of your enemies. That's.
Well, I mean, I kind of disagree. I think Israel, you really can't underestimate how much their goal is to sow terrorism. And it's easy to forget that in the direct aftermath of that event, not to mention like getting maimed, just because you don't get killed, like getting maimed is no fun, right? No one wants to have their fingers blown
from picking up a pager
off. No one wants to be scarred for life. And I have to imagine that it also makes it a lot easier to track suspected Hezbollah or suspected like terrorist, whatever, if they're all like suddenly scarred or injured. So there are a lot of like, things you can get from that particular operation, even if people aren't killed. But they just really want to terrorize people, because you remember the direct aftermath of that attack. Like, people were concerned that other electronics, other goods that were just around were also full of like explosive.
Brendaltree super chatted $5.
Whoa. Because otherwise, how would you even how would you even know? Yeah, I mean, like that. He makes a good point. He makes a good point. And Brenda Triplet, sorry, thank you for the super chat to give us a little bit more time to work with. Let me make sure that goes in. Sub add time and 5 m. We're adding 5 minutes. We're getting the continuity sound, and hopefully we can at least finish this, because I want to know what she's cooking. I faintly recognize the smell, but I'm not sure.
Are also full of this PETN thing, or C4 or Simtech or whatever. Like, it was a Joker plot where like just random consumer goods were going to explode at some point. It was like a crazy couple weeks. And so Israel in that case was just flexing their ability to terrorize a population. And you can tell because of things like gifting the silver, not gold, beeper to John Fetterman, and I think other people as well. Like, they were proud of how much they terrorized Lebanon. They were proud of how much they terrorized Hezbollah, and they do that stuff all the time, and they do it very openly.
But in terms of real,
and it's the kind of shit that if anybody else did it, it would be a huge deal, because it is a line that hasn't been crossed, right? It is a specific human rights violation that nobody has quite figured out yet, and there we go with Israel innovating and also pushing the fucking envelope into a more barbaric world.
Consequences, you don't want to just take off the fingers of your enemies. That's only going to strengthen their resolve against you while they are still very much alive. Anyway, it got me wondering, if 6 grams could take out fingers and eyes, how much PETN explosive would you need to guarantee a fatality? What would that look like? What would the size of that injury look like on a person?
Probably depends.
So I decided to research and see if there were maybe some random YouTube channels that were dedicated to demonstrating
myth-busting with
doubling that amount, maybe tripling that amount, and seeing what would happen. And ladies and gentlemen, I am not kidding you.
I told you she was cooking, but what is she cooking?
When I say that this was the very first video that I stumbled across on YouTube, just typing in PETN explosive. And it was just guys that were using 20 grams of PETN explosive within a tiny capsule. And they were using it against bulletproof glass to see what would happen. And I want you to pay very close attention to what this person says, because I could not believe my ears. I was freaking out. Take a listen.
20 gram booster, PETN charge. We're going to use it against the transaction window to see what the results are.
Like a bank teller window?
Jumbo banjo.
Yeah, I don't... Wait, did the guy just get blown up? Is that a joke? Wait, I just like looked away and the guy, I thought the guy was standing there. Did he just get blown the fuck away? I thought the dude was standing right there. All right, he's right there. He's right there. Okay, he did. They did a scene cut. Okay, I seriously thought it just like fucking. I thought he got yeeted.
First one that went the way I expected it to go. Yeah. I didn't expect a half pounder to make like a laser beam through the guy's head. It's about the same as a gunshot. This is NIJ4 rated glass. Yeah, from a 30-06. It's about the same foot diameter.
It's about the same as a gunshot from a 30-06. If you shot it against that bulletproof, you heard him correctly. I promise you. That was the first one I hit. He decided, and
wait. So I'm sorry. What are we going to get to? That did they blow his neck up, or did they like use it to the explosive to do a projectile at his neck?
Same result.
Well, I mean, but doesn't that like contradict what people were saying about the bullet though? Because people were saying it's not like a 30-06. It's the same words that people use to talk about it, but it's the exact opposite of what people were saying. They were saying these ballistics don't seem to match that of a 30-06, not just because of the, bullet or whatever, but because of the lack of like impact. So I would imagine that like if it simulates that, people would still have the exact same critique, even if there wasn't an actual bullet involved.
We got 10 minutes left, chat.
Should have been kind of.
We got 6 minutes on the timer. Oh my god.
That was the first one I hit. He decided, and same results as a 30-06. 20 grams of PETN mimics the punch of a.
I just want to know what she's gonna get to.
Unbelievable. I want to be clear, this video was not posted to prove or debunk any conspiracy theories. In fact, it was published back in May of 2025. Charlie was very much alive. That's a full 4 months before Charlie was murdered.
Well, Charlie
this was merely just
time
par for the course on a channel that focuses on testing explosives. And
he was John Titor.
Guns. There's no aim for them. This is what they do. This is how they have fun.
Wait, the official narrative is that it was a 30-06?
So it is fascinating that they are saying it mimics the diameter.
I don't even know what that actually means, other than it's like a type of bullet.
Of a 30-06 bullet, especially given the persistent conspiracy theory that Charlie's
like 30 millimeters, 30
road mic was rigged with PETN explosive. I haven't much spoken about that because I wasn't a PETN expert. Until this Butler situation, speaking with people close to the situation, telling me about this strange set of circumstances and the possibility of some explosives ring. And I went, wait, what? What are we talking about? Anyway.
Explosives ring.
Enough of conspiracy. Let's return to the facts.
It's like very 80s.
We fast forward now to February 4th, 2025, just a few weeks after Trump's inauguration into his second presidential term. Bibi Netanyahu enters the White House and presents President Trump with a gift, a golden pager.
Oh, yeah.
A nod to the Mossad's pager operation.
Less than 5 minutes left.
I'm sorry, but why?
He's a psycho.
Why?
Trump is also a psycho.
What is the context of that? Is that like an inside joke?
Oh, does she think that they were threatening Trump? Is that what she thinks?
What?
Charlie Titor.
Because Donald Trump was not president when the pager operation took place. President Biden was. So why would he gift this to Donald Trump? American troops were not involved, so far as we know.
Trump loves gold, too.
Why would he gift this to Donald Trump? What is the significance of this? This is not a traditional gift. This does not make sense in a traditional sense. Okay, like they give you...
I just want to know if Charlie Kirk can make bananas turn into green goo.
Something, a samurai sword from
4
Japan.
minutes
I think they
left.
gave him a samurai helmet, actually, was the last gift that came from Japan. Saudi Arabia, gifts like jewelry and
To Trump or to Kirk?
Switzerland gifted very appropriately a Swiss watch. What's up with the golden pager?
Not a pocket knife?
BB. Frankly, it was crass and it was off-putting. Children were murdered in this operation, and I'd like to think that America had nothing to do with it, but
it's somehow worse than that. Actually,
after all, supplying
worse.
Israel with white phosphorus, the chemical to burn Lebanese civilians alive. Did we know more about the pager attack than we let on? Did we assist somehow in this invisible supply chain that was happening? Anyway, suffice it to say that Butler now fascinates me. Most of all, Dan Bongino's strange reaction.
I don't know if we're going to get to it, chat.
Reaction to it. He's satisfied. He wants it shut down.
We got 7 minutes left and 3 minutes on the clock.
Really strange.
Against him.
Please get to it,
An
Candace.
assassination attempt, or was it an assassination success?
Okay.
Wait, what? Wait.
Complete.
Wait, was what an assassination? The Trump thing?
Say that Butler now fascinates me. Most of all, Dan Bongino's strange reaction to it. Trump's
she's saying that the Corey Compartori was the one that was the target, not Trump.
Reaction to it. He's satisfied. He wants it shut down. That's not how a man would act. If it was,
we're getting there, chat. I don't know if we will get there though. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Assassination success.
Okay.
Was it an assassination?
Unfortunately, I cannot defy the great clock.
I mean,
so if we don't have time to get to the end of this, this is going to be a mystery.
It on authority. The widow of Corey Comparator and the family of Corey Comparator is not like Trump. They are not satisfied with the investigation. They are not happy with the fact that Secret Service agents
Take them down,
lost their
Candace.
jobs. They are not satisfied with the answers that
they
are
weren't trying to
receiving
protect her
about
husband.
how Corey Comparator was killed. Imagine that. Imagine a widow who has questions. And last I was informed, that particular widow didn't take over her husband's career in the blink of an eye.
Oh, little Erica did.
Imagine that.
We added the okay, well at least we got to the end of the Candace video. Wait, what was she even saying? I'm sorry. Did I get it, Chad? It's Corey Compartori, not like Trump that was being attacked. But how does this explosive? I don't understand. Why do you need the explosive? Yeah, I already added it, unfortunately, Emily. But well, look, let's see. I mean, it's
become like a firefighter. That wouldn't really make any sense, right? I think there's a test.
Please interpret this for us, Brandon. Please interpret this.
From Elon Musk, you can kind of just fall into that. Very interesting.
And I can't even get us. Well,
because someone else besides the president.
We'll see.
Like it's okay, but they're not there to protect Corey Comparatori or whatever his name was. You think Trump remembers his name closer than I do? There's no way.
Nope.
But I guess so. The thing about
that they used explosive. Did she say that explosives in the mic? Okay, so just like the pager, like a pager attack, but with the mic, and that's what it was. It triggered to say when he said like gang counting or not counting gang. Oh my gosh! 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. Let's see what
exploding mic theory. I don't think it matters. I don't think you don't need to show me that we have the technology to make a mic.
She said the guy who was assassinated was a friend of the burn barrel guy.
I'm willing to believe
rigged the lapel with a 20-gram.
In that world where you can make a lapel mic that does what you're describing, without telling.
So the burn barrel guy assassinated him.
Whatever. Like I think it could be done. Right. Probably even with technology that we don't know exists, much less technology that
3 seconds left, Chad. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Well, anyway, I mean, chat's got at least we got a concept of a plan, a concept of a idea what the fuck Candace was maybe talking about. I mean, I remember her always doing this shit where she kind of like leaves the last part up to your imagination. She doesn't really fill in the details. She kind of leaves it open so that like you can't pin her down and I don't know, accuse her of whatchamacallit, of like defamation, and B, you can't it's gonna appeal, I guess, to more people. Brandon is about to be streaming. Looks like maybe streaming. It'd be a good day to raid Brandon since we were just utilizing his content. See if there's anyone else that I desperately need to hit up here. No, it's looking like it's going to be Brandon. It should be Brandon. Let's raid Brandon. All right, so chat. Everyone who supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each of these streams. Oh yeah, like the thread did kind of get a little bit more attention there. It broke containment, chat. It broke out of jail. So let me just thank my Patreons here. So shouts out go to Neo Pergos, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Silverwood, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Anonymous, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oralt's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Severa, and Zerax. With that being said, Chad, I gotta try to get some sleep because I really do want to try to, be on earlier. I know some of you would appreciate if I was streaming more during daylight hours. I mean, I'm not gonna wholesale move it, but like if I could just wake up and get on stream at like, I don't know, 8 Eastern, right? It should be doable. I just don't know why I'm never able to anywhere close to hit that mark. I was even low. I had to show the Bad Empanada stuff to somebody else on the mod team because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Again, I try to be good faith with him, and he's looking like I don't know who the fuck this guy is anymore. Anyway, much love, everybody. I will see you again tomorrow. And remember, this Friday, we're going to do some Persona 2. So if you're a gaming frog, make sure to be there on that day. And I want to thank my mods for keeping us safe. I want to thank Thumb Gang because you do something that I can't even put a value on. Like literally, like how many of you decide to like raise your thumbs is how much love that YouTube will give my streams. So thank you to everybody who has helped spread the love with their thumbs. And with that being said, Chad, in the mortal words of John McLaughlin, why am I quoting a sex pest? God, I can't believe when I found out that about him, I was just like, whoa, I hope he didn't do that to Eleanor. But either way, Chad, the words are bye-bye. And I will see you